Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, and Happy New Year. We're in 2025 now, and we got another great year of shows ready for your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. Tonight, we got a very special show for you to kick off 2025. This is actually going to be the viewer request for this month, but it actually is more of a viewer donation because Ultra94T, who has come by before to the show, and also I know in real life actually work with him, he said, hey, I just want to give you this. It actually is something that went for a lot of money when I last checked. And then when I last checked this past week, I realized it's not as much as I think he said, but it seems like it's kind of gone out back and forth as far as what it is. To be a bit of a variety case of what we got, it is the Nintendo Gamecube preview disc. This came out in May of 2003 for Gamecube as a little bit of a demonstration with demos and videos of games that give a perspective of stuff that was coming out on the Gamecube that year. We're showing it all off, and we already have a case in the best chat on Twitch. We always have, for sure. Dolly Finn, hello, everyone. Hello to you. Good evening to you. Happy New Year. Hope you had a great holiday and a great New Year so far. It's going for well for you so far. The holiday was all set as well. Hope you're ready to take a look at the Nintendo Gamecube preview disc. You can thank Ultra94T for this one. This was a gracious donation by him, and I appreciate it. And one where, yeah, we are going to take our look at early 2000s gaming, kind of early to mid 2000s as it actually is. Because we got a bunch of stuff that's on this disc. It did come out on May of 2003, and the way you know that, just to let you know, I'm resetting the console. I'm going back to the main menu of Gamecube when it loads. Okay. Fine, no, we're turning off the console and then we're booting up again. Here we go. Yeah, because I thought, hey, hitting the reset button and opening the disc tray, it's going to be like the Dreamcast goes into this. But no, it doesn't. So here we are on the Gamecube menu. Close the tray. It's going to pop up this, because actually online I could not pin down a specific date on when this was released. Because you could go into game stores and things like this and get the Nintendo Gamecube preview disc. But yeah, if you boot up the Gamecube in the main menu and take a look at this, it says promotional use only, not for resale, except they sold it. It came out May 2003, and that is going to be key for a couple of the games on this because this was actually released before a lot of the games that there are playable demos on, or of on this disc, and also videos, were released. So it's kind of a bit of a case where you could pay, I think, like 15, 20 bucks for this thing at stores. I remember seeing this back in the day. I never bought it because I didn't have GameCube at the time. And get a sense of, hey, some games that had just come out or just about to come out, and some other ones that were coming later in the year for the perspective of Nintendo's Purple Lunchbox, specifically it was. Which, as we mentioned before, I'll say it again, a lot of people are probably going to be offended by me saying this, it was the third place console cycle behind the PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox. Partially because of third-party support, although looking at this, you would not be able to tell that because this disc does have a lot of third-party representation, including... I will go over briefly what's on here, and then we're going to show off everything, and when I edit this, I will also have timestamps to everything as well, and I still have to edit Shenmue's part from last week. Especially because, yeah, part 2 is next Friday, as it's going to be. But yeah, hope you had a great holiday, and you're ready for more classic gaming goodness, and we got tons of it this year, and this is going to be a nice, fun, relaxing show, and feel free to let memories flow, Dolly Finn, and anybody else in chat on anything you got, and also let me know how the new sound equipment is sounding, because, yeah, we're running new sound tech. This case was also going to be perfect when we start Shadow Hearts Covenant in about a month. So you're going to have more people as far as on the show, and it's going to sound really nice. Not that it didn't sound nice before, but we've had problems with audio in some cases. That's sometimes come across. But I think we're feeling good tonight as far as it, and looking forward to going through this. Okay, so for the games that give you playable perspectives of, we're going to show off everything on this, sort of explain the caveats on this. We're going to have a little bit of a overview before we start. We're going to play all the playable demos on this, which... This Soul Calibur 2, we've shown this game already twice on the show, and we still have not done a show on this. There's reasons for that, but I also think I have a new way about how we're going to handle it, because our original plans for that are null and void, for reasons I'll talk about sort of kind of later, but a little dance around a little bit. I guess you consider it a New Year's resolution to not utter the name that's going to go to why I had to change this. And also there's Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. This was a game of, who was it? It was a game of Sonic teams from 2003 specifically. Hey, hope you're doing well. Have a great stream. Hi, Tony Shimurda. So good to see you tonight. We're taking a look at the GameCube preview disc. Happy New Year to yourself. I hope you're doing well, and hope you're going to be enjoying what we got. We're taking a look at the GameCube preview disc. This was something that Ultra94T provided me for this. So we're going to take looks at all the demos of this game, going back to early 2000s gaming for GameCube, although some of the stuff has been released on other consoles. It was at the time, or came out later specifically. Hope you're doing well, and feel free to let memories flow on anything you got or anything you see here that we're going to be talking about, of which we're going to show off everything we can, which is going to be most of it, as it is, with a couple exceptions. We'll get into that. As I mentioned, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, not sure you're familiar with this one. It was a 3D platforming game from Sonic Team, one of the last games of Yuji Naka's before he went on to a different role at Sega, and nowadays he is sitting in a jail cell for conviction of insider trading. Talk about how times change within like 20-something years. But anyway, this is this game actually goes for quite a bit of money. So it's one of those cases I'm going to use outside assistance if you want to see this. I believe Edwack has a copy of this one, so it could we show that. As well as Viewtiful Joe, this was the first of the Capcom 5 that was released for GameCube that then turned out to be the Capcom 3, because 2 of the games of it were canceled. And 2 of the other ones, or fine, 1 of the other ones and this one eventually went to other consoles. But Viewtiful Joe is a beat-em-up game with a Super Sentai style to itself that is by Clover Studios, which is the first game of theirs, who would go on to make Okami and God Hand, and the people who made it would also go on to make start Platinum Games, making stuff like Bayonetta, Anarchy Reigns, and a new Okami game that's coming out maybe this year. We'll see as far as that. Take a look at its original perspective on GameCube here. Then a game I wanted to get to, and I'm going to figure when we can get to this, although we're not going to get to it on the GameCube. Splinter Cell. Looks interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of real interesting stuff, and feel free, Dollyfin, Tony Shimurda, anybody in chat, let me know what you got as far as insights on what you're seeing, memories if you played games that you're going to see here, and also feasibly if you played them on the GameCube, or if you didn't play them on the GameCube, where you might have played them. Because there's definitely some interesting stuff here, and it's going to give a good variety. This is Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, specifically. When we play this, we're going to play this on the original Xbox, although I'm going to run through the Series X, because it does let you have the extra downloadable content missions. This is the GameCube version that was kind of a downgrade a little bit from it on Xbox, but they had to remake this game, or rebuild this game. It was built on the original Xbox's architecture, and also kind of on the PC. And then Ubisoft Shanghai made the GameCube in the PlayStation 2 version, which did have to cut some stuff down, but they did add some extras, including GameCube connectivity support. So for the purpose of the gadgets of Sam Fisher, who in this game was voiced by Michael Ironside from Total Recall and Terminator Salvation, amongst many other cases, you can use that for your gadgets, which is interesting stuff. I'm going to show it off here, and we're going to eventually play this game, but we'll have a perspective. Also, Sonic Adventure DX. This is the 2003 GameCube version of Sonic Adventure. We played it on the Dreamcast before. That's still my favorite version, but there are some things this does better. Not much, but there's some. And there's some extra stuff that do give it a little more value. Especially if you play it on the GameCube and you're willing to adjust to some of its quirks with its engine, which I'm admittingly not, but there are things about this that are interesting, and I would be remiss not to show this because, hey, is also something that Ultra94T, he might be an even bigger Sonic fan than myself, and we're going to definitely go into that as we're having the Yoshi Wave by Gemini96. We're getting a good crowd into here tonight. So good to see you, Gemini96. We were looking at the GameCube preview disc provided by Ultra94T for the show. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great holiday and Happy New Year. Ready to get the year started right. Tons of water bottles and everything we got, and new sound equipment. Feel free to let memories flow on anything you see here, or any insights on what you got on what we're going to show. Sonic Adventure DX is definitely going to be one of those cases. Along with the Game Boy Advance stuff, let me explain this a little bit, because this disc does let you use the Game Boy Advance to GameCube link cable. Happy New Year. Yes, indeed. Happy New Year to you too, Gemini86. Hope you had a good one, and hope you're going to enjoy the show tonight. I'm definitely looking forward to doing this. Really enough, it feels like it's been over a week since I did last week's show, even though I did do it last week. Maybe it's because I didn't edit that one yet. But I'll have 2 things added for this week. But either way, glad to hear that, and glad to hear. Thank you for all your salutations for the purpose of it. Now, for these GameCube or Game Boy Advance items, if you have the GameCube to Game Boy Advance link cable and you have a Game Boy Advance, this disc lets you use them for the purpose of Splinter Cell's demo. I don't think the demo of Sonic Adventure DX lets you use it, but you could use it for the purpose of the Chow Garden, which is running the engine that Sonic Adventure 2 Battle had, because they enhanced it with the Dreamcast version for that. For this one, they give you a perspective saying you can download a trial version of WarioWare Incorporated Mega Micro Games to your Game Boy Advance. So if you have a Game Boy Advance or Game Boy Advance SP that's on the picture there, connect that cable to your GameCube onto port 2, you can download it into it, and whilst the Game Boy Advance is on, you can play it. Same with the demo of Dr. Mario. We showed off Tetris and Dr. Mario a few weeks ago, and Dr. Mario itself, the NES version, was ported directly to the Game Boy Advance in 2004, which was a year after this one. but I know Nintendo was doing e-reader perspectives going on at the time. I don't remember if they did one for Dr. Mario. I don't think they did. Where you just, if you have the e-reader, you could scan cards in and let you, again, play a Game Boy Advance game, or in this case, an NES port, from the purpose of whilst your Game Boy Advance is on. In this case, you do the download in. And Happy New Year also from Dolly Finn. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I think we're going to have a Happy New Year as it is for the show, but just in general, I'm feeling good as far as this. Now, I do not have a working Game Boy Advance. In fact, I will tell the story of, like, why does my Game Boy Advance not work? Because I do have the GameCube link cable for this, but my Game Boy Advance is not working, and I'll tell you the story. The story is this. I went crabbing with my brother in 2006. It was actually on the Chesapeake Bay that we went to do this. We were doing crabbing. Have you ever done that? Which is actually a fun thing. If you're like, I don't know if I want to do fishing or something like that. How does crabbing work? What you do is you get yourself a big cage, a metal cage, and then you have like a net, and basically you drop the cage down, you bait it. Basically you go to the supermarket, you get yourself some raw fish or raw chicken that we used, and you put it in there, and the idea is that it'll use the bait to lure the crabs in. And when you sort of feel weight on the cage, or you just like wait a while and then pull the cage up, it is an open cage, and it'll close up on the side. You pull it up, and the idea is that as you're pulling it up, you put the net in and then grab it and then put it into a bucket, or put it into a cooler or something, and then in that case, use that, come home and have feasibly delicious crabs. Well, what happened was that we actually dropped we dropped the net into the Chesapeake Bay. I looked at this, and with all due respect to my brother and Knock, I love him, but still, I said, in my mind, I just instantly thought, I said, if we don't get this back, if this thing sinks, we're never gonna hear the end of this. I just dove in straight, like just jumped in like feet first into the bay, and even he was like, what is he doing? He couldn't believe that I did this. I did that, I did save our net. Unfortunately, I had my Game Boy Advance in my pocket, and I had a copy of Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga was in the pocket as well. Now, usually people talk about what Nintendium is, or fine, that's the slang. The idea that anything Nintendo's is indestructible, unless it's Pokemon Generation 9, in which case it's the exact opposite. But they usually mean by that is that, hey, it can survive feasibly anything, and not necessarily a wrong thought, because when it comes to stuff like that, there's an article in Nintendo Power, a letter of somebody in Nintendo Power, of a soldier in the Gulf War in the early 90s who said, I had a Game Boy, we were stricken by a bomb blast, and it survived. But unfortunately, in the case of this, my Game Boy Advance, it turned on, and sort of worked, but then didn't turn on again. And then what happens is it did turn on again, but because I guess of the corrosive nature of the water in the Chesapeake Bay, it was a case where I couldn't control with the D-pad unless I pressed my thumb in so hard that it was leaving an indent. And I said, oh great, I can't really use this thing, can I? I said, what's a game that I can play that doesn't have D-pad control? Well, there is one. That was WarioWare Twisted for Game Boy Advance, which I definitely want to show at some point. But then it just doesn't turn on at all. So at this point, long story short, my Game Boy Advance is not working, but the good news is my copy of Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga did survive that adventure, number one. And number two, I do have the full version of WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games in my hand for Game Boy Advance. And since I do have the Game Boy player, we're going to use that later on in the show to show that as far as the Dr. Mario perspective of this, we're not going to exactly show this version. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show Dr. Wario. When you play through that game, you can unlock a single-player version of Dr. Mario from NES with Wario swapped out for Mario. So, like, Mario's gone. And they only let you listen to chill as far as the music. So, like, if you're a fan of Fever, I'm sorry, but it's not here. We're going to show both of those as a little bit extra to get around this. But we also have movies. I have Soul Calibur 2, which you have a playable demo of already. But Zelda the Wind Waker, which was the cell-shaded perspective of GameCube, which also had Game Boy Advance connectivity for the Tingle Tuner right there, where you're walking around, and if you have that on, you hear like a sound going, from Tingle, and you can kind of dig up treasure, which is really, really cool. And I do have Wind Waker on GameCube. At some point, we can show that way, or we could use the Wii U version, or maybe if Nintendo wants to port Wind Waker HD to Switch or Switch 2, maybe we can do it that way. Maybe now that I say it, they'll announce something on either one, because I know Chasm22 said, where's the Switch 2 announcement? It's coming, because remember, they said by the end of fiscal year, which means by end of March, we can hear something, and the thought is like, hey, there's been leaks going on, they might say something soon, we'll see. But either way, we'll show the movie of this. Okay, this movie, I will show this, but I'm gonna tell you, I have to mute all the dialogue for this, or all the audio for this, because it is using clips of music from John Williams from the movie. I will get a content strike if I play this. So I'm gonna have to mute this and I will talk over. As far as the other movies, I probably will mute on most of these. In fact, I think I will, including F-Zero for Nintendo GameCube. It was not called F-Zero GX yet. It was developed by Sega, specifically Amusement Vision, or specifically that would be the people who make the Yakuza games now. That is, I always forget their name, their new name, but it's Ryuga Kotoku Studio. So we'll have a look at that as far as the movie, as well as 2 from EA of NCAA Football 2004 and Madden NFL 2004. Yeah, there was a day when we used to have NCAA football, college football games all the time, and then that stopped in 2014, and actually only last year we got our first one in a long time with College Football 25. And also there's a movie on Viewtiful Joe that shows the perspective of itself, as well as Splinter Cell, and also an ESRB rating video with Derek Jeter of the New York Yankees saying, hey, you know, you gotta play the game that's right for you. So the the Entertainment Software Ratings Board cases of game ratings. In fact, let's watch that one first. And by the way, pressing any button will interrupt the movie and return you to the main screen. I'm gonna probably start with the movies, and they'll go on. I could mute on a bunch of these. You know what? I'll mute on this one. I'll be back in just a second.
Now, I love sports, but you gotta play the game that's right for you. Same with computer and video games. That's why parents should make sure each game is right for their kids. How? Check the rating. Every game box has a rating symbol that suggests what age the game is best for, and a content label that tells you what's in the game. When you check the rating, you know what to expect. See? You gotta play the game that's right for you.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. We're getting started with, talk about a throwback there. The case that, fine, I keep calling it electronic. It's the Entertainment Software Ratings Board. Offshoot of the Entertainment Software Association. It started in 1994, of course, with the congressional hearings on video game violence triggered by Mortal Kombat and Lethal Enforcers and Night Trap, and we have a rating system, and that is what it is today. It is still the same. As far as everything else, fine, you know what? I'm gonna mute this one now. I'm gonna talk over this one because I'm gonna give my perspective because, yeah, this I can't show you as far as it. Hey, ready? Captain D-Track here. I just said a minute ago that, hey, I can't show you the video for Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike without muting the game audio, or the game audio specifically. Actually, when I went back on the video on this, I realized I fucked up because I actually muted the mic when I did that. So you actually did hear the entire trailer of Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 with all of the music present, composed by John Williams, and also all the movie clips. And it's one of those things that after I looked at the recording, I was like, wait a second, I actually played this licensed content on the show. I was like, oh shit, I thought to myself, I really screwed up. But I said, okay, I'm in trouble as far as this. But as it turns out, that actually was one of those mistakes that worked because, and this is going to be something exclusive for the YouTube site, and you're not hearing the game audio at all now, specifically for this, just because I wanted to check something. Okay, good, because I am actually looking at my Twitch video producer screen right now, because I played licensed music as far as on Twitch of John Williams. I thought to myself, man, I guess I might have gotten like a DMCA strike, if that's the idea. Yeah, DMCA strike, by playing that entire thing, all because I muted the mic and not the video footage, or I guess the game audio coming from the capture device. As soon as I saw that, I was also very curious. I went, as I mentioned, to the Twitch video producer. I say, do I have any copyright strikes on the channel for that? No, I got none. So apparently I can play John Williams' music, and they're not going to give me trouble for that. But then I said, I better upload this to the YouTube site just to see, do they pick it up? And they did pick it up as far as saying, hey, here's music that's owned by John Williams, but it was a content question, not a strike. They did say, hey, you can, fine, the owner of this music allows it to be played on YouTube. So I was like, really? Okay. That actually made me feel a lot better because I said, we're going to watch this movie. But I said, all right, well, I realized then maybe when it comes to showing some of these Star Wars games or games where John Williams did the music, it might not be as much of a question as I thought, saying like, uh-oh, I got to mute all of it, and we basically can't show any of these games. Well, I think what I might do going forward as far as that, it might be something I'll be selective still, but I was really shocked I didn't get a content strike on that. I was like, hey, it's licensed by Disney. Remember, Disney owns Star Wars, and nowadays people are realizing, man, that was not a good decision. We wish Lucas would have it again, especially after the last Star Wars movie that came out in theaters. That being said, it's something that, I don't know, maybe we could potentially be in the clear for this going forward for the show for certain things, and also feasibly for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I know it's not Star Wars, but I've been playing that game on Series X and loving it. I said, I want to show this game for the show. It is original music. There are motifs of the Indiana Jones music for that. So I'm almost wondering if it's like Star Wars in the sense that, all right, I might pick up some of that for certain things, but we might be able to show it for the program without getting a question on that. So that was actually a mistake on my part as far as what it worked, but I also realized that, wait, since I did mute the mic instead of the game audio, all of my discussion points on Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike got lost until I unmuted. So we're going to do this again. I am going to have this edited into the video you're watching right now, as you're seeing. But, all right, now, the game audio is muted. The mic is the only thing that's on. Let's watch the video of Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, which came out in 2003 for GameCube, rated T for teen for animated violence. Or I guess fantasy violence specifically, and maybe some mild language. But here, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. It was published by LucasArts and developed by Factor 5, the now defunct company that made the Star Wars Rogue Squadron games on the Nintendo 64 and PC for the first one as What Is Thy Bidding, Thy Master? And also Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader for GameCube, which launched with the console, which actually is in this game. It is playable in its entirety in two-player co-op, and this version also gives you perspectives of being able to do other things like ride on speeder bikes on Endor from Return of the Jedi, and also go back to the Battle of Hoth, but you're on Tauntauns this time, and then it can also go into the asteroid field of stuff. But yeah, so this game, it was actually birthed by the perspective of Factor 5, as I mentioned, whose past credits include those of the Rogue Squadron games. They made Lair on PlayStation 3, which is kind of the game that killed them. And they also made the Turrican games for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis and many other ones. And you are seeing here Rogue Leader, the second game in the franchise that's fully playable in two-player only within Rogue Squadron 3. And also Rogue Squadron 3 has, that I did not mention when I actually did this for the show. It does have arcade ports of a lot of old Star Wars games, as the Emperor there is saying, we must not allow young Skywalker to become a Jedi. But yeah, he is becoming the Jedi. You're playing parts of the movie with on-foot perspectives with controls that are not very good. And that's being very nice, as is the case. Because that's what they kind of wanted to do with this game. They said, hey, you know, we have the flight stuff going on, but why don't we have cases where you can be on the ground, you can relive the elements in the movie, like, hey, you're on the Battle of Hoth, you're able to, you know, cut open the bottom of the AT-AT and then toss a thermal detonator in that. So put in a game, put in the idea of, like, tripping up the AT-STs on Endor, specifically as you're getting the explosion there of Star Wars Rebel Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, and you're getting the perspective of, of Darth Vader breathing, and of course, Yoda saying, do or do not. There is no try. Also, it's worth pointing out, I will have in the link list for this video, I will have the entire trailer of this so you can actually hear it. Because, fine, we're going to avoid a copyright question on this video as far as it. I'm also going to play it again because I have other stuff I want to go into on this, because I feel like it's kind of going a mile a minute on this one. But yeah, as I said, it was kind of a mistake I realized, but I said this is also the case of the game. I'll go into my discussions on this. The on-foot controls in this game are not good. It was a great idea, but it's something that the execution wasn't great. But when you're in the fight vehicles, it's delicious, and it's still wonderful, and it is great value with the other games that they give you in it of Rogue Squadron 2, and then also old Star Wars arcade games, including Star Wars the arcade game, and also I believe there's one of The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So it's actually a Star Wars classic game collection. I think it might still to this day be the only case of there being something like that for this franchise, which is pretty neat. So for that reason alone, it might be worth a pickup. In fact, I do have this on the GameCube, so depending on how that is, we could figure showing it, including my mistake, realizing that, yeah, they're gonna maybe not be as persnickety when it comes to stuff like, hey, licensed content. Like, hey, is it, we'll adhere to that as much as we have to, but if we can get around and show some of the stuff you might want to see, we can do that for sure. And as I said, it is probably my least favorite of the three Rogue Squadron games, but it still has a lot of value. They definitely took some big swings. That's something I loved Factor 5 for doing. is I do miss this company because, yeah, they had great perspectives. And I would say Rogue Squadron 2, probably the best game that came out on the GameCube at the launch. As good as Luigi's Mansion was, that game was something special. It was one of those cases where people's like, my God, you're playing the movies. They're probably amongst the best movie games on GameCube, I would think. Like, that probably is the best movie-based game on the GameCube. But even with the issues that this one has, there's a lot of value to it, and it's not completely a slouch. It's just that with the on-foot missions, the problem is that oftentimes you're getting hit and you're not knowing why or how close you are to death, which is kind of annoying. So you're actually noticing in the UI over there, you're seeing like the rotation of your vehicle doing that, which it did for the flight missions in Rogue Squadron 2. But when it comes to doing that for the purpose of the on-foot, oftentimes like, yeah, how much health do I have before I die? It's hard to tell, so oftentimes you keel over down, like, wait, what killed me? Why am I dead? And these games get really, 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 really hard, as Rogue Squadron on Nintendo 64 indicated, which would probably be the first case we'd show that, because at that point it's modified versions of the Star Wars music, and I think we'd be okay showing that game. That is a fantastic game, as it is. But I'd say they're all worth a play for sure. And I said, fine, I'll show it once more just so I can kind of go more on this stuff. Because, yeah, as I said, I'm sorry as far as the idea of what that is. Well, I guess maybe I don't have anything to apologize for just because, well, I didn't get permabanned by John Williams and Disney. Twitch didn't have a problem with it. So thank you, Amazon, for, not giving me trouble. Fine, Amazon and Google are saying, like, fine, we're not going to clamp down on Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm glad for that. But also, I guess I'll deal with the other elephant in the room you're going to hear in this video. And I don't know, maybe you're hearing it in this extra case of it. I'll have to look when I stop the recording here. We did have issues with the audio again as far as the microphone, even with new microphone and new stuff, including soundboard. I think it might be a case of my PC. I might have to get another one for the purpose of this. I actually did buy a new cable for the purpose of running the audio this time, just to say, hey, maybe it's more of a stable connection. Because I ran there with Rez, although most of the show was fine that way. And also, I will say this, the game volume was a little loud, so it might be one of those things that for the next couple of shows we're going to do, and we've not done the second part of Shenmue at the time of this recording. It's actually going to be 2 days from now at the time of it. I will probably maybe use the old tech specifically, or I might do what I did with the other thing, which is I'll turn off the tech and see if I turn it back on, what happens with that. In fact, I'll test that now. Yeah, basically at that point, I'm basically going to do what I used to do, which is like, hey, used to unplug the mic. In this case, since I got my mic plugged into the Vocaster 2, as it is specifically, so that's the idea. So yeah, this edit brought to you by Vocaster 2. Buy it. I basically just pressed the power off, so it's kind of like doing the thing with the mic. I guess we'll see, maybe that fixes it going on. Maybe I could try that. I might have to also check the volume levels, because the volume levels might be different when it comes to some of this stuff, when it comes to recording for the next couple shows. And I know with Shenmue, maybe Shenmue is a little quiet, but I'll figure that as we go along, as it is. But yeah, so I'm sorry for some of those audio pops you're going to hear, and it seems like it's kind of happening random, but it's not the whole video, so I'll say that. It's not a case like, oh, it goes off, and then there's problems with the whole video. It's just other case you hear my voice going, it's kind of go garbled, like, I'm sorry as far as that. But that being said, if nothing else, it was a good case of discovery on the mistake I made with Rogue Squadron 3's trailer, which now is feasibly fixed for that, but also a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, a little bit of an explanation of some of those things you're going to see. Actually, to be honest, just to give you a little bit of a preview before we go back to the video where it was really actually with the Sega stuff that I started seeing the problems with it, particularly Sonic Adventure DX. I think a little bit with Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and then I guess then to show that's not biasing against Sega, WarioWare, there was a little bit of that on that game. And admittedly, I had that game a bit too loud. It sounded okay when I did my tests, but yeah, that game was a little loud, so in some cases, the game was maybe drowning me out a little bit, but not bad. But hey, you're probably here to hear that game, and if nothing else, it's a case like, hey, how cool that game is, and even with the issues that you have with the audio you're going to hear, yeah, you're not going to want to miss our first look at this great game, and also with the Dr. Mario perspective, which is going to be via the Dr. Wario port that's within WarioWare. Yeah, not this, because actually, it's interesting enough, this is the third version of Dr. Mario that the Game Boy Advance had, along with the classic NES series version that came out in 2004. Dr. Mario plus Puzzle League, which I put an edit in earlier saying, like, oh yeah, that was also on Game Boy Advance. And this one where it's basically downloadable to be able to play the NES version on your Game Boy Advance. specifically, but as I said, we have a different way as far as showing that. Yeah, just a little bit extra thing, and a full take on Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strikes video for the purpose of that. So I think with that, I think we can go back to the video. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy the rest of it, everybody. But all right, with that, I think we can go through... I'll go through the stuff that does not have, well... Yeah, I'll go through the stuff that we do not have playable demos of first. And I think what I'll do is, for Soul Calibur 2 and for Viewtiful Joe and Splinter Cell, I'll show the videos of them before we play the game. So for the purpose of that, that means we're going to NCAA Football 2004, Madden 2004, FCGX, as it would eventually be called, and Wind Waker. We'll start with Wind Waker. And for the memories flow on this one, again, I'll mute for audio, the audio for this one. For this, I'm going to mute the mic. I don't have to mute the audio on the rest of these. So I'll be back. Enjoy.
You remembered to get your copy of the groundbreaking The Legend of Zelda the Wind Waker. You remembered to spend hours exploring the huge cel-shaded world. But did you remember to unlock the incredible new dimension of gameplay offered in the most recent Zelda epic? By connecting the Game Boy Advance to the Nintendo Gamecube, you and a friend can open a whole new world of special treasures and abilities for Link to use on his quest. Here's how you do it. First, find and release a poor prisoner named Tingle. Grateful for his newfound freedom, Tingle is now Link's go-to guy, for a small price, of course. Using the Tingle Tuner, you can summon your trusty teammate to show you the way out of a dank dungeon, where to look for untold riches, or how to float on the wind. For a few rupees more, Tingle can shield Link from attacks, or drop bombs on annoying enemies. But be careful, Tingle is only as kind as the person holding the Game Boy Advance. Choose your friends wisely. It's an innovative feature in a landmark game. Grab your Nintendo GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable and prepare for the next level of gaming. Enhanced.
Okay, so that one's showing off the GameCube link cable perspective and how nice Tingle can be or how much of an asshole feasibly your friend could be. Unless you're like me and you're like, hey, you know what, I'm just doing it myself, I have it on the side, and like, whenever I hear Tingle go, I'll just pick it up and see what's going on, or like activate it specifically. Or fine, as the Crochet Nerd 64 says, like, yeah, he's very helpful in that game until he charges you so much money for those damn Triforce maps. It's like, yeah, fair enough, we'll get to that when we get to Wind Waker, no question. Yeah, as I mentioned, we mentioned this a couple times in the program for this one, the most divisive Zelda probably of that era, and maybe ever, to a certain degree. But one that took a lot of risks, like Nintendo often did with the GameCube, and the Game Boy Advance connectivity was a big case of it, and it's sort of in the Wii U version, kind of. Although maybe that's also the reason why they're not pulling the trigger on doing it on Switch, if they're actually doing it. That's been rumored forever, and we've talked about it probably the past couple of years. And also feasibly they do it on the next Nintendo console. We'll see, hopefully. Yeah, that's gonna be that idea. And next up, yeah, let's take a look at what did F-Zero GX look like before it actually got its name. As I mentioned, weird case where Nintendo said, hey, you know what, for next F-Zero, let's talk to Sega to make this. Because Sega and Nintendo had a good relationship as far as GameCube, as far as Nintendo taking Sega on with stuff, and Sega saying, we're going third party with stuff, like with Sonic, and like with F-Zero here, saying, we're gonna help Nintendo make this, or make it for them. So in that case, let's take a look at what F-Zero for Nintendo GameCube was looking like. right, there you go. So that was a little teaser of F-Zero GX for GameCube. Yeah, before it had its name, so that's kind of the interesting thing about this disc as well, because most of the stuff on this wasn't out yet. So you got a little bit of a taste of stuff in terms of movie form, but also the case of stuff to be able to play. And as far as F-Zero GX, because yeah, on this show, we played F-Zero X for Nintendo 64. We had a great time doing that. That was one Alec first wanted to see, and I had a wonderful time playing that game. Since we did that show, we do have access to more F-Zero in the sense that almost all of them have been ported to Switch. Well, fine, this one hasn't. And so we'd have to run the GameCube for this one, which I believe EdWack does have a copy of this. And with the next replay code, you can also unlock its arcade equivalent, F-Zero AX, which it did have connectivity with if you found those arcade machines. I never saw them in the US, so in that case, that would be a weird case. But you can unlock it in its entirety on F-Zero GX as far as how it is. That'd be the way to show that, but there is F-Zero on Super Nintendo, which is on Switch Online. They're the Game Boy Advance ones, including the one that Japan only got, which was F-Zero Climax, which cost a lot of money. But it is on Switch Online now to be able to play, as well as F-Zero GP Legend, which was actually surprisingly good. I never played that one growing up. I played Maximum Velocity, which is also up there, also for Game Boy Advance. That's a great one, but actually I think maybe GP Legend might be the best one in terms of stuff it's doing with story, which actually GX is doing a lot of stuff with story. You mentioned with Shenmue, there's a lot of voice acting from Shenmue that also does voice acting in F-Zero GX. It turns out fitting, I guess, with the Sega connection, as I'm just realizing. And we also have F-Zero 99. That's the online, free online, assuming you have a Switch Online account to play of any kind, online F-Zero game, which has taken off very nicely. Maybe not like a full new release like F-Zero GX was, but still one that's really a lot of fun, and one that, yeah, is making people realize, yeah, F-Zero's kind of awesome in the case that maybe another major one to see. And yeah, good case of that. And if you have suggestions of what you want to see in F-Zero going forward, if you say the word, I'll take any suggestions you want. As far as the next one to go to, I'm thinking I would guess we'd probably take a look at it on Super Nintendo. But then again, it's like, Chad, it's going to be up to you. As far as anything you want to see, you know the word. You say what you want to see, we'll do it. And we'll definitely figure that out. All right, but let's get some sports stuff going on. Definitely cases where there's some interesting stuff, and also this is before, it's worth pointing out, EA was involved with their exclusive monopoly deal when it came to college football and NFL football, and we'll get into that in just a second. But first, let's take a look at the college ball game they had, which was NCAA Football 2004. Just a little bit of teaser of that one, which, by the way, that was also on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, just to get an indication of that. It was, actually, and how these usually worked going back in the day was that the NCAA football game would come out about a month before Madden did, and feasibly the NCAA football game would be using the last year's Madden's engine, and then Madden get the new engine usually, and it would repeat the cycle the next year. Because they're both developed by Electronic Arts Tiburon, which is out of Florida. And they're still making the Madden game nowadays, and now College Football 2025 or 25 as it is for the modern consoles. It's one of those cases where I haven't necessarily played a whole lot of football games, although I played the NFL 2K games on Dreamcast. Because remember, EA said, we don't see much of a future on Dreamcast. They were right, with all due respect. As much as I love the Dreamcast, they were right. They didn't have a future. It didn't last long. But out of that came EA's probably biggest rival that wasn't Sony, with stuff like the NCAA Game Breaker games or NFL Game Day. Because it used to be back in the day where anybody could make a football game that wants to make a football game in terms of licensing, as long as you get the license around. Well, that ended in 2004, or fine, these are the ones for 2003, because they always started probably about, what do you think about that? I think it was in 1997 where a lot of the annual pro sports games, they would have like the number of the year for the next year. So this came out in 2003, but it was labeled as 2004. And we'll get into this as far as Madden, like where did, annual games like something, fine, Madden's been doing annual ever since the Sega Genesis days, actually, has been. NCAA Football was another case because what happened was in 2013, because that's when NCAA Football 14 came out for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, where there was actually a legal battle with the NCAA where it was something I believe about. I'll have a link list item to explain this because I'm not completely 100% on what this was. I think it had to do with the rights of the players, because you just saw in the video we saw of this game, the NCAA football games are all about, like showing your college spirit. That's always, if you've gone to college and you have football teams, they'd like, yeah, you go into the stadium each week to see your team go, or also see it on Saturday as far as that compared to like the pro stuff on Sunday. Sometimes the case where even football fans say, I want to see the pro stuff, not as much as the college stuff, because the college stuff gives a sense like, hey, people have been scouted sometimes into the NFL, or get a case like what's some great talent, or maybe it seems like there's more interesting stuff going on in terms of stuff, or the pageantry, because they're like, hey, they have the cheerleaders, they have the mascots, have halftime shows, which also they're not always consistent about when they have the halftime shows in these games, which is too bad, because that's always going to be a fun case. But what happened was that that actually shut down EA from that, as far as that NCAA thing specifically. And Happy New Year again from Tony Shimurda, of course, to you as well. Yes, thank you, I appreciate that, and hope everybody is having a Happy New Year, for sure. And I guess the new case as far as we're going to see on some college football stuff for the sport, but also for games, because after that deal, or that, not the deal, fine, what happened was that, I'll jump the gun on this one, Sega's NFL 2K franchise, for the 2K5 editions for 2004, Sega said, how are we going to compete against sales on Madden and actually of everything at EA's? They said, you know what, we have visual concepts, we're making our games for these. Let's make these new games, let's ship them brand new for $20. They weren't on the Gamecube at this point because actually the Sega Sports stuff actually did not sell that well on the Gamecube. So actually, it was the 2003 year stuff like this where they stopped making it on Gamecube. But then what happened was that they said, we're going to put next year's games for $20 brand new for PS2 and Xbox. They sold well, and people's like, it's a brand new game with all the great features, everything you want. It's not like, they're putting out $20 and putting out an inferior product. It was like, yeah, for like $20, you're getting more game than you were on Madden, and it's worth pointing out. At this time, EA was not involved in terms of online on anything but the PlayStation 2. So if you were an Xbox player, you wanted to do your Xbox Live stuff, you needed to play the Sega games. The Sega games were the only ones that were online. EA was not. And then EA eventually said, okay, fine, we're going to go online with it. But even with that, at that point, Sega had gotten a lot of fandom going on the Xbox in particular, but even on the PS2 in the sense that these games sold well. They're great, especially NFL 2K5. That game is unbelievable. That might be one of the best football games ever made. That did so well, EA said, you know what, we're going to do an exclusive licensing deal with the NFL, so only we can release games as far as this. And they also did that with the NCAA football stuff, so they cut the college football games that Sega was doing out. And then Sega came back and said, you know what, fuck you, we're going to be saying we're going to have an exclusive license deal with Major League Baseball, so we're going to be the only ones doing it, but we're also going to let Sony do their MLB games. So like, EA, your MVP baseball game, you're not making that anymore. So it's one of those cases where they're kind of going back and forth, although EA's case, that nowadays, they're still the only ones who make the NFL games. The NCAA thing went down, but they're now back. They're still the only ones who make it. And then as far as the MLB thing, just to go on that briefly before I go on the Madden 2004 video, they then basically said, okay, fine. Sega sold the 2K rights to Take-Two Games, which is the parent company of Rockstar and 2K Games there are now. They basically ran that specifically. They then gave up on it. They kind of were just treading water on that one. And actually, Sony is the ones who took the Major League Baseball game seriously. And then they're the ones who, nowadays, they make that on every console. So yeah, you can buy the MLB The Show Sony baseball game on Nintendo and Microsoft's console. So even Sony was like, you know what, we'll put that on everything. And EA hasn't even bothered going back and saying like, hey, we're going to try doing this again. And I think they can. Because there are other companies that I believe have been doing stuff with the MLB. But NFL, no. It's always been EA, and it's been that way since 2004 as the case. But as I said, it is interesting to see what's going on nowadays when it comes to the college football game. Because, like, fine, people say, like, yeah, well, who cares about the annual sports games? But, yeah, when you don't have one for, like, 11 years, it's always the case that, okay, what are they going to do? And from what I understand, I heard actually college football 25 was pretty good. And also, interesting case also, if you ever want cheap gaming, and you want to do collecting, sports games are a great way to go because they usually don't cost much. Although NCAA Football 14 for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, that game actually is like almost $100 because at that point they're thinking this could be the last college football game ever. They was thinking at the time, and for years that was the thought. Like this went up and up and up. So it's actually one of those rare sports games that costs money. But now with the new one, I don't know if it's going to cut the price down, but they said, like, hey, that one's pretty good, but the new one's pretty good too. And we should probably do more stuff with some of the pro sports games, because I've got my memories with some of these. And with Madden, I'm probably going to go back to like the old ones on the Genesis, and with like NHL, I'll definitely show NHL 94, which I have the Sega CD version of, and also the Sega Sports line, because actually, as a Dreamcast owner, I went into the Sega Sports line. It's like, hey, these look like real sports casted events, and I kind of got into some of them, especially NFL 2K1, NBA 2K1, and NHL 2K. And we can definitely go to that specifically, but for the time being, let's take a look at the aspect of Madden. Rest in peace, by the way, John Madden. So yeah, there is Madden 2004, which is also on, aside from the Gamecube, was on PS2, it was on Xbox, and it was on Game Boy Advance and PC. And actually, my experience with Madden, honestly, I haven't played many of the Madden games, although the one I played that I probably the most experience with is actually Madden NFL 08 for Xbox 360, and that one specifically because I don't know why it was only on 360 that it was this way, but the 360 version ran at 60 frames per second. All the other ones, including on the PS3, didn't. And I don't remember if that was something where, because that was, it was Peter Moore who was working at EA. I believe he still works there, I think, unless maybe that's wrong. I'll add it down here if he's not working there anymore. Because he was at Sega for a period. He was then at Microsoft, and then he was at EA, and I remember he was on this, actually no, he was at EA at the time, because that was also, he was also the one who unveiled Rock Band at E3 in 2007. And that, okay, that was also the same year that Madden 2008 came out. So it's one of those things, I guess they figured, I don't know, they were giving Microsoft the bone because of the fact that 360 was the most popular of the consoles. Fine, popular in the sense that people were playing it, but ultimately the worst selling of those consoles, which is shocking. Like, yeah, against the Wii, the Xbox 360, and the PS3, like 360 is the one that sold the worst, even though it seems like it was the one that everybody was playing the whole way through. Yeah, I guess so, because of the fact that the PS3 kind of found its legs later on, way after, I guess, after the Wii ended, like in the early 2010s, I guess. So I guess that kind of evened it up a bit as it was. But yeah, that's kind of the one I've experienced with. That's probably the one I would want to show specifically on that. Or just go back to the original show, John Madden Football, the original one, of which there was an interesting story, because I remember John Madden, late John Madden, of course, in that, and you saw a lot of great tackles there. He was going boom, and he does go boom in some of these games as far as the stuff with his commentary, which would be fun to hear. Is the case that initially it was the thought, like he was like, EA came to him as far as this, because he was like doing coaching and stuff like that before doing commentary, and then he was saying like, they showed him their first version. He's like, wait a second, why is this not an 11-on-11 game? He's like, get this an 11-on-11 game or I'm taking my name off this. They did, but then it was also something that kind of started Dynasty. Some of those, especially on the Genesis, and the reason I emphasize the Genesis on that one in particular is because the clock speed of the Genesis really made a lot of sports games run great on it. Not that they necessarily ran bad on Super Nintendo, but there's a case where some of those early John Madden games, they did kind of stutter because of the fact it was an 11-on-11 football game. Kind of going for realism at a time that you were not seeing that. So it was a kind of interesting case of itself. And it might be one of those things that, fine, I mentioned this when we looked at Call of Duty a few months ago for the listed Xbox Live showcase. Showing a massive franchise that people's like, do we need a new one of these every year? It's like, I don't know. I mean, even nowadays, fans of this franchise are like, fine, you're getting it feasible for the rosters. But the question, like, even when it comes to stuff they add, they're like, not sure if I'm necessarily feeling this. But maybe going back to why did it become a huge hit in the first place, kind of doing the Super Bowl game Saturday look as far as the idea of Madden stuff. Okay, so I think with that, we're done with videos, and after about 45 minutes, we should start playing some damn games, I think. But fine, we're talking games, you know, hearing everything saying. Everybody having a good New Year as far as how it is. So we're gonna start with Soul Calibur 2. We've shown this a couple times before, but before I do, let's start by showing the movie. I'll mute this, because of course you're gonna hear that great intro perspective of transcending history and the world of... Shit, I already forgot about it. Fine, you know what, I'm not gonna leave that go. I'm gonna pull my copy of the Xbox off the shelf. It says saying on the back of the box, the drop. Actually, my copy Splinter Cell. It's fitting, Sean. Fuck it, I'll take that. You know? That's how easy it is also to do something on the shelf. Like, hey, if I want to improvise and look in the box of the game I've got, I can just pull it right off my shelf right here. Okay, fine. I gotta say this right. Transcending history and the world. A tale of souls and swords, eternally retold. Yeah, we're gonna watch this cutscene again because it's fucking awesome. We'll be back. Enjoy, everybody.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords, eternally retold.
Yeah, there you go. So that is Soul Calibur 2. We're gonna play it again. As far as we're gonna take a look at the demo of this, which admittedly is actually the most limited way we've looked at this game so far. Yeah, when you do select a game that's playable, it does give you a controller map. Thank you very much as far as that, because some things do not have perspective of how to play. And you're playing with the Gamecube controller as far as this. A weird one, feasibly, for me, because as I mentioned, my experience with Soul Calibur 2, and actually every way we've shown it before, was just the original Xbox version. We'll go into that specifically. Also, by the way, when you're in any demo in here that's playable, press X, B, and start. You can quit out. All right, so your options here are, yeah, you have your vertical slash on Y button, A is your horizontal slash, kick is on X, B is your block button. You can also use the L button if you want, or the R button. Soul charge is on Z button. Use D-pad or analog stick for the purpose of that. Neat. Yeah, this game is neat. Dive in, which experience is Soul Calibur 2 or Soul Calibur, if any? In fact, I should show this on a delisted show because there is a delisted version of Soul Calibur 2, which is on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. And also, you can just soul charge on the C-stick and special moves on that. Okay, I don't remember, you know what, since I do have the Xbox version out here, could you do that on that version? Let's look at the, actually, yeah, no, I don't think you could. All right, so this is something exclusive to GameCube, I guess, but all right, fine. Let me get the audio set as far as what we're gonna have for this, because I do want to show this, because you also know something in that video. You're probably saying like, what's this about? As this game, by the way, is rated T for teen for the purpose of its violence, suggestive content, and they don't list this, but I'm gonna list it for you. Mild language. It was supposed to be developed by Namco, who released it as an arcade game initially on July 10th, 2002, and then later that year in the US. And then on August 26, 2003, came out on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. And here's Link from Legend of Zelda. He's exclusive, by the way, to the GameCube version. And here's my new plan about how I think we're going to show Soul Calibur 2 for full show eventually, which, by the way, it's worth pointing out, despite its name, this is the third game in the Soul franchise, because there's Soul Edge, which is an arcade game. For some reason, they brought that to the PlayStation. They renamed it to Soul Blade. Then there's Soul Calibur, which is the second one. That's on the Dreamcast, and they also ported that to Xbox 360, where I don't think you can download that anymore. And then Soul Calibur 2. So technically, this should be, I guess, Soul Edge 3. But then it also goes to the aspect of the story of this franchise, which is they're dueling swords, specifically. They mentioned the 12 swords and souls. I've seen the demo of Raphael and Cassandra. And the beautiful graphics and animation and that 60 FPS frame rate. My God, no matter what console you put this on, it ran like butter and it played just as well or maybe better. As you have Cassandra Alexandra, age 21. She is from Athens, from the Ottoman Empire, running the short sword. She's the daughter of Sophia, and she is new to Soul Calibur 2 here. And she is one of only two playable characters in this demo, it must be said. And there's Raphael, who is the new character as well. Raphael Sorel, 13-year-old man who uses the rapier and comes from France, from Rowan in particular.
Namco.
And yeah, I have my experiences with this one as it is because, fine, at the time I had Xbox, so I played it there. As mentioned, it's on the PS2, it's on the GameCube. On GameCube, it had, fine, each console is their own unique character. You have Link from Legend of Zelda on GameCube here, not in this demo, unfortunately. On PlayStation 2, you had Heihachi from Tekken. And on Xbox, as we've shown with that version, you play Spawn. And that goes to the fact that Todd McFarlane had a connection with this game in that you were able to play as a new character created for the game Necrid. And also on the HD version, which unfortunately you cannot buy the Soul Calibur 2 HD version anymore. It was on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and came out on November 20th of 2013. It lets you play as both Spawn and Heihachi in that version. And as I mentioned, we've shown this before on the show as far as showcase stuff, including tonight. New plan, as I mentioned, since the person who's going to be involved in this is permanently banned from the program. I'm going to do it a different way. Not that we won't show the Weapon Master mode when we get to that, because it is a pretty fun case. I think we'll probably go through that with a character. I'll try to see about unlocks for other ones, and I think it would behoove us to show every version of this game off as a separate part. So we can show the unique character. We show the GameCube version to show Link. We can show the PlayStation 2 version to show Heihachi, and then Xbox for the purpose of Spawn, especially because of that Weapon Master mode we're pointing out. We go through that. You get new weapons for characters you can use in multiplayer and also in the Weapon Master mode itself for helping with certain challenges. They have unique statistics or unique statistics and attributes themselves that help. But sometimes they also give you another thing, joke weapons, which are pretty fun. And actually, in Link's case, you get the butterfly net from Link to the Past, which is awesome. But at least there's nothing else. We can't play as him in this demo, unfortunately, but you do see him going on, and worth pointing out, the voice actor, whose name I always forget, his name will be below, is also the voice of Nightmare in Soul Calibur, and Siegfried, who is the human variant of Nightmare, as the case. And for this game, you get a bunch of modes, generally speaking, but for purpose of demo, we only have arcade mode. You do get this great music, for sure, and you have your selection of two characters, those being Cassandra and Nightmare, specifically. And if you hit the Y button, you can change what their costumes are. So yeah, you can have him as Siegfried, as he was known in Soul Calibur. And there he has with that thing. Yeah, same voice actor as Link, as far as that. In fact, even when I played Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast, I said, that voice sounds a lot like Link from Ocarina of Time. Because it is the adult Link from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and the Link is the deity mask from Majora's Mask. So I was like, it sounds familiar. It's like, yeah, I was right, because it's the same guy. As far as Cassandra, I don't know that specifically, and also to point out for this demo, the voices are in Japanese only, and in the main game you can change it to English and Japanese if you want. Yeah, I'm going to show each character. I will show off Cassandra, and then I will show off Nightmare. And I will show with the alternate costume. All right.
Versus Raphael.
And of course, on the matchup screen, hit with face buttons, you can talk to the opponent, and you hear the great music starting with no turning back. Oh my god, it is so good. If you ever let memories flow on Soul Calibur, any of them, but especially this one. Battle 1, fight. In fact, I'll go to this. Dolly Fan, you say like, hey, you're not huge into fighting games specifically, but the thing about Soul Calibur that I think is interesting, and fine, the reason I also probe that, you're like, fine, you don't like a fighting game, why am I feasibly going to be, I don't know if I'd say not taking no for an answer, but probing that more, because it's always one of those things, and feel free to, indulge me this way. For fighting games or anything, games in a genre that you love, is of a genre you normally don't go for. And I think, honestly, with Soul Calibur, this one, but most of them really, even the ones I'm not huge on, specifically Soul Calibur 6, it seems like, yeah, it doesn't look that great, shockingly. And it's just kind of, I don't know, it seemed a little weird how they set that one up. Not a bad game, mind you, but still not as good as this. Not as good as the original, not as good as Soul Calibur 3 on the PS2. It's something that, there's something about this game where the style of it, the look of it, got the kind of, in a weird way, I think I said this when we looked at it before, almost the ballet of it, the idea of these movements you're seeing here. Look how fluid this character animation is. Look how smooth this game is. And also the artistry. You're looking at, they're fighting in the library and you're hearing the amazing organ music going on. It really puts you in a mood, and the fact that the stories of these games, mainly the ways they're delivered for this franchise, I'm not always a fan of how they do it. But one thing they do really well is they kind of have that perspective, like, hey, you're going into an ancient perspective, like putting the sword in his leg and smashing him on the head. So yeah, she's fighting feasibly, hardcore, as it is, but not bloody. So in that case, like, if you're not liking blood in your fighting games, it's something that might be a good thing for you as far as playing this, but also in case, like, you're gonna look at this like, Jesus Christ, that hurts. As we're going to hear Evil Reborn in, like, the, kind of, almost like Greek mythology area with Astaroth, who's rocking the axe. But something about the way the presentations is, because fine, when we showed this game, as far as the last time I looked at it, I had Blood, Space, Moon, and Nocturne here, who'd never played this game before, and they had a great time as far as it, and something that I mentioned, they did like, hey, is this a game that's conducted with button mashing compared to other fighting games like, I don't know, Virtual Fighter, say, as far as the 3D realm, or Tekken to an extent, but also one that, as you're seeing, like, hey, you can also do the clashing of the swords, and also you hit the block button and you press forward and either the B or the L button. You can do like the guard thing, but I'm getting myself chopped. The case that it's very easy to pick this game up and be able to do stuff quickly. So it feasibly, you think picking up right away, like, oh, I can just mash button and win. To start, yes, but it's also something that the game is so much fun. It has such a visceral feel as you're hitting guys and gals. This is the case here. Like, hey, I'm doing that nice kick. You're like, whoa, get caught by the axe. Whoa, look at that. That just looks cool, and it really makes it in a case like, hey, wow, look at that. Like, uh-oh, I gotta be careful. And in case like, hey, you can get a, quick return, perhaps, or something like, get a last-minute victory. It's like, like that, exactly like that. Perfect. It then gets you kind of in this mood that even if you're like, you want to learn it more, you want to learn like the ins and outs of the system and realize, yeah, there's a lot more depth to it, but also like, fine, you can easily pick it up and just hit buttons and have fun, but I think maybe that's the key to this franchise's success in terms of people liking it, and also maybe it being this kind of huge case of itself, and especially something for Namco in the sense it became like, hey, it's easy to approach, so it's not the case where, something we said before, the case that there's a lot of certain genres of games which just by their very nature can be very hardcore and maybe intimidating to get into. But something that, with Soul Calibur as an example, and there are other fighting games that do this, no question, it's something that is to me, and I guess I get this from other people, that's also why I'm engaging it this way, something that this one does a great job maybe breaking that initial barrier to entry. Even when you have characters that are really technical, like with Taki here, as we're hearing Brave Sword, Braver Soul, which is also wonderful. As you're seeing the beautiful art direction here. Yeah, we're at the Japanese temple with the cherry blossoms falling down. Like, there she is with, her ninja garb that way. And of course, her lack of a bra. That's the idea that, hey, this is the teen rated because, yeah, her breasts are jiggling like crazy, but not in the Dead or Alive way. Well, fine, maybe in the Dead or Alive way, a little bit. But also in the case of, hey, fine, she's going, nuts that way, like, yeah, look at that. But, yeah, it's not a case, and I get it perfect. So that's the other thing as well. It just has this great, it seems like, fine, go back to that as far as Taki's concerned. It seems more that as far as the attention to detail itself. people would say that sort of with Dead or Alive, but also in the case of fine. Dead or Alive, they know what they're doing as well, and they're like, yeah, we get it, trust us. Whereas Soul Calibur, I don't get the sense that that's kind of their perspective, but just in case that it all kind of goes together. All this stuff, like, well, maybe in another game, it's like, it would be tawdry or something, or like, no, it wouldn't fit. Soul Calibur does, for some reason. Maybe that's why I just love it, as far as all that stuff. And you're going to, I do love when she does that with the run of the knives, so that's a great case in itself, and why I think feasibly for a game like this, even if you're not huge into fighting games, it might be one worth playing. You might like, and honestly, that's always a fascination to me when it comes to genres where you think they might be impenetrable to certain audiences. And honestly, one of the best examples of this, I always tell this story. Oh, as we also see Voldo, speaking of insanely, you know, technical and weird characters, he's almost this like, I don't know, S&M like perspective itself, almost like an undead creature. And his joke weapon is the tambourines, by the way, so that's the other case where they do that weirdness. Like, he had the spiked hands that way, so you gotta be careful with him. But the idea, like, some of these genres, I always tell this story, the case that an ex-girlfriend and parent knocks, my brother, is like, not big in games, but Age of Empires 2, loved that. There's no real-time strategy game. Like, that game, like, a real-time strategy game being that case, well, it has historical understanding of itself, and is based on, you know, historical aspects as far as ancient civilizations, things like that, more so than something like Soul Calibur. This is kind of just almost like a fantasy take on the ideas of it, because remember, she is come from the Ottoman Empire, but not as far as, like, a realistic case of that, exactly. There's just a case of that game, as far as Age of Empires 2, and put this game in the same category, so well designed that, you know, it can attract people who you think, hey, don't even like games, you know? And honestly, I think that's the case with something like this. And every time I put somebody in front of Soul Calibur 1, 2, and even really, they're always gonna have a fun time. Maybe just because there's something about that appeal with itself. And yeah, you could, I'll link to the shows that we did that we've shown this game off before. But the case is like, hey, you know, Blood Space Moon and Nocturne are perfect examples of this. They never played this, but this game is really fun. Like, yeah, it is. And it's coming soon for your PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. And if you've never played Soul Calibur 2, I would recommend you do. It is so much fun. But we're going to show off Nightmare. And also show you the idea that, hey, you know, why have multiple characters? Because they play differently, they have a different feel, and they have different weapons. Because this is weapons-based fighting. It's like, hey, you know, I was running with a sword when it came to Cassandra. But with Nightmare, you have the big sword, you have the Soul Edge, which is where the first game gets its name from. Because the whole story narrative as far as this is that over years and years and years, as far as on the stage of history, as they say with the first one, or fine, the second one technically, and this is the third one, even though it's the second one, I know it's confusing, but that's the idea, is that the sword he has, Soul Edge with the eyeball in it, is the case of being, you know, the sword that's gonna, you know, feasibly destroy the world, but then the idea of, you know, perspective of Soul Calibur, the binding blade to, you know, help everybody specifically, which is, by the way, wielded in this franchise by Shen Hua, who is my character choice when it comes to these games, who's not in this demo. As worth pointing out, by the way, they did an Xbox Magazine demo disc of this game as well for that console. I guess on the PS2 as well for the PlayStation Magazine, I think. Because clearly Namco wanted this game to get in people's hands, and I understand why. But it was also a case that, fine, for all those versions, you would have, for this demo, only Cassandra and Nightmare playable characters. But fine, let's, yeah, so you bash him in the fucking head, and boom, off he goes. And a perfect for a ring out, by the way. You can do, getting them out of the ring, which is more of a Soul Calibur 1 indication. And that was my experience coming to Soul Calibur, or Soul Edge, or Soul anything, really, as a franchise. In chat, I don't know what your experiences is coming to this series, or if you never played it, what you're thinking and what you're seeing. My experience was, I bought Dreamcast, and everybody said at the launch of the Dreamcast, Soul Calibur is the best game on the console, and it's worth buying the console for alone. They were right. And I love Sonic Adventure, specifically at the console's launch when I played Soul Calibur. I realized, my god, this game is awesome. It looks, sounds, and plays terrifically. And also one of those rare cases, I've mentioned this a couple times with that one before, which is that, you know, it's an arcade game, or it's an arcade port, and it's better than the arcade version in every possible way. In terms of content it offers, in terms of how it looks. Actually, you think like, I spent like $5,000 on an arcade machine. Not on the Dreamcast version, it doesn't. Not on the Dreamcast, you wouldn't have to do that, because it looks even better on this. It looks cool, I never played it. Yeah, I mean, and Dovin, that's what I was thinking that way as far as like a fighting game. Like, fine, I know you're not big into the case of that, but as I mentioned, I think with this one, if there's gonna be a fighting game that maybe you'd go for, it might be something like that. Like, not just like, oh yeah, you know, you gotta play this one. Like, I would say you should play it. It's one of those cases where even if you don't like the genre, I'd say to people, give a shot to it, but I think it's also something that Fine, because when you were on the showcase we did, like, fine, I was showing you insanely technical stuff. I was showing you the Marvel vs. Capcom games. I was showing you JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Like, stuff like, what am I really gonna... Those are kind of niche in themselves. There's the Capcom stuff. The Capcom stuff can be insanely technical. Although there's other cases with the Capcom stuff where it kind of is a bit different. Fine, that's by its very nature. It's not a case like there's necessarily anything wrong with the idea that they're that way.
Versus Taki.
But they're made that way specifically, just as far as the idea of what that is. And also, a lot of those are 2D games, but not to say that they didn't do 3D stuff as far as Capcom was concerned. But something like this, it's something that, it is definitely a different feel, and fine, even different than something like Mortal Kombat. We can also talk about this when it came to, what was the landscape of fighting games really looking like at this generation of consoles? Because fine, on GameCube there was Smash Brothers, and that was the fighting game du jour, specifically Super Smash Bros. Melee on this console. As far as other stuff, he was like, this GameCube controller maybe is a weird one playing with fighting games, and I'm admittingly one of those people who's like, yeah, it is not an interesting case as far as controlling this, as far as, fine, the button layout's weird, and the D-pad's too small, but so it's something that's fine. I'm getting used to using the analog stick for this, and it's just a lot of fun. I think that's the thought, really. Love it. As long as you don't need to use too many buttons to fight, I'm in. Well, I mean, okay, that's, you know, well, I'll do another fight after this, because fine, if you do, like, 4 stages when it comes to demo for character, that's the thing. You do, like with other fighting games, in fact, let's go into that. And yeah, you saw there what Taki just did. You press forward and you hit the block button. Block button is on B, or it's on the, fine, it's on L and R, it's on B. Or it's on, yeah, L and R and B. But you press forward and hit that button, you can do the guard, guard cancel? That's damn manual, I should probably take a look at that as far as the original Xbox version.
Final battle.
That's right, the final battle. Well, the thing is, like, fine, like other fighting games, you have multiple buttons to run in the sense that, fine, X in this is your kick. You have your horizontal attack is on A. This version, Y button is your vertical one, and you have the block. But if you press the block and the horizontal button, you do the grab like that, and I hit her in the head with the butt of my sword. But you also have like running, and you're basically pressing diagonals to do combos and things like that. It's like, okay, fine. In the demo, they don't let you do this. They don't let you have a command list. The point is that each character will have multiple moves that are going with free movement, as I'm getting the neck sliced. Yeah, the thing is that you're also moving. Fine. Taki stabbing me is fine. We can do another case of this. I go 9. So we have to do the countdown. At best 3 for this. But yeah, you are kind of doing free movement. That's the other thing that Soul Calibur kind of gave perspective of. You basically was moving around specifically. So it does, admittingly, use a lot of buttons for it, but it's also something that, despite that, this game, and in that case, since I did time that right, as she was hitting me, I was able to do the, you know, I'm going to pause now. I'm going to take a look at what that's actually called. Benefit of actually owning the game on the console. That is the... As you hear the wonderful music, which is so good. The Guard Impact. That's what it is. And also the Soul Charger. She's also sold that specifically. So it does have a lot of things to manage, but it's also, for some reason, you don't necessarily to start with have to understand it. But it's also something, this is I think the other thing, is that you said this when we were playing Tetris Dr. Mario a few weeks ago, which is, you played that game, you're like, okay, kind of getting used to stuff with it, to kind of get a sense, like, that barrier to entry, so like, okay, how am I getting into it? But you want to keep playing afterwards to learn more strategies and to get great at it. And that's, I think, what Soul Calibur does really well. Soul Calibur 2 here, but really any of them. And in that case, you then get to the point where you're able to pull off moves like this and like do combinations of buttons, and it almost becomes like second nature. I mean, even as far as when we showed that last time, Blood Spice, was like, Ami Yoshimitsu from Tekken, who's also in this game. It's like, she did a grab specifically, she like did like a spinning like helicopter thing. Like, how did I do that? But she's like, that felt great to do. And something that also you can, when you're doing multiplayer, you can also get stuff going on in handicap to kind of balance it out, to kind of learn that way, but also to kind of, in a case where you want to be great, and it's something that, maybe in a way, teaching the player, whoever it might be, you Dolphin, you Tony Shimura, you Terminator 96, or even myself, how do you kind of get into an insanely, into a complicated game or a complicated genre, or sometimes an insanely complicated game, I was going to say, because I'll tell you one game that's like this that's insanely complicated as far as how it is. It's also kind of a fighting game, also kind of a sports game as well. I don't know if you're familiar with the Ultimate Fighting Championship as far as that for real life, as far as like mixed martial arts stuff, and the games they made on them. Specifically, the UFC games from EA, which are by the remnants of EA Chicago, the people who made the Fight Night games. Because you know I love the Fight Night games. I've shown those off. I showed off Fighting Round 3 once before. Actually, when I first showed Soul Calibur 2 off in the Fighting Showcase a couple years ago. That's a case where that game has insanely complicated aspects as far as the controls, in terms of understanding how to do grapples, how to move the control sticks around, press the right buttons. I was looking at as far as like the training, and I said, how the hell could I possibly learn this? This seems like it makes no sense whatsoever. How am I ever going to get good at this? Because the game is an incredible training mode, it gives you perspective how to do these moves, and then it becomes kind of second nature. In a way that, but it's still kind of fun just from like the presentation itself. It works to get you to be interested enough to give it a try. It's like, what am I going to do on this? And same sort of with something like this, so that you're going to say, okay, fine, I'll go that way. Like, then when I go pull off like an insanely long chain in that, I was like, holy shit, I was able to do that. I had a great time with it. Ow. But even when I get my ass knocked down by Voldo, it's something that I'm still like, fine, I want to come back for more. And also like seeing the way that the perspective of that, or fine, to quote Soul Calibur 1, nightmare was seriously wounded, but the soul still burns. I do love my Soul Calibur that way, although it mainly comes to like quoting the announcing case, it's more that one than this, but I didn't play this game quite a bit. Going back to it on the Xbox, ouch. He's like, yeah, Voldo, you gotta go down, damn. I'm not usually a one who plays with Nightmare, but it's also a case of fine. Knockout. Yeah, I gotta get better with that. You lose. Alright, fine, we're gonna do that. So, Nightmare versus Voldo. Like, so fine, we're gonna take Voldo down. And I'm not gonna even blame the GameCube control. Fine, even despite me saying, like, fine, this is a weird controller to play a fighting game with unless it's Smash Brothers. For some reason, I mentioned how specialized this controller is, but still, I'm just playing this game. I easily could do this the whole show. But I'm not going to do that because we have other games I want to get to. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish off Voldo, hopefully. Okay, he's very regal, saying like, fine, I got these spiky hands. I sliced you up, but like, fine. Here's the bow. As we're actually in front of the ship of Cervantes, who is the ghost pirate who's the father of Ivy. Oh, there we go. Boom. There we go. That felt good. Like, you just stab him right through and then slam him in the ground. So in that way, it satisfies your bloodlust as well. But if you're like, hey, I don't necessarily want to rip people's heads off. Fine, you want to play Mortal Kombat. But, like, yeah, so this kind of gets that going well, too. Also, like, yeah, you're still feeling that perspective. But as I mentioned, also, I'll go back to this. Fighting games of this era, because you had a lot of companies with real giant stuff. And franchises that were established like this, like Mortal Kombat. Street Fighter, which was still doing 2D stuff, kind of, sort of, as far as how it was. And, well, other companies that were kind of trying to, I guess, take off stuff from, like, PlayStation era. Because you had Dream Factory, they made Contra Chojin, was on Xbox. Kind of going the total number one direction, but nowhere near as good as that. John Tobias of Mortal Kombat originally. He did one Tao Feng Fist of the Lotus. That didn't really take off that much. Capcom had Power Stone, and there were a lot of companies in the 2000s were ripping that game off massively because Capcom, I guess, wasn't doing much with re-releasing it, but also saying, like, hey, that arena fighting concept worked well. And it was kind of interesting to kind of see that, and then here comes Soul Calibur 2 as well, saying, like, hey, Soul Calibur 1 was only on the Dreamcast at the time, and maybe some people missed that one if they didn't get a Dreamcast, but they played this. Yeah, it's so much fun, and you have a unique character for each console. Like, every console is treated really nicely, and not really a bad version of the bunch. I've heard people say, like, hey, it doesn't look as great on the PS2 as it does on GameCube or Xbox, but still looks pretty damn good on the console. And the next one after this actually was only on the PS2, that being Soul Calibur 3. Which is a pretty good one at Game 2, and also adds an interesting single-player mode to itself, which actually is an RTS. It's like, okay, talk about mixing the genres up, but one that, yeah, is good stuff. All right, so there's Taki versus Astaroth. And I do love, I didn't show this time because we have Japanese voice only for this. If you press a specific button as Astaroth on the matchup screen, he'll say, shut up! Who, by the way, is 7 years old, or fine, 7 in unknown origin years, as he has his axe. Like, damn, look at that thing. Okay, fine, at least we'll get the character perspectives of Taki, which, by the way, when we were going to show off character bios in our last look at this, part of that had to do with the way the unlocks went. Yeah, she's 29 years old, as far as from Omi in Japan, running the ninja sword.
Namco.
Yeah, but there is Soul Calibur 2. Yeah, even 22 years from its original release this year, by 23, since its arcade release. The soul still burns on this one. I go see what's going to go next with Soul Calibur, because yeah, Soul Calibur 6 was the last one. It does have a lot of stuff to it, and a lot of stuff as far as DLC to get for it. I'm going to feasibly wait to get some of that DLC on sale. In that case, we could show that, although as far as full look at this game, I think idea is going to be this. We go through Webmaster Mode with one character in a show. We, or find a couple shows feasibly. We show off the modes, and then we show off each version as far as their original characters and things like that, I think. And that might be, I think, the way that running Soul Calibur 2 for a show go, because there's always a question sometimes with a genre, like, how do you show something off? But I think that's going to be the idea, and I do know some people who have the Gamecube version. I don't think the PS2 version costs that much. But I think, honestly, for this one, it might be worth doing that. And I will show feasibly... Actually, you know what? I've shown this as a demo enough. Honestly, I was going to say I showed that for the Ballistic Xbox Live Showcase. Yeah, he apparently comes from Naples. I did not know that as far as Voldo being 50 years old. Okay, so I never knew that actually looking into this. So actually, there's a lot of lore to this franchise, and it does it really, really well. Yeah, next time we come back to this game, I think we should just do this one for show. But what I'll say is that since we're going to do a Ballistic Xbox Live Showcase for Thanksgiving for 2025 as well, I'll show off the demo of Soul Calibur 1. There is one of two, but like, fine, I've showcased this game too much already. We gotta do this show. I'll figure when we can do it. I'll look into it, I promise, and work on how to do also multiplayer aspects to it. Because yeah, this game is just good. And I love showing it again as far as a case of it for the GameCube preview disc. All right, so with that, I think we're gonna hit the.
Soul Calibur 2.
Well, actually, one thing I'll do is I'm gonna put the volume down so I don't blast you and go back to the menu. XB and start. We are going to be coming back. Boom. Okay, so next up on our list, I may as well show the game that also has a movie to itself. So this is, oh, right, there's two that have movies to himself. Fine, I'll show this one first. Take a look at Viewtiful Joe. We'll talk about this one because this is a playable demo. I'll be right back.
Head to the go-go, baby! Just call me Viewtiful Joe.
Joe wanders into the world of the movies and gallantly fights evil to rescue Sylvia. The beautiful moves and techniques. Yo, man, what's up? I'm the one who put that star on Captain Blue's face. Now you be lucky if you get away with your life, boy.
Oh, man, don't flatter yourself. Max speed!
That flows from your heroic captain instincts.
Zoom in!
Exploit them for good deeds and save this world. Company next time.
Let's start, baby! Viewtiful Joe.
Till then, ta-ta.
We're back. By the way, I probably should mention flashlights on that video and also on this game. Yeah, so let's talk about Viewtiful Joe. Here it is. It came out in 2003. It came out specifically on October 7th of 2003 in the US for the GameCube. It then got ported to the PlayStation 2 the year after that on August 24th of 2004. It was published by Capcom. It's a beat-em-up game with Sentai elements to itself and a movie player. And it is the first game developed by Clover Studios, the team that would be headed by Hideki Kamiya, who nowadays works at Platinum Games. who does stuff like Bayonetta and Anarchy Reigns, and a new game in the Okami franchise. And he also worked on Okami and God Hand under Clover Studios as far as how it was. Under Capcom, who published this game. A game that was kind of a cult hit on the GameCube. Didn't sell great, but was something that it sold well enough to get a sequel and get the attention of Capcom enough where they ran it before they ran it into the fucking ground, because basically they did the Jurassic Park thing in this game, which is that before they knew what they had, they patented it, they packaged it, they put it on launch boxes, and now they're selling it. And if you're wondering why we haven't seen a game in this franchise for a while, you can blame Capcom completely for this. Though, that being said, I will say, this is a good game with some great style itself. But I gotta be honest, I think this game is a little overrated. I hate to say it, I know there are people gonna want to kill me for saying that, because it's a case where it has a lot of great ideas, but as it goes on more, it's something that it seems like it runs out of ideas for itself as it goes along, but it still is a lot of fun, and it definitely has great style to itself, as it's gonna show, because they show in the video, you have slow motion and fast motion, also zoom in, which, by the way, this demo is not gonna give a perspective of, because the part of this game is you are Joe. He's going to the movies with his girlfriend, Sylvia. His girlfriend's not interested in the movie. She's interested in getting it on with him. But before she can, get into his pants that way, she's pulled into the movie by the monster. So it actually is like a real world case of the movie coming out and pulling her in. He goes in. He's like, "Am I in the movie?" Yeah, he is in the movie, and he meets Captain Blue, who says like, "Hey, you're just Joe. You're just going around punching and kicking guys." But that's not gonna do in this world. So you have to become Viewtiful Joe, and you do a transformation by saying henshin, and he adds some flair to it by saying henshin a go-go, baby, as you saw in that. So yeah, the idea is this is gonna be doing a beat-em-up case of itself. Your controls are jumping on the A button, kicking on X button, Y button is your punch. Unfortunately, you cannot change that to put on the B button. I wish you could do that. Even in the full game, you can't do that. The PS2 version has better button layout, so for that reason, when we get to this game, I'm probably gonna run the PS2 version. Also, as Dante from Devil May Cry as well, by the way. And use the R button for max speed when you're running as Viewtiful Joe, and L button for slow motion. And moving with D-pad or analog stick, but it's one of those cases where it's a 2D game, which you can play with the stick. I'm gonna go on that in a bit. Also, gonna turn the volume down. This game gets really, really loud. And Flashlight Warren's for sure in this one. But it is an interesting game. Despite some of the things I said about it, like, yeah, you know what? I definitely respect this game, and it is a fun time. It's just something that eventually gets really, really hard. So that's something worth pointing out. It's a pre-Viewtiful Joe. So yeah, before the game came out by about 5 months, as it turned out, more or less, we had a demo of the game to play on this disc. All right, so we'll take a look at this. Also going to do mic mutes, by the way, in this game, because there are sections that have story that do not have subtitles to them. Here we are, we're with Joe. So here's Joe, and they give you a little bit of a demo as far as certain things. Okay, the skull icon alerts of the enemy's attack. There's also weird spacing, by the way, between the apostrophe and the S. Don't know why. No match against Joe's smooth moves. You effortlessly evade to the futile attack, and showing you that arrow. In this case, use that for dodging. When an enemy comes down and does a punch like that, you press down to like duck underneath. But if he's like trying to cripple Joe with a lower attack by kicking him in the groin or something, hit up and you'll be able to like do a dive or jump up in the air as you're standing. So it's kind of like you're dodging as you go along. Joe devoted everything he had to his training the entire way with the Z button. And again, X is your kicks, and punches on the Y button. Just punch these robots and off they go. So almost like I don't know, like a take on the Putty Patrol from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, or find anything as far as any Sentai, show or a movie case. Or I guess it's kind of going for monster movie cases of like the 50s and things like that. Hit the Z button when you're ready to go. Okay, so here's how it works. You have VFX, that's up there, that's gonna come later when you're running as far as Viewtiful Joe is concerned. You basically move left and right, you can do a duck and a jump up that way, and basically pick up those beautiful icons. You get 50 of those, well again in the second as just go for it. When you see that come up, there's enemies, you gotta punch them or kick them. And depending on how fast you kick them and punch them and kill them, and also if you get yourself hurt or not, you get a rank. So we are awesome. V combos at C. I don't think it's possible to get V comboed anything as far as anything above C. If you get all V's, you're beautiful. If you're B, you are bad. If you're C, you're crap. This game definitely has its perspective like judging you. But yeah, if you get those beautiful icons, get all 50 of those, that beautiful bar up there will be increased, and when you get to having your powers, you want that to be increased as much as you can. I will show that in just a second. Yeah, so this is kind of the idea, like, where'd the beat 'em up go? Sometimes talk about that as well as far as the 2000s. Well, when it came to doing 3D stuff, there were a lot of attempts by Sega to try and, like, let's do Streets of Rage or something like that, or Spike Out. They didn't really go anywhere. Fine, Spike Out came around, but it wasn't a huge hit. Streets of Rage, that was the case where that didn't happen. Sega publicly was ashamed of Streets of Rage, as we've said before, because they wouldn't release it in the US as far as even releasing it for a long time. Almost to the late 2000s in this case. And there we go. So yeah, we were bad. So yeah, this game is definitely going to, you know, take the piss out of you, no question. But also interesting stuff with the camera work, because yeah, when you're moving left and right on this, you would jump, it'll kind of do a pull downwards, which is kind of unique when it comes for a perspective. And I do like that, so it makes it so that it's actually really easy to keep track of Joe when you're going around, especially because you're seeing the environments, they maybe look like they could potentially get busy with enemies and layouts and things like that. But yeah, this one, they figure like how to kind of keep the perspective going in a way that makes it pretty interesting, and also has the game going well as far as its beat 'em up mechanics. But we have a case, I'm going to mute the mic because we're going to get introduced to Captain Blue right now.
My young Joe, it looks like you haven't awakened to your true powers as a hero. I'll show you how to be a real hero. Come and get it!
Okay, so Captain Blue says you have not awakened your powers as far as, you know, being a hero. So you're in the movie, you gotta fight like you're in the movie. So kick my ass, please. Yeah, but I'm getting myself hurt. In this case, what you gotta do is you have to basically dodge him, and then when you have that dodge, you have a perspective being on it.
Nice try.
Oh, shit. But they will telegraph it enough so you got him, and we'll have more going on now.
Ah, your hero-ness has awakened. Now the V-Watch is responding to your hero instincts deep down inside. When the V-Watch starts to glow, say the word Henshin!
Henshin a go-go, baby!
Oh yeah, and here we go. Now we are Viewtiful Joe. So yeah, that is a Sentai transformation if I've ever seen one, and it is really, really cool. That's for sure. The art direction in this game is awesome. That I will definitely say. It definitely has that unbelievable style, but it has some substance behind it too. Starting with this, because you have slow motion. It's saying hit that L button. See that enemy spinning. Usually we can't hit it. In fact, I punch it, yeah, I get knocked back. Hit L. It slows down. So at that point, it's going slow enough. I can punch and kick it any way I want. Boom. It's like, yeah, no, it's getting mad. So again, you can target it and then smack it against enemies like that. Okay, here we go. And by the way, when you use those powers, as far as your slow motion, that VFX bar goes down. When that goes down all the way, you hold that button down as long as you want. When I let go of it, it will recover itself. But if you keep holding it down completely, it goes to, you go back to being Joe until it goes back to its first level, and then you transform again. Wham! Yeah, definitely is a good case of that. So I know, Dolphin, you mentioned cases like a lot of stuff with Batman as far as like kind of the perspectives of, you know, the old Adam West Batman series. And they're like, hey, you know, the visual onomatopoeia cases and stuff like that. Or the case of just the style, like doing like the beat 'em up cases of stuff like that, and seeing all those beautifuls you're getting. This is kind of a great personification of that. And one where, yeah, there is, the one thing I said, look, I do think this game's a little overrated compared to what other people think. It feels like this is one of the best games ever made. I don't know if I go that far, but there is, like, going back to Soul Calibur 2 as well, there is something very rewarding, and you definitely get the sense of a real vision of what they were doing. Clearly, the idea that Hideki Kamiya and a lot of the people who we would take with them to go on this stuff later with Platinum Games, clearly they had an idea of stuff they wanted to do, and they had a really interesting foundation for stuff that made it so it's kind of great. Fine. Out of that came one of my favorite games of all time. I'll say this. People say this about this game, saying like, I think it's overrated. I'm the opposite of this with Okami. I've mentioned that game so many times, and that I'm ecstatic that sequel they're going to make. And Kamiya's coming back. A lot of people who worked on the game are coming back. You know, said, fine, you know what? I'm sorry to the people I, you know, on the dev team that I basically said, you know what? They did a shitty job with this game. It's fine. Hideki Kami's a little bit of an asshole, and that's being that's an understatement. Let's just put it that way. That being said, it's something that. Also, by the way, I got 50 of those Beautifuls. When you do that, you get another VFX segment in your bar. But the case, like, fine. He kind of gets to a case like that, but it's one of those cases where, fine. He and a lot of the team, like, clearly they made some great stuff, and stuff that's connected with a lot of people. This, God Hand, and Okami that way, and I do want to show Okami at some point on the show. And I have God Hand, I have it on the PS3, which is a case of it. But you do get the sense of an interesting vision of something. Like, they have ideas that do kind of change up a genre. And I'll say this, especially given how beat 'em ups were kind of in a way, a dying art form in the 2000s. With stuff like Urban Reign and Beatdown Fist of Vengeance, which were not very good. And other attempts that kind of were getting there, like the Warriors from Rockstar. That was kind of a case like, yeah, that was kind of going there. Viewtiful Joe, admittedly, was one of the better beat 'em ups of this time. And some unique stuff like, hey, you know, you have some fast motion. You go around, like, hey, you know, you have the slow motion to kind of have the hits better. But also, case like, hey, you just run faster, like, you hit them even faster for more points. As we're gonna go do gambling. It's like, hey, oh yeah, the gambling never ended as far as on this show. We had that with Shenmue last week, now I'm with this. And here's the deal, like, hey, normally when it comes to a slot machine, well fine, as I'm gonna get the burgers for health, he says, yummy! And the beautiful icons as well. Usually the idea is like, hey, you know what, I gotta do this, but remember, we got power, so if you hit that L button, slow motion, let's stop it on the V's, and it does hold that way, so you can basically cheat and hit that out, and then get to that. Get the did-it. As far as the cartoon perspective, you can go in the door. Finished. But unfortunately, awesome, really? I usually get crappy there because of the fact that, yeah, you take a long time going through that. Yeah, chat, I don't know if your experience on Viewtiful Joe is, or like, hey, have you ever seen this thing? It's another one of those, if you never played it, I recommend giving it a shot just because of stuff it is, but this game gets really, really hard later. To the point where there are bosses that you can run for like 20 minutes and make too many mistakes. You're doing that entire 20-minute boss again, and it's really frustrating. That being said, it feasibly is always your fault, but it's a case of, fine, you know what, I was kind of annoyed by that when I played this 20 years ago. But yeah, there's stuff about this I definitely can't dismiss, and it is definitely an interesting case of itself. As I mentioned, what I said before, as far as Capcom kind of, you know, getting in a case of, you know, oversaturating this franchise, that is true, unfortunately. I mean, fine, let's put it this way. If people didn't buy Call of Duty every year and it collapsed in on itself after they made multiple games like they have, that's what Viewtiful Joe is, because what happened was this game was only on the Gamecube initially. It sold okay, but the Gamecube wasn't doing that great at the time, so Nintendo cut the Gamecube to $99, and there are a lot of big pushes of this franchise, including the X-Play show with Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb hosting. It's like, hey, you know, this game's awesome, you should buy this. And it was very well reviewed, not just by them, but a lot of other people, and it got a huge cult following with itself. And at that point, I guess Capcom saw it and said, okay, it sold well enough, we can port this to PS2, which they did. We get a sequel going, which lets you play Sylvia, the girlfriend who's in this game as well. We'll see her. Eventually we play this. You saw her, I think, in the video we saw earlier. And then they made kind of a Super Smash Bros. Like game called Red Hot Rumble that was on the PS2, the GameCube, and the PSP. And they made Viewtiful Joe Double Trouble, which is on DS, which also took perspective like the powers here and like tailored them to DS, like putting pictures together with the touchscreen, things like that. But the case of those games, those last three games I mentioned, actually, you know what? Even Viewtiful Joe on the PS2, those games came out within like 4 months of each other. So they had like 4 games in 4 months. And even the X-Play show said, number 1, Viewtiful Joe 2 is a good game, but not as good as this game is. And they said with Viewtiful Joe Red Hot Rumble and Double Trouble saying, you know what, let's bury this franchise already. It was fun the first time, it was okay the second time, but it's like the American Pie sequels, like we're done with it. And we're crappy. So like at that point, like, yeah, people kind of got tired of it, so and it's a shame because there's great stuff in this. It's not like the sequel, you know, ruined anything exactly. As I said, I think just Capcom, they sometimes do this, I hate to say it, which is that they put something out, it maybe doesn't do that great, but then it gets a lot of, you know, appeal as far as like a cult status, even in a quick amount of time. But then they say, fine, we're just gonna overcompensate. Sometimes that happens with Mega Man, I hate to say that, and Eiji Fune was often guilty of that. So it's not just, you know, Capcom the evil one. As you mentioned with Mighty Number 9, that game proved that that axiom is not always true. The case like, yeah, there's great stuff in this game. In the case that, yeah, you know, but people, maybe the other problem is this. Fine, if people bought those other games, they bought Red Hot Rumble and Double Trouble, maybe even Viewtiful Joe 2, feasibly might have been a case of being different. Fine, we've seen Beautiful Joe in stuff like Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and the thought that, hey, you know, they could come back to this. And you know what? I think there is feasibly market to come back to this. Because the idea is sound. The milieu is wonderful. Because even one thing I don't think this game shows, or this demo shows, I'm going to drain my VFX meter on purpose before we go over there. Okay, it doesn't do that yet. In the regular game, when you get the perspective of being able to transform into Beautiful Joe like this, when you're turned back to regular Joe but running under your VFX powers, there's a film grain on the screens. And because you jumped into a movie. That's how the story goes. They really have that visual perspective of that down pat, and it's wonderful. And especially the Sentai stuff. We're seeing now with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind, which just came out a few weeks ago. The case that, hey, you know, another beat 'em up like this, as far as the style, I think there's a market, especially with Okami. Because remember, Okami didn't sell well. In fact, it was sold worse than this. But it found a second life in the sense that its HD version did pretty well when they came out. It got a sequel on DS that people liked. I mean, Capcom didn't exactly, you know, mind that thing with an inch of its life the way they did with Beautiful Joe, but something that's still, that one did find it. And I think with Beautiful Joe, I think it could do that. You know, ouch. I get my ass kicked that way, but I gotta hit that to raise that down. I don't remember. Oh no, I think I had to hit an enemy to that, but since I didn't, I said, like, fine, you know, actually, wait, hold on. Oh, no. Never mind, because fine, that's the speed up. That's on R button. Use that, and you move faster, and the action moves faster, but the enemies move at the same speed. And there's also zoom in. That comes in later. What you do is you press up on the C stick when you get it, and it zooms in, and you're able to do more devastating hits and hit targets simultaneously. Finished. It's not going to be good. Yeah, crappy. And if you're on a life, by the way, that's death. I probably should show a death at some point to show, again, the movie milieu, because you get your ass knocked out, and then you have the director saying, cut. Like, yeah, try it again. Like, and actually, when you do die, it does say, like, by the way, take 2, action. So they definitely lean into that really well. So, my God, the style of this game is awesome, and it is fun, you know? I mean, fine. I don't want to give up the respect, like, I don't like this game, because it's overrated. I do think it is, in the sense that, fine, I think it was maybe oversold a bit, but as I said, the things this game does great, it does it really great. And it's a lot of fun to play still, and fine. The style as well, it's another one of those games, as I mentioned, like with Soul Calibur, even if you don't like a genre like this, that presentation, the way they sell it to people from that is the kind of thing that I think it can create fans of a genre just because of the way it presents itself. Wow, that's cool, but it's also fun underneath it. And you clearly get the sense of this being, as I mentioned, the first game from Clover Studios, and basically the first Platinum Games game when you really think about it. And you definitely see a lot of the ideas, like where the people who made this game would go. And even with Okami, fine, here's the better thing. Like, fine, I'll say this. If maybe I think this game is not as great as other people say it is, but still really, really good, I would say that, fine, this game gives you powers as far as, like, hey, no, they're great, but they maybe run out of, because they repeat some of them later on in the game. Maybe that's the thought, as opposed to you don't see in the demos much. But then Okami comes out, it's like, fine, here's 13 powers you get through, and they keep coming up with great things to use with that as it goes about 40 hours that game runs, which this game's like, I think, 20, 25 now, as it is. So in that case, maybe that's what it is, and also, fine, that's another one that, my God, the visual design of that game, it is one of the best looking games ever made, even nowadays. And you say that with Beautiful Joe as well. And also, even like the way it's presenting, like, hey, we're going into the chapel here, but even though you're walking down, the way the camera's kind of pulling out, and you also get a double jump, by the way, when you are in your beautiful state. All right, so then we're gonna get the beautiful bar up to 1-4, and good because we are at a boss. This is a cool boss, oh my God, and they showed this game off with this for a reason, because guess what? You're getting shot by the helicopter, shooting those bullets out, but here's the deal. When you use your slow motion, it goes hit the slow motion, you can now see the bullets come out and hit the bullets back at the helicopter. My God, it's cool. And knock that thing to the ground and just punch. And when you're in slow motion, those rotary blades are not going to hurt you. So that's the other thing about it. There is, that's the thing. Like, maybe that's my disappointment. Fine. Maybe in some cases, lukewarm aspect of this game are maybe clouded by the fact that, my God, it starts off the top with stuff like this. Like, oh my God, this is awesome. And you wish it would hold it the whole way, right? But Okami does, which is why I like it better, and I know it's a different kind of game, but still, same idea. But that being said, this is still a good game. And I would recommend, if you never played it, give it a shot. feasibly on the PS2 because of the fact that it does give you more stuff, although I have heard it has issues with frame rate later on that it doesn't on the GameCube. But there you go. So that is your aspect of Viewtiful Joe. Boom. There you go. Look at that. And I think that's the end of the demo, but I don't know. And you get the nice film stuff going on the side. Yeah, I think that's the end. 2V continued in October of 2003. All right, so there you go. That is Viewtiful Joe. Yeah, this is a fun one, as it is. And yeah, if you never played it, give it a shot. And yeah, the style, oh my god, it's so cool. It's fine. Even in a case like this, like, fine, maybe that's the other thing. I'll say this. I've often said this on the show before. There's cases where I might say just like, hey, you know, I might have had a feeling about a game going back years ago, and maybe it's time to change my record, perhaps, or something like that. Viewtiful Joe might be a case like that. It might be one of those things that, fine, I liked it a lot when it came out, but like, fine, I don't know if it's as great as people were saying, like, one of the best games of 2003. But playing it again now, it might be one of those things that maybe a reevaluation is due. And like, hey, it's also something that this has not gotten a modern re-release as well. Maybe it should get one. In fact, I would think it would be cool to get one. And even if it doesn't, it's worth picking up. And it doesnn't cost too much. It's like $30-something on both GameCube and PS2, and it's a little more on the PS2. So, yeah, there you go. Okay, next up on the list is going to be the other game that we have a movie of. And I'm going to be putting in the name of this game as well. And this is one we're playing on another console when we get to this game, but I'm also going to show it off. I think they're going to talk about the Game Boy Advance connectivity on this one for Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. I will be right back. Okay, this is Splinter Cell. I've got a lot of memories on this one, though not on GameCube. As you saw in the video, the GameCube version does add some extra stuff, and actually this demo does let you use it. I do not have a Game Boy Advance to show those extras, though, or the ones that the demo does give you. But let's talk Splinter Cell for a sec. It came out on November 18th, 2002 for the Xbox originally. It was a time exclusive for that console. It was published by Ubisoft and developed by Ubisoft Montreal. It then came out on the PC in 2003 on February 18th, and then it was rebuilt a little bit by Ubisoft Shanghai to be ported to the PlayStation 2 and GameCube because the engine they ran the original on, which I believe was an early take on the Unreal Engine, or semi-early, at least fine, for 2002 was early. The PS2 and the GameCube were not capable of really running that, and even the way they redesigned it, you're going to be able to tell that a little bit with this one, I hate to say it. But as they mentioned on April 8th of 2003, they released it. It's also a Game Boy Advance version, which is this connectivity of, and you can unlock version or levels in that version. Actually, I've never played that. That Game Boy Advance version also got ported to the N-Gage. Remember the taco phone case of Nokia's? And it is also available on Macintosh as far as the PC port, and the PC version was ported to the Splinter Cell trilogy for the PlayStation 3 in 2011, which also has PC versions of this game's sequel, Pandora Tomorrow, and its sequel, which was Chaos Theory, all of which are on the GameCube, but they're also on the PS2 and the Xbox. And for most of this franchise, when it comes to us playing it, we're going Xbox all the way. As I mentioned, we finished Metal Gear Solid 2. We're playing Splinter Cell before we do Metal Gear Solid 3, because clearly when it came to Metal Gear Solid 3, they were paying attention to this one. But Ubisoft said we wanted to pay attention to Metal Gear Solid 2 on the PS2, say, what can we do to, as they mentioned on the box, have stealth action redefined. I'll picture that box, by the way, including, fine, the Xbox version, because at that time it was the highest scoring game in the annals of the official Xbox magazine, and they let you know it on that box, saying 9.6 out of 10. This game is awesome. And Electronic Game Monthly said, quote, Splinter Cell will change the way people look at video games. Not necessarily wrong on that one either, which you're also going to see on GameCube to an extent. You have a lot of controls on this one. A lot of people are saying, like, hey, a lot of things to memorize. Yes. Although even by the standards of the Tom Clancy games or games based on Tom Clancy properties, stuff like Rainbow Six and Ghost Recon, this is sort of more streamlined. Yeah, your controls on this one are going to be for jumping, which is on Y, like Y, not the A button. There's a reason. As well as crouching on X, your night and thermal vision goggles are on Z button, interacting with stuff on A button, aiming or doing canceling of stuff on the B button. C stick is for your camera and other objects. D-pad for shortcuts for inventory stuff. Moving with that control stick, using the right analog stick for the C stick for the camera. That's the whole case. You have to control the camera the whole way. Secondary fire guns on L and shooting and aiming on R button. And details on your offset on start button. So let's get ourselves ready to go. Also, let me make sure I got the audio set. And if you do use the Game Boy Advance connectivity for your gadgets, this is what you do. I unfortunately cannot show that off, but I'll tell you how it works. It's rated teen for violence, blood, and gore. Not sure if I'd say gore to this game exactly. And mild language. There you go, by Ubisoft, and there you get those 3 dots. And God, I miss this franchise so much. And Ubisoft said they might be trying to figure something as far as bringing this back. We haven't seen anything from this franchise in quite a while since Splinter Cell Blacklist, which was on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii U and PC. I love these games so much. Another one where I think I'm seeing a theme of the GameCube preview just this way. Cases of games and genre that are maybe an uphill battle to people. So like, hey, I want to play this. I mentioned Edwack before about how good Splinter Cell is, and the Crusader 64. A lot of people is like, no, it's a Tom Clancy game, no way. Just like, seriously, give this one a shot. This game is awesome, and it's one where there are some really interesting things this game does, and something where, amazingly, yeah, Ubisoft came in on Metal Gear Solid's turf and said, we got a spy game, a stealth game that can stand out and compete against it, and they really did. This game does some really interesting stuff. It is not just stealing from Metal Gear Solid. There's certain things it does do similarly, but it definitely has its own way of doing things that make it great. And your stuff as far as your gadgets, we're going to your SC220K. It is your 5.56 millimeter pistol or assault rifle with scope, silencer, and other stuff, as well as diversion cameras, ring airfoil rounds, do a knockout rounds, smoke grenades, sticky cams, so you can do reconnaissance, sticky shockers, so you can do shocking things. This version gives you the sticky bomb. You're able to use the Game Boy Advance for the purpose of using the sound bomb. That is the weapon they say that's exclusive to this version. And it's not even in the PS2 edition. As well as your 5.72 millimeter pistol, which actually there was interesting discussions on what this was all about, because people's like, why don't you use a 9mm as far as it from game magazines? In fact, I think Electronic Game Monthly even said that. They did an interview with people who made this game. They said, the reason we went this way is because this is going for total realism, but still is very approachable in its way anyway, and said if we went 9mm, it would be a weird case as far as that. So they did this for the purpose of realism, because the idea is you are Sam Fisher, who is a member of the NSA, but the idea is that you're hidden as far as the idea of you're actually a member of the NSA. The idea is that you're going around and feasibly doing the dirty work that feasibly the government or governments are not able to do legally, but it's also a case that, if you get killed, like, they can just ignore, like, yeah, we don't know what the hell this guy was all about. That's the idea of it, and that's the concept of Sam Fisher here, who is our main character. He is voiced by someone very famous, that being Michael Ironside, who, of course, was in Total Recall and Terminator Salvation, amongst many other cases, and I'm trying to remember what else he was. Oh, right, he was in... I'm trying to think what other things Michael Ironside has been. Chat, feel free to help me out on this one, because actually, in my notes, I didn't say who Michael Ironside is. When we play this game for full, trust me, I'll have a full aspect of that specifically. And he's working for Lambert, who is heading of the Splinter Cell division of the NSA, according to this game. And also, as mentioned, you have your items, which are frag grenades and wall mines, which I'm trying to remember if the Xbox version had wall mines to them. Another aspect as far as your missions. Actually, the mission they give you for this one, this is very interesting to me. They actually give you a pretty late mission in this game. We're looking through as far as Kong for Wrong. But we can't kill him, otherwise it's going to be a mission fail, and we have to kind of go around and search for the embassy's servers for that. And you do get notes on your OPSAT. That's what this is all about. And you get data sticks you pick up as far as that, and your aspects of settings. We get that going. You have invert rumble. I don't know why it does that. Or no rumble. I'm having a... No. Oh, right. It's inverting. Okay, right. You invert the movement. Okay. So, okay, that's what it is. I answered my question. So, yeah, when you do your movements, as far as you can invert the y-axis in this game. So, yeah, basically you have invert and with rumble on, or invert with... or invert, or normal with rumble, invert with rumble, or normal invert without it. We're going to do normal with rumble on. We're going to do the voice volume up to 10. Everything up to 10 for this one. You also have surround... I think that's surround sound because on Xbox it's a Dolby Digital 5.1 support. I believe there is Dolby Pro Logic support for this on the GameCube, but do not quote me on that. I'm not sure. I also do not know if this necessarily makes the game sound better, because the audio is, to say a word that I know Edwack does not like hearing when it comes to games, stuff like this. It's crunchy because the GameCube disc is a 1.5 gigs worth in data, and they did have to compress this for the purpose of translating this out to the PS2, sort of, but especially on the GameCube, because it's even less of a disc case of itself than it was on the PlayStation 2. We got ourselves started with this as we were going to the Chinese embassy, set in 2004, so 2 years after this game originally came out, or a year after the GameCube version, because the idea with a lot of the Tom Clancy stuff, which they did, was taking place basically in the then and now, but a little ahead, so by about a year or two. And the demos, I don't know if we're going to go through this whole mission, because this is actually a pretty hard mission. We'll see what we can do, but we're going to go through. All right, so let's get going. Hit the A button.
We'll make this fast, Fisher. We need proof that Fairong represents a Splinter faction opposed to the Chinese government.
Am I still on leash inside the embassy?
Not at all.
And you do get that great gravelly voice of Michael Ironside, who's so good as Sam Fisher in this.
With everybody, except Fairong. We can't risk killing him until we've got proof. We're done with politics. This is war.
And as Lambert said, we have fifth freedom, which means that if anybody gets in our way, we can kill them legally. But if Farong is killed, that's the mission fail, and we don't want to do that. And he'll say, God damn it, Fisher, I told you not to kill them. The mission's over. Okay, so let's talk about Splinter Cell. I love this game so much, but on the Xbox. But still on the GameCube, it's impressive to see. And yeah, you're going to still see what's really good about this game. Okay, here's the deal. Here's Sam Fisher. Nice looking guy for sure. Let me get a little bit in the light. You're not going to see him much in the light, admittedly. Y button is your jump. Here he is. So there he is. And hit the X button to do crouching. You're going to be doing this a lot if you've ever played Splinter Cell in chat. If you haven't experienced Splinter Cell, feel free to let me have them. And also, by the way, when you get the little icon there, like the target there, that means your OPSET's been updated with stuff. So you basically go in there to clear it off. Okay, use the C stick to move the camera around. You're moving around with left analog stick. Jumping is on A, and you can also use that when you jump off the side of a wall. You can kind of kick your way across, but I don't think I can do that from here. You also have the Z button. That is your night vision, because the idea is that this game was all about its visual effects, especially its lighting. That is a big part of it, and you can see it has some frame rate aspects on GameCube that didn't on Xbox or even on the PS2. But yeah, you use that, so the idea of this game is you want to stay hidden at every point, to the point where, let's get my gun out. Actually, no, yeah, you hit the R button to bring the gun out, but I also want to change my gun to the pistol. You want to aim, and you also want to, when you move that target around, it's larger, but if you wait till it centers, it's going to have basically perfect, actually hit the R button. It's a silenced pistol. I turned out the light. That is not just for show, and you do want to do that, so the idea like, hey, you know, enemies will not see you, because you're seeing the bar over there, over my gun there. That is your light indicator, and the later games of the franchise would have a sound indicator on top of that. As the game's training mode says, if it's all the way to the right, you're lit up like a Chinese brothel, but if it's all the way to the left, you're a ghost. So in that case, yeah, they can't see me. So that gives you a sense like how not to be seen. The idea from and now for something completely different from Monty Python. But in this case, like yeah, you want to not be seen because you basically want to go around stealthily as much as you can, more so even than Metal Gear Solid to a certain extent. Not that you didn't do that in Metal Gear Solid. We've shown that before with the first two games. But with this one, you have to pay attention to the lighting. And the fact is that the graphics engine, even with the downgrades that are going to some of these editions on GameCube and PS2, really emphasize that, including the fact that you go here, you have a back to the wall, and you basically put your back to the wall, flip my night vision on, or, well, no, fine. Oh, yeah, that was my night vision, but you also have your thermal goggles as well. you'd be like, hey, you know, you can use that to kind of sneak around and kind of just do whatever you want for certain things. The levels are actually very open-ended in the sense that, hey, you know, how you want to get there and also what lights you want to shoot. You can shoot at any of the lights here, which is amazing. The idea of the fact that, you know, you have this perspective to be able to kind of choose where you want to go and how is amazing. When you're like, yeah, I'm in that light. I don't like the way that light bulb's looking. But I also take a look at the door. You have options when you get up the door, hit the A button, and you can use the optic cable to look underneath it. Or if you hit left on the analog stick while you're holding that A button, you can do a stealth door open like this. When you look through, it's like, hey, can I see something through there? If you do, hit down on the analog stick to close it again. Or in this case, I can put the optic cable underneath and say, like, hey, look around there. There might be somebody underneath. Or the other thing I can do is I'll do even better. Well, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try and go around because I do want to try and avoid being seen. You do have your gadgets. That's left on the D-pad. You do have your gun. You have the attachment you can attach to your gun, to your, the diversion camera, the airfoil rounds, the smoke grenade, the sticky grenade, the sticky shocker, and if I had the Game Boy Advance connected, we use the sticky bomb. I do not. We can't use it. Those are jamming of cameras because you see cameras, they detect you, they will be in a case like EL, they'll get guards going on your ass. And other stuff like frag grenades and wall mines and things like that. I'm gonna get the diversion camera set for this. And by the way, what happens is when you hit the R button to bring your gun up, in this case you hit the L button and you shoot out the diversion camera. I'm not gonna do that yet. And also, by the way, they can hear your noise, so you do want to tiptoe. And because of the great analog controls, the idea is that, yeah, you do that walk, they feasibly won't hear. Also, you have that number down there with the little light on it. That means the number of times that you can get caught before the mission ends. The later games would fix that. It's like, hey, you know what, you can get caught as many times as you want, and what'll happen is they'll add body armor each time. Or as the game jokingly says, it's Chaos Theories that does this, saying like, let me guess, 3 alarms and the mission's over. Of course not. This is no video game, Fisher. But yeah, in this one, it's like, yeah, you gotta be careful not to get detected. This one in particular, and also especially Pandora Tomorrow, the next game in this franchise, which the later parts of that game can be insanely hard because it's usually one detection and you are going to be losing. In this case, yeah, I can see that going on. You just kind of go slow, and I love this idea. This is, as I said, this and Metal Gear Solid 2, I think are really the games that kind of introduced me to stealth gaming, and maybe also why I love Mark of the Ninja so much, because Mark of the Ninja is basically a 2D ninja-fied version of this, in its way, you know?
What if it detonates on the way?
The Colonel told me that's impossible.
Oh, shit. You hear that music sting. He's like, uh-oh, he noticed something. He's like, uh-oh, what am I gonna do? Well, what I could do is I can try and lure him over here. If you hear the music going, by the way, as we're pointing out, I think I have this over on the music on this. Okay, I don't, but I do know that there is aspects of... Okay, it's not licensed music exactly, but the Crystal Method did work on an original soundtrack for this, which actually I think is different in this version a little bit compared to on the Xbox. But it's really good stuff. Like, it gets your tension going on here. It's like, wait a second, uh-oh. He saw me. Or he saw something. He didn't see me specifically. So I'm thinking like, hey, you know, do I necessarily want to go that way? Also, when you look at the thermal case, you can also see, like, what's a light source? So, like, hey, you know, or what's something that's kind of generating heat out, and it'll also point the light sources out. So you just, it's like, hey, you know, what can I do? So actually, in this case, what I can do is, I can say, you know what, fine, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. He's going off. He didn't see anything, but he'll hopefully close the door. And then what I'm going to... He did. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to arc this up enough, because it's going to shoot an arc when I hit out the distraction cam. Boom. So you put the distraction cam on there. There are the enemies over there. I look around using the C-stick, and then I can hit the X button to get the noise going. So like, hey, you know, hey, there's something there. They come by, I can hit them with knockout gas. So in fact, I'm going to try that. Like... Yeah, you do the whistle. It's like, yeah, they hear something, and there I am. I'm still in the shadows. I'm also gonna try and wait. So like, hey, you know what's going on? He's not gonna sit down. But also, as we're pointing out, for this version, if I leave the camera, I can't go back to it. That's something I wish they would have fixed. Ooh. Okay, there we go. There's the gas. Except he was not in it enough, so nothing happened. Alright, but at least he didn't... Okay, fine. I guess I might have missed him with the gas. Now, I can shoot them. I also don't know if I want to shoot them either. But yeah, the choices are yours, and yours alone. Going to the Legend of the Hidden Temple perspective, it's like, what do you want to do? Like, uh-oh. That guy's a gun, though, so like, I gotta be careful with that, because if I get myself that way, that's not gonna be good. I can just see where's a light. And then pull out my silenced pistol, so like, fine, you know what? They easily won't hear me shooting this out, so if I can do that, they'll, no. And hear that dung. I love that sound. Hopefully he saw something. Like, yeah, can I get him over here? Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get him over here. Okay, he's out of the way enough. I'll tell you what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna use the airflow around. Oh, no, I don't want him over there, because otherwise he's gonna... Yeah, because I don't want them to see that happening. Fine, you know what? I'm gonna... I mean, I can use the smoke grenade. Honestly, I also want to put down the... What is it? I get this. I can also shoot him from here, but like, I don't want him to shoot him from here. I want to get that... I'll get that light shot out if I can. So, yeah, okay, I missed the light, so it's like, fine. Yeah, but these are the kind of things you have to think about when it comes to Splinter Cell. So yeah, you're getting the full experience to start. You know what? Ooh. Okay. So fine, that guy, if I can get in there, I could go the other way too and like shoot the light out. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna launch that. I can also do that. I don't want to do that because you do a zoom in. All right, they're both at the table, perfect. So yeah, let's give them the laughing gas. There we go, and they get knocked out. Awesome. So I love when a plan comes together that way. There you go. And sometimes that's the idea. You have to kind of build the fruits of your labor, really, as far as that. In that case, put this away and see what I can do. Yeah, this is definitely a more deliberate game as far as stuff like that, even against other stealth games. But as I said, that's kind of what makes it great. Especially the way this presents itself and how it looks. Even in this version, even with the degradations that came with it. In fact, I think I might have mentioned this before with this game. If I didn't, I'll mention it now, which is that... Oh, he's there. Let me get a ring airfoil around. No, I don't want that. Okay, I need to hit him with two. Because, yeah, you have to hit him in the head enough with the airfoil knockout round. Also, we're pointing out this. We knock him out to get the bodies. So, yeah, I want to hide it. I want to put it in the darkness. Yeah, to go back to what I was going to say as far as this game. I think I might have said this before, but if I didn't, I'll indicate it now, which is... This is one of those games that is a perfect marriage of graphics and gameplay. It's the Wave Race 64 case, again, in the sense that, hey, you know... Drop the body there, but the idea, like, yeah, the graphics and the lighting, it is not just, hey, this looks awesome. I mean, it does, but it's also something that it's important for gameplay, and it's one of those things that really got me going. All right, and you also get the satchel, you get data sticks, you get information. In some ways, they're almost like the notes in Resident Evil or something like that, in the sense that they'll give you more information. I will look at the data stick as well, but fine. I want to pick that up as far as him. And I guess also get up and like walk with them this way to basically put them in the dark. Basically, I don't want them to see where they are, and because they can feasibly see them. Like, wait a second, that guy was knocked out. What's going on here? And feasibly, the best way to do that is put him in an area like this, either in a closet or something like that. Just put him down, or basically put him in an area and then just shoot the light out. And the other thing you can do, as far as the other guy, I'm gonna take him out here. Yeah, you gotta knock him out of the chair before you can pick him up. If you do pull the gun out, as far as while you're grabbing him, he'll just, like, do the toss. But that will cause more noise. And you do have to kind of guess on how you're coming off when it comes to noise in this one. And Pandora tomorrow. It's Chaos Theory that added the noise gauge, and that definitely enhanced things. Actually, yeah, Chaos Theory might be my favorite of all these games. But I still love this one. As far as the others, Double Agent's a weird case because Double Agent, actually, there's two different versions. The Xbox 360 PlayStation 3 version is totally different from the one that was on the PS2, GameCube, Xbox, and Wii, interesting enough. So actually, for the purpose of showing that game, we'd have to show it twice. And then I have Conviction, which is on 360 only, and then there's Blacklist, which is on a bunch of systems, as I mentioned. Okay, so yeah, it's saying, like, yeah, you know, they're doing talking as far as what's going on with, I guess, Farong stuff. Fine. They're out. There's nobody else here. Also, by the way, when you're running and you do the crouch, you hit the X button, you can do a roll. It just looks cool. Okay, and also the other thing which I'm going to do is just cause, pull the gun out, shoot the light out. But that will make noise too, so you have to be careful. That the other thing you can also do is like, hey, if there's a light switch, you just turn the light off. But it's like, hey, you could just shoot it specifically for that way or not. Okay, where you do need to go is you need to go over here. It's actually kind of hard for me to find that out, and actually later on in the game, this is actually surprisingly far into the game that they give you this. I'm surprised. You do need to be cognizant of the surroundings, and sometimes it's hard to tell, like, wait a second, where am I supposed to go? And sometimes you have to improvise on things, like it's like, hey, for certain things like that, or even like to make a jump up something, because when you jump off the side like that, he'll do a side kick, and if you're like in between walls, you're going to do a split kick, which is actually pretty cool. It's getting too dark, so yeah, in that case, hit the light. Yeah, that's the other thing, like, even if it's insanely dark in this game, just put on those night vision goggles, and yeah, you're— oh shit! Shit, I got seen, even in the darkness, they saw me. It's like, yeah, and when you hear that music go, you're like, oh shit, you definitely get into a case of that, uh-oh. So, alright, I am not in good shape. And you can also get a health. Because, yeah, up there is my health bar. I am almost dead, so... what am I gonna do? Right, there he is. Uh-oh. The other thing I can do is I can also say, like, hey, let's pull up my gadgets. Fine with it. No. Uh-oh. I'm looking at my gadgets. What do I have? Or, okay, I could frag grenade him, but I also kind of want to grab him. Because the other thing you can do is, I don't know if I can make this happen. I'll give it a shot. If I grab him, I can also feasibly, for some enemies, interrogate them for information. Ah, shit, I got killed. And in that case, you get a mission fail. I'm going to try one more time. I don't think I'm going to go through the whole mission. And you do get quick loads going on here, which I believe is... okay, fine, it's my last checkpoint, which is over here. So actually, I'm going to go a lot faster for this one. So what I'm going to do is pull the gun out. I am going to actually try and... get on, boom.
Fifth freedom with everybody, except Farong. We can't risk killing him until we've got proof. We're done with politics. This is war.
What if it detonates on the way?
The Colonel told me that's impossible.
Why? Everything's in place.
But it's not armed. It's actually a very delicate machine.
It's still
got him.
possible.
Quiet, just each of...
okay, so I took him as a hostage. Now here's the deal with this. If they see me, I can say, like, fine, you know what, I got a body, I've got a human shield. I can shoot from here and shoot him that way. But they can also kill him by accident. So sometimes you have to be careful and improvise, perhaps. So in this case, they did see me, but like, fine, I'm gonna do this and hit that off, yeah, like this. So fine, I had to get a little dirty that way for it, but that's one way it could also go. In this case, the other thing I can do is, yeah, I do have the gun to him. I can't interrogate him, so what I'll just do is you hit the R button, oh no, you hit the L button. Knock him out. In this game, you cannot kill the people as far as when you're doing an interrogation that way. It's Chaos Theory that lets you do that. Because you have a knife in that one. Basically, the idea is you have a choice of being able to either knock him out or stab him in the back. Okay, so fine. I'm gonna try and go through this to get a sense of what that is, but even in the darkness, they can still see me, so I gotta be careful in there. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do that, and since I didn't hit a checkpoint, I gotta be careful on this one, too. Actually, fine, that's the reason they saw me, because I went in the light. Alright, come on, I want to wait for him to go, or... hear the sound. Do the natives see me from here? That's the question. That does create a great tension. That's the other thing about this game I love. I love the tension this game engenders. I did get him, so like, fine. That's one way. Okay. I do always want to show what he mentioned, saying like, hey, you know, you got to improvise for stuff. Yeah, because also, here's the other thing. You can climb the pole. And then do the slide down. I love this. Oh my god, it's so cool. And jump on the side. And unlike Solid Snake and Raiden, you do not have a hang bar, but you do need to make sure you know where you're going. You're also hearing a little bit on Gamecube, just to go into this, which is the voices are very compressed, specifically as that's because of the Gamecube's disk space. But still, if you only have Gamecube to play this game, don't take this as a case of like, oh, you shouldn't play Splinter Cell. I absolutely do. Though nowadays, honestly, yeah, if you have an Xbox Series X, buy the original Xbox version, put it in there. Because it also gives you extra levels that are exclusive to that version. Actually, we're downloadable content, and they were free, going back to the day. And actually, for that new version, as far as the HD release, you're able to they give them free for the download. Although this version also has its own mission. I think it's Cell, I believe, is the name of the mission that's exclusive to this and the PS2 version. So like, hey, you know, this is not going to look as good as it did on the Xbox, but to make up for that, we'll give you an extra level on the PS2 and GameCube, and then GameCube gives you a little more for the purpose of everything there. And as far as dropping, here we go. But all right, we are at the embassy, so we did have to sneak our way in. And there's a shadow coming out of that building, so you got to be careful. I'm sort of lit up. And you love that the sound of the night vision. I do love that so much. And also go slowly off to hang off on the side. And you do have fall damage a little bit, but it's not going to be too bad. Especially in a case like that, you can kind of land nice.
Fisher, if you've gone insane, the mission's over.
Oh, right. That's the other thing. If you do, you know, fall underneath that and you get the alarm off too much, like they know you're there, that's going to be a problem. Okay, fine. I'll try one last time. Actually, unless it's also be at the beginning, in which case I think maybe I made the case on this. Because ideally, this is a long mission, and that's going to be the idea, but at least something else that gives you a perspective, like a little bit of a preview of what we're dealing with on Splinter Cell, and what we're going to come back to, because I love this game so much. And I'm definitely going to show that off. And before we do Metal Gear Solid 3, we're showing Splinter Cell 1, we're going to show the Xbox version running into Series X. And I do love that idea, like, hey, you know, a game I got for my birthday in 2002, I can put it in the Series X 23 years later and still play it. And even on PS2 and GameCube, it's got some concessions, but yeah, this is definitely a stealth gaming great. And one that started quite a franchise, and one I miss. And I think Ubisoft said they might be doing stuff with it, but given the you know, financial hole they're in now, and maybe the moral hole, depending on who you ask, that's or maybe both. That's gonna be a question. I don't know if I necessarily promise seeing something like this anytime soon, but yeah, it's good stuff, and yeah, definitely a highlight of Ubisoft. And we'll come back to this game with the Xbox version and the other games of the franchise as well, and they're cool stuff. Okay. So with that, we're going to go back to the menu. All right, thank you, Sam Fisher, for your service and for giving us a great game. Okay, that is all the stuff that we have videos of, as far as, fine, it had a video and then had a playable demo. So, let's see. I'll show the Game Boy Advance stuff off last. And I think I'll show off Billy Hatcher last on this disc. Because actually, Sonic Adventure DX is going to take some time. We have played Sonic Adventure before on Dreamcast, so let's talk about this one again. This is Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. It came out on June 18th of 2003 for GameCube only to start. Also, let me put the category in for this. There we go. This was the first version of Sonic Adventure that was not on Dreamcast. Remember, it came out at the launch of the Dreamcast in Japan on November 27th of 1998. It had problems to it. We then got a better version for the US that Japan then sold back to them as Sonic Adventure International. That's the version we got on September 9th, 1999 in the US. That's the version we used to play it. It's still the best version, if you ask me personally. But this is Sonic Adventure DX, which is on GameCube. It then came out after its 2003 GameCube edition. Came out on the PC for a PC CD DVD-ROM release on September 14th, 2004. It then got HD versions in 2010 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC. The 360 version is in the Dreamcast collection, which is a disc on 360 that also has the expedited versions of Space Jam 5 Part 2, Crazy Taxi, and Think of Bass Fishing. And the PC has mods to itself, which make it perhaps the best modern way to play. Because there's issues with this DX Director's Cut, but it does add new missions that you can play. It does fix some of the tech problems that it had on the Dreamcast with some of the sound mixing. And it also adds all the Game Gear games of Sonic that ever existed. And actually, it was the first time that we saw a couple of those games. But for the purpose of this, we're not going to see that. All right, let's take a look at Sonic Adventure DX. We did play Sonic Adventure 1, as I mentioned. Rated E, of course, for its what was it? Animated violence on the Dreamcast version. And probably on this one, too. That's really about it. And there we go. We get the case of Crush 40's Open Your Heart, specifically for that. Okay, so for this demo,
select your character.
They do give you in this, I believe it does give you the downloadable content the Dreamcast version had, where it lets you have different characters announcing menus. And for the demo, you get a level with each of the 6 characters the game gives you. So for Sonic the Hedgehog, we get Emerald Coast. For Miles Tails Prower, we get Ice Cap. For Knuckles the Echidna, we get Red Mountain. Amy Rose, we get Final Egg. For Big the Cat, we also get Emerald Coast, which is totally different. And I'll probably end here for the end of the show tonight, as far as having good music to play over. And then E1 to Gamma, we go to Windy Valley. We're going to show each of these off. We're going to start with Sonic. Let's get him! Okay, his voice is, of course, by Ryan Drummond in this version. And we're going to get the perspective of instructions on how to play as Sonic. Yeah, and you have the perspective, it doesn't matter, formed by, is it Tony Arnell still on this? Oh, no, it's, God, why am I blanking on who did It Doesn't Matter? No, yeah, I think it is Tony Arnell in this version. And you know what, fine, I can tell you how I can check out. On my PC, I can just put, It Doesn't Matter, because fine, I have that recorded that way. I can just look in as far as how I have it organized on my iTunes. Tony Harnell, it is. Okay, perfect. So I don't have to put it edited. Thank God. It doesn't matter who is wrong or who is right. And it does play the same way, mostly, as it did on the Dreamcast. And since you have your movement, you have your jump on the A button, and you have the homing attack, which is on A, by hitting it again in the air, and spin dash on B or X. And you can use the camera rotation with L and R. You can also use the C stick in this version, unlike on on Dreamcast, because it didn't have a stick. And you have your aspects of picking up, putting down, throwing, and shaking. We're not going to see that much here. And the rules for the action stage are get the capsule. And sometimes something other that chaps will be used. That's the idea here, is we're going to Emerald Coast. Okay, so let's talk about this one. The load times are better. That's another thing I'll indicate. The load times are shorter on this version than they are on the Dreamcast, and you can also skip the cutscenes in the main game. I was just seeing something else. This runs at 60 FPS, but don't think that's that great of a thing, because this frame rate oftentimes goes well below the third of the Dreamcast had, including there. And also the ring noise is tinny as hell, and when you get hit by the ring, it also is tinny. It's like why? What happened? I was like, why did they change the audio? What happened with this? Okay, from what I understand, just to get a sense of this, because when I played this game in 2003, even by demo, I was fucking pissed. But they do in my great Dreamcast game. Even to the point where when I heard a medic say, like, I don't like Sonic Adventures, like, which version you played? Like, I played on the Dreamcast. Like, okay, fine. He doesn't like it on the Dreamcast either. But I was like, fine. I was like, why they're running 60 FPS in this game? It ran 30 on the Dreamcast. And it's got a lot of pop-up, which it had on the Dreamcast admittedly, but you notice it more because of the frame rate. So what happened with the frame rate drops? Like, why are there more? And I think the reason is because, from what I understand, I guess it's using the same engine as the Dreamcast game. And I guess it wasn't built around the 60, and it feels a bit different. Also, to point out one other thing, Sonic Sprite is a little, oh fine, his model is a bit different. It's not exactly the same as it was in Sonic Adventure on Gamecube, or Dreamcast, I should say. And also, I'm gonna stand here to see if he talks, which you should feasibly after some time, which you did on the Dreamcast. But there's also some other graphic improvements, but not a whole lot, but fine. You're hearing the great music. Oh my god, the music is still so amazing. And fine, I can't get too mad nowadays, but fine, I was mad at the time. It was one of those early cases where like, why are they ruining Sonic games I love? Because there was the Sega Smash Pack on Dreamcast, and Sonic 1, and then this one. But fine, this does have extra stuff, so it's like, and a lot of people probably came to Sonic Adventure with this game. And fine, I can say like, oh, I don't like it, or I have issues with its tech, but still, like, it brought people to this game that I love. So I can at least say something about that, and also the case that the extra stuff, one of those Game Gear games, that's nice. I guess it was a weird case like, hey, you know, we have Sonic on Gamecube now. But and the Nintendo system, right, there you go. There's the life, and you still have that going on. So the great atmosphere it gives, no question. And anybody out there, any members of Sonic Adventure, feel free to hit them. Yeah, right here, you're seeing, like, yeah, the frame rate's going on, like, to below 30. It's like, okay, I'll mention this. I mentioned when we played Sonic 2 8-bit, Electrus mentions, like, hey, nowadays, when you get to 60 FPS gaming, like, why can't they run, why are there cases where it's running at 30 in some cases, like with Sonic Colors on Switch? I said, fine, I ran at 30 on the Wii, but the other ones run at 60. But yeah, like, that's unacceptable, he said. I agree. The Switch should be able to handle that game. Any console should be able to handle Sonic Colors better. I mean, I'll even say this game handles Sonic Adventure. Oh, fine, GameCube handles Sonic Adventure better than Sonic Colors is handled on any of the modern consoles. I'll say that for sure. But it's like, even as far as like, if you could do this as far as like a 30 case, it's unacceptable, which I said, yeah, like, I said, I agree, but it's also something I said with this game. It's like, fine, I like the 30 FPS version is better, the one on the Dreamcast, because in this case it's not consistent. But it does, and I wish it was consistent. The HD version kind of is, so I'll at least give the HD version that much. It's like, hey, they did improve the frame rate, so that's nice. But yeah, so that kind of goes to a weird case like what it is with this game. And fine, I'll say this. Maybe the other thing about this, like, oh yeah, I'm going to avoid the coconuts over there. Maybe the other thing as far as the tech is that, I get the sense, I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel as if what is it? What am I thinking of? All the ports of this game, aside from that Dreamcast original the US got, were based off the original Japanese version. It had weird stuff with collision detection. It's not the what I know. Okay, that was my fault jumping off. But oh, okay, that was also my fault falling and dying. All right, let's give it another shot. In this case, I'm just gonna pretty much just kind of have a leisurely case. At least enjoy the atmosphere. So that it still has that going. It's like, fine, if you can get this game on the Dreamcast, I still say get it on the Dreamcast even to this day, or get the mod on the PC version that makes it the Dreamcast version. But there is an atmosphere, there's a style to this one that's still amazing, and one where I said when we played this game years ago, I'm also going to go up there and get the speed shoes. I said a couple years ago, and I'll go this way because I didn't show this when we played on Dreamcast. I said, hey, you know, maybe for some of the modern Sonic games, because Sonic Frontiers still wasn't out, and that was the one that was coming up next. I said maybe they can mine Sonic Adventure for ideas, and I think they did. So clearly Sega said, like, hey, you know, there's something that Sonic Adventure had going on. Also, this is green for some reason. I don't know why the water's green. Maybe it's uploaded. But like, hey, you know, Sonic Adventure had a great foundation. I know that, I'll say this, I know Medix who's been on the program before, still figuring out when we can get Super Rage 3 going for him, that's all his. He's like, I didn't like Sonic when it went 3D, it's like, I think it should have stayed in 2D. And I get where he's coming from, especially some of the later Sonic games where, hey, they didn't do the 3D right. But it's something that I think the foundation of this game is so good, particularly on the Dreamcast. They're like, yeah, you know what? I think they had something going on. Like, build on that more. And honestly, I think with Sonic Frontiers and also with Sonic and Shadow Generations, especially how they did the open zone stuff for the Shadow Generations part of that, it's great. It has that kind of control like this, where it feels like I can go insanely fast if I want to, but I can also kind of control Sonic, or in that case, Shadow, in the Shadow Generations thing of that, with the precision that I might need to for the case, like, hey, you know, I gotta be careful for that in 3D. It's like, okay, that's great. It seems like they finally got it. They're doing the tail jumping like you did on Dreamcast game. And hearing Paul telling us about that. But yeah, so I think in that case they kind of had something with that, and I think that's the next thing. And I guess now that Sonic Shadow Generations was a hit, it sold well, it sold over 1 million units, it's really good. Even on the Switch, it was good. I was wrong. I said on the show multiple times they're gonna fuck it up on the Switch. They didn't. They did it right, even though it doesn't run at 60 FPS again. It runs at 30, but still, hey, you know, they did a decent job. I think like Sonic might be in a good place now, and the movie was good. Sonic 3 came out a few weeks ago. I think it's the best of the three. They keep getting better and better. Not many trilogies you could say that about, where like, hey, the third film is the best one, and they're best as they go along. And also, by the way, in this version,
not bad.
you do get rings added to a bank, which then also can be used to purchase stuff for the Chow Garden, because this uses the same Chow Garden system that Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on GameCube used as well. And you can use the Game Boy Advance connectivity aspect going on with it. Thanks for playing Experience the Full Adventure on GameCube this summer back in 2003, but you can experience it right now. I think, yeah, Sonic might be in a good place now. So I think, like, hey, you know, I do hope that Sega will take that perspective and say, hey, you know, we're gonna, you know, do this right. And I think they have the fundamentals right for running Sonic 3D. And hopefully seeing what they do for 2D, maybe doing something better than Sonic Superstars, as how to play as Tails. Though for this demo, it's not gonna factor, because we're in Ice Cap, we're just doing snowboarding. As you're hearing Believe in Myself by Karen Blake. Yeah, but I do love this music as well. I love this music in this game, my god. I also look down to our play of Sonic Adventure. It feels like it's been forever ago, to the point where I know we did it already, but I almost want to do it again for some reason. I'll figure a reason, maybe. But either way, yeah, fine. You can do Flight with Tails, which is like first mentioned, we played this the first time. Kind of broken in this game, so honestly, when it comes to Flight with Tails in 3D stuff, it was this, it was Sonic 06, it's Sonic Heroes, sort of. And that's really about it. But I'd love them to take another shot at this. And I agree with what he's saying. Like, it's busted because, hey, you know, you can just snap levels in half with how he glides and how you, hey, he falls slow unless you hold that jump button down. But something, it can be thrilling to do that in this game because, like, hey, you know, balance that out around. Honestly, I'll tell you, I think that Sonic Project 06, the fan redo of Sonic 06, I think they got those physics down. Like, I think Sega might be able to kind of do something with that as they go along. Because, yeah, he does have the propeller flight, which does kind of glide in a case that, which is interesting to see that this game does that, for sure. And the rules for the action stages. Yeah, you gotta beat Sonic to the end. Although, to be fair, as far as the story, I think we mentioned this when we played it. The context that really above anything else is just that, hey, you know, Tails is in a proving case himself, like, and he's also with Sonic the whole way. So, like, fine. It's like, fine, I'll try and get there before you as far as the stuff we gotta do. Because most of the missions early in Tails' quest for this game are you're with Sonic, and then you're separated off. At that point, he's kind of doing stuff on his own, and then he has to save Station Square from Robotnik all on his own. He's like, you know what, I'm not scared, I can do this. And he shows he can do it, and shows that I do, like, hey, his growth as character, you know? And sometimes you have aspects other than the capsule, but we're gonna go snowboarding. Fitting now, because we are in January, so that's gonna be the idea as we go. With the great music, oh my god, it's so good. He's like, yeah, come on, Tails. As you're seeing the way the colors are as far as the character models, a little brighter, maybe a little more washed out too, but still okay. Hey, this is a part where, hey, you know, when it comes to some of the sound design, it does sound a little better in this one. It's weird sometimes how the Dreamcast version was mixed. Same with Sonic Adventure 2. But in this case, it also kind of seems like it's going to be a little better, although because of the way the frame rate is, it's better here and more consistent here than was in Emperor's Post. But also cases where because of that, you notice the stuff pop into view a little more. You get this great music here. Oh my god, I love the guitar work here as you go along. But also not just guitar stuff, because you have like the synth going on here as well. There's a great variety of this music as well. I missed the jump.
You made it.
Yeah, you made it. And you do hear the case that, you know what, Sonic is encouraging Tails that way. Alright, let's try and do a jump off. Alright! I do love that. You get the horns going on here. Oh my god, it's so good. Yeah, this is maybe reminding me of why I love this game, even though it's like, fine, I'd rather play this on the Dreamcast, but still. Even a not great version of a game I love on Dreamcast, so like, I get to play Sonic Adventure again. I'm like, I'm down with that. And Ultra 914, thank you so much for that. I know he'd be probably having some nice stuff to say on Sonic Adventure. I think. Fine, he might like Sonic more than I do, which is saying a lot. He's telling me, like, how could anybody possibly have Sonic me? He could. Clearly, he could. But it's also a case that I don't know. I don't know if I've ever asked him what he thought about Sonic Adventure. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a good game. If you never played Sonic Adventure, play it. Even if you have to play on the GameCube, fine, play on the GameCube. I take it on the Dreamcast, or fine, get the PC version modded with the, basically the Dreamcast mod. Basically runs the Dreamcast case, but it still has, the aspects of, kind of the graphics that had, but also with some of the enhancements this had. So we got the cast. Alright, but we did get it, and as Tails always says, Sonic's over by the tree sulking, I guess. That wasn't too bad. And you get an emblem that way, but for the purpose of demo, they just give you the one, and like, yeah, back to the title screen with these. Alright, so yeah, we were good. As I said, we'll go through all these because these are short enough, and unlike Splinter Cell, I do remember actually how to beat all these. I find they're not as long as the demo on Splinter Cell, so there is that.
Select your character.
Yeah, we will. We'll take Knuckles for one next.
Let's go.
There we go. So, hi, Knuckles. Yeah, you're doing treasure hunting in this one. The better of the two, I would say, against this and, well, fine, 3, I should say, shit, because Sonic 06 does that too, doesn't it? We haven't done Sonic 06 yet. I think we have to do that next year for the 20th anniversary. I had to figure about doing PO6 at some point, 23C1. But that being said, yeah, you're gliding around with Knuckles the way you played it in Sonic and Knuckles, so that works. And it's like, hey, look around for the Chaos Emerald Shard, the Master Emerald Shard, I should say. And also the fact that you can go up to the shards in any order you want, unlike Sonic Adventure 2, which you have to go in the order that the game tells you to, which I don't know why they did that. It's not good. I think the PC version has a mod that fixes that, but yeah, original actual releases doesn't happen. As you're hearing, Unknown from ME, the sort of R&B, jazz, and rap track with, that's done by, let's just type in here as far as who it is, Unknown from ME, which is by Marlon Saunders and Dread Fox. Of course, Dread Fox is the voice of Parappa the Rapper, by the way. And also Marlon Sanders, we heard actually, or Saunders, actually we heard when we did Christmas Nights. That was the case, as I think we did. Yeah, you can just gliding, and you can do punches in this one by hitting the B button. And digging, which they give you for the purpose of this, which you do have to be on the ground for this one in order to do the dig. And the rules for the action stage are to find the 3 Master Emerald Shards in the area or underground. They're going to Red Mountain. There you go. There's a Tikal, you can hit her as far as find the hidden bubbles, and she'll point you to where they are. So yeah, you can go try and find digging for where the emeralds are, and basically follow where the radar is. It goes from blue to green, yellow, red, but you know how close you are to the emerald shards. And you have this great piano music for that, and there we go. There is that one. Ready. I do love the music here, and especially the use of the real instruments. It's so, so good. As in, honestly, I'll say this. I think Sonic Adventure might be one of my favorite Sonic soundtracks ever, just because of the high quality of it. Also, just because the variety is so good. Let's see, where is our case? Okay, that's too far. Hearing a beep, beep, beep. Okay, so where is it? Oh, it's like, oh wait, there you go. I'm getting a yellow over there. So the Sonic Adventure 2 is closer. Yeah, and also you're hearing the voice of Knuckles way better than the Dreamcast version, so I will give this version that. It's like, I used to be so like, there's nothing redeemable about this game as far as this DX version. It's Dreamcast all the way. Fine. But the show was Dreamcast all the way until, you know, Fate came into play, which I'm glad it did for the purpose of this. But I will say this, sound mixing for the voices, you hear the voice of Knuckles when he doesn't pick up on the shard way better in this version than on the Dreamcast. So I was like, yeah, changes like that, I'm down with. I just wish the rest of the game was good, and then we get the invisibility going on. Or, wait, the music isn't playing. What's going on? Is that because of the demo? It's fine. I think we're supposed to hear that do 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 ding ding ding. I guess we're not hearing it here. I'm gonna want to go back to the audio. It's like, why is it not there? All right, so we gotta do a dig down. Oh no, Mike, go away. By the way, coconuts. Yeah, we got it. Okay, there we go. Good job, Knuckles. Eh, good enough.
Good enough.
Also, I believe, I don't know if this level had it, but I know Emerald Coast of Sonic had it. It has the glitch still that Sonic Adventure 1 had, where if you, oh, fine, at least this demo does. I think the game has this too, where if you complete the level, you get 10 seconds added on the timer for some reason. I believe the HD version did fix that. Alright, so next let's play with Amy Rose. Yeah, remember in Sonic Adventure 1, she also, I guess, kind of was going the Tails route in the sense that she was kind of wanting to do it for herself, but also in case it, fine. She's looking for Sonic, because she loves Sonic, which is something they've kind of muted more over the years. In a way I don't completely get. Although, honestly, I think if they're going to keep going with that on the games, honestly, I think, honestly, the Sonic Adventure way kind of is the right way to go. Because, fine, people made a big stink, and I sort of did a little bit too, in a question because of Sonic X Shadow Generations. They changed one of the cutscenes, like, hey, you know, Sonic puts his hand out of Amy when she's trying to, you know, kind of get by him. Like, why are you changing this? Oh, fine. It's more the case in my case that Sega didn't come out and say, oh, by the way, we're changing stuff with the cutscenes on this, which they did for the Sonic Generations portion of that. But fine, if they want to change the idea of like Amy, like I don't know, is it troublesome that Amy's kind of in love or lust with Sonic? But honestly, I think Sonic Adventure does a great job. Again, case where this game had a lot of great things that I think they can build on and use that. Because the idea is that this game, as we showed when we played, you're hearing My Sweet Passion by performed by Nikki Gregoroff. The case that she remembers what happened to Sonic CD, which is that Sonic saved her from Metal Sonic, so she loves him for that, like, appreciates that, and like, hey, I love that Sonic's there, like, I wish he was still around, so I'm gonna go shopping for food at the M2 Mart. But then, the egg carrier comes to town, she gets, the bird coming by, and then she's like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna find Sonic because he's here, like, hey, you know, help this bird, because I want to show the idea of what this is, but then it's also the case that, fine, I get kidnapped by Zero. Or, fine, yeah, you do get kidnapped by Zero as far as that. She's able to talk sense into E1 and 2 Gamma. It's just like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna get my own way out. She gets her own way out. She gets the idea of like finding where Zero is. She kind of does herself like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna be my own hedgehog that way. But also the case like, hey, I still like Sonic. I'm going after Sonic that way. And so in some ways it kind of mutes that perspective like, hey, it's a predatory case. So I think in that way it's kind of smart in the way it does that. But also the idea that the growth of Amy as a character, which I think is in some ways some of the best elements of Amy as character. This and Sonic Adventure 2, and actually I'd honestly also say, actually Sonic 06 actually does Amy really well also. She's also looking for Sonic, but she's also put in the middle of that because of the fact that, hey, you know, she meets Silver and says like, hey, you know, we're friends now, like, hey, I'll help you out. But then she was like, wait a second, you're trying to kill Sonic, like, I'm not gonna let you do that, so she stands in the way of that. But also the case like, hey, how that's kind of making Silver kind of have to compartmentalize the idea, like, hey, you know, this friend of mine stood up for this guy who I'm trying to kill. Like, wait, what's that about? Actually, I think that's something Sonic 06 does well, and I'll mention that when we get to that game. Okay, and she does run into Pico Pico Hammer. There also is changes, by the way, in her voice clip when she's standing still and hitting with it. I don't know why they changed that. But the rules of the action stage are to get away from Zero and grab the balloon. Yeah, you can't kill him until the boss at the end of the game where you can kill him, and you can evade by hiding behind objects or in objects in barrels, as we're going to Final Egg. So they give her last level in this demo, interesting enough. You get the mechanical resonance. Oh my god, I love this music too. Fine, that's every track in this game. There's not a single bad track in this game in terms of its music. Alright, so let's keep going, Amy. And she's going slower, but it's also something that's fine. As you go along, you kind of get that run going on with her having the hammer out. Oh, she just said, yeah! Which sounds different than the ha that she did on the Dreamcast version. I don't know why they changed that, but still, either way. And we still have the little birdie following us, because, yeah, dude, we're going to find Birdie's parents, I thought. I'll let those and say, like... Also, you do get the voice of her getting caught in the tractor beam a little better than it did on the Dreamcast, in the sense that, hey, you know, it sounded a little mixed weird against the other sound effects. This one's better. But also, you're seeing another weakness here. Like, hey, because of the way the engine is, and now they're running 60 FPS on it, you're seeing pop-up, or door, no door, door, no door. But yeah, the pop-up is way more noticeable in this version for that very reason. There's the, oh, whoa, shit. Yeah, get the life up there. Okay, so fine. It does show we go through that with the way the pop-up's working, but not here.
The robot that was following you is closing in on you.
Yes, he is.
It'll be over if that robot catches you. You must get
Although it's more of a case of, yeah, you just crash through the wall. So bye-bye, Zero, you're going away. I do love this music. Again, I'm not gonna. I can't stop saying how good the music is. The dan 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 dan. Oh shit! I got. Fine. He's like, yeah, I can't find where Amy is, so I take my frustration out by just smashing the ground. You keep jumping, you're not getting me behind the grate. Alright, well, that does look a little more natural the way it kind of bashes out of that. So I'll say that. So yeah, something's better, but as I said, overall, not completely. Alright, fine, we're gonna use the barrel here. Oh, out of the way. Yeah, but usually he's gonna see through the barrel. He's not gonna, like, yeah, with that. Yeah, fine. He doesn't know where you are, but he's just gonna do the shockwave. So at that point, it doesn't matter. Right, so again, a couple lives that I'm not gonna need going through this. Not least which because this is the only level we're playing. And also, if you kill the robots, you do get the animals out of it.
One of these doors is the right one. Try and find the correct door.
Okay, fine. I was gonna say the pop-up would ruin this puzzle, but I guess it doesn't because. It doesn't, it only shows the first door. So in that case, fine, they did specifically how else go. Still trying to remember when I edited for this game when we played it, if this is a case where this is a random door or not. Ow, I don't think it was. I'll let it again here saying like, hey, you know, if that's what it is. Okay, fine. I know it's not that one because I did see that. Oh, actually, you know what? I want to try something. I'm going to put the test now, and then I'll edit later.
This is the right one. Try and find the correct door.
I'm going to kill myself because I want to see, yeah, what killed Amy? That laser did. Yeah, because when you get hit without ring, you do not die. But I want to see something here. Okay, so I guess it is a set door because that is the same case with blocks.
Is the right one.
You know what? Fine, let's put that to test now. Alright, so fine, it is a set door. Alright, so I don't need to edit down. I would say, if I didn't have a definitive answer, I'd be able to say that. So I guess the purple one. Okay, no, fine, it's the one at the end over here. That'd be right. Oh, wait, no? Wait, maybe it is the first one. Hold on. See, wouldn't that be hilarious? Well, it is. Okay, it is. So fine. That one is the one. Fine. It doesn't reveal this the door because. Oh no, it doesn't. Because fine. It showed blocks. Okay, so fine. That was the door, but didn't reveal it because there were a black box covering the way. Okay, fair enough. Let's get our way out. All right. So yeah, Amy, we're taking a fly out. Good job. I'm free.
I'm free.
All right, so yeah, good going, Amy, for sure. Looking forward to next time we play as you in one of the Sonic games. Yeah, because fine, the next Sonic game we're playing does not have Amy in. In fact, she was not in existence yet. That is going to be Sonic Hedgehog 2. We're doing that in March. Weekend to be determined. I'll figure that later, and we'll go over that a little more when we get to schedule. Okay. So 2 more cases of that, and then last thing we'll do, we'll take a look at Billy Hatch and the Giant Egg, and then WarioWare and Dr. Wario within it. Let's go fishing.
Hold on, Froggy. I caught him.
Yep, there is Big the Cat, of course, who actually is in Sonic X Shadow Generations, and they are kind of trying to, bring him back, and I guess rehabilitate him specifically, I guess, the character. I mean, not that he was like a bad character. It's just a case where, you know, it's kind of weird, like, hey, you know, the idea, like, hey, all he really had, he kind of was, I think I used these exact words we played before, as far as this game, saying, like, fine, he's the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in this game because he's basically just going in the plot of everybody else, generally speaking. Although, to be fair, he is the only one who, one of the only ones who fights Chaos 6. Fine, okay, he gets Froggy out and feasibly roughs him up enough for Knuckles to destroy him, as the case. And we're hearing Lazy Summer Days, which is by Ted Polly. Okay, yeah, we're doing fishing in this one, and there's no fishing rod on GameCube to not work in this game. Because fine, remember, the way the Dreamcast fishing rod went in this, it did not actually, it wasn't able to be used because doing the cast motion is pressing the L and R button, pulls in the, what is it, shit. Oh, I didn't mean to quit out of that. Oh. Fine, we gotta show the rules of the action stage, so fine, you know, we are gonna quit out of this, if I can quit out of this. Okay, actually I can't without resetting the game, so fine, we're gonna reset the game. I'm gonna reboot it, and I'm gonna show that, because like, fine, I wanna show the whole way, and I'm gonna say the rules of the action stage every time. Fine, this demo doesn't say it. The actual release of this does. Okay.
Select your character.
Hold on, Froggy. I caught him.
You guys remember not hit the B button. I was like, hey, I can go back and read what he said as far as the L and R button, but alas, no. Actually, okay, they don't say that, because I think you hit L and R and you basically pull the cast in immediately. Unless you have something on your line, in which case you don't. And you're floating and swimming because you can't be here without the inner tube. And the rules to the action stages are to catch Froggy. Oh, right, I guess that's one thing I don't think I really gave enough credence when we played this on Dreamcast, which is press down on the control stick as soon as T. I don't know whether there's a T out there on the end over there, or sound as T fish bites the lure to hook it, so it's cut off. So yeah, you do have to do a hook down, which actually I don't think I indicated that. Yeah, but don't let the stress of that go on, otherwise the line's gonna break and Big dies when that happens. Okay, so back to Emerald Coast. You do have a different case of music here, and God, I love it. And very relaxing, very varied. I feel like a broken record talking about all the music in this game and why it's awesome and why it's so varied and all that stuff. Damn, it's great.
The frog you are looking for is up ahead.
Yeah, so you say, but yeah, let's just keep going around. Yeah, you can fish anything out you want. And in the B&A missions, you have to do that. But for the case of this, yeah, you can just go and go after the frog. You can also feasibly aim the hook out and miss. Fine. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, yeah, you know what? The coconut should die from that. Okay, I got the bomb, but it blew me up. He's like, yeah, laugh it up, folks. Well, there you go. Yeah, because I threw a metal lure at him. I love these bright colors. Me too, Dollyfin. I absolutely do. Fine. Even on the Dreamcast, this is a case where this had great colors. And fine, I don't know if I like them as much on GameCube here because they do kind of... They're brighter, but in a way where it maybe looks a little washed out. In fact, it's a little cooler on Dreamcast, but it is something that does still pop out. It goes to what we said when we played this game the first time. The art direction of this is really impressive, and it's something that, yeah, it does give every area its own life. All right, fine, we're gonna get a fish. Come on. So did buying. Yeah, when that happens, you have to do the reel in. The fast reel is on A button, B button is the slow one. It is the great reel in music. I do love that jazzy music that goes on, and then it has like the guitar solo going on a little later. And give Big this, like, hey, he's patient enough to like, fine, I'm so used to fishing, I know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna sit in the water all day. If I have to do that to get frog on the output. Especially when it goes, that's great stuff. You know, that Jun Seno guitar sound. So by the way, it is Jun Seno who did the music for this game, but a lot of other people specifically. Here we go. I got a fish. Okay, so Froggy is in here. Call was right about that. I just see where he is, because, yeah, fine. This is a bit of a... Okay, fine, it is like the Dreamcast version. You hit the LNR button. Actually, I don't know if I ever saw that thing before. You know, let's catch it. And you get that beep, beep, beep going on. This must be heavy, because, like, fine, he's still going. Like, all right, come on. You may as well enjoy the fishing a little more. I think I should be fine. I don't think I'm going to get a line break. I'll make sure I don't get a line break, specifically. And when you get at about 4-3 meters, he pulls in. Actually, yeah, those are a lot less than the last one. But it's worth pointing out when you do... Actually, I don't think we mentioned this when we played it on Dreamcast, which is when you're going for the A and B missions, you don't have to catch one. It says like get 1,000 grams caught or 2,000 grams caught and then catch Froggy. But that's referring to your overall weight. So you can basically keep catching fish, and as long as it's at the threshold it needs to be, and then you catch Froggy, you're good. Oh, and actually, I think Froggy can then count for that because Froggy's were 500 grams. As far as the size. All right, come on, Froggy, let's go. Where are you? Okay, he's over there. So yeah, Froggy's just swimming. Yeah. It's a little weird how this goes, although it's also something that I think, again, there's a way to kind of come back to this and maybe do this right. In fact, I don't know if I mentioned this. There was a Sonic fan game. It was done for one of the Sonic hacking contests. I'll link to this. As far as the idea of what this is, it's a big fishing derby. He basically it's a ROM hack of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 that puts Big the Cat in it, and it turns into like a fishing game like this. And even people's like, I hate the fishing in the Sonic Adventures. It's like, actually, this is really cool how they do it. They're like, usually when you get a Sonic 1 ROM hack, it's like, fine, we're just gonna put another character in there and just like, I don't know, run through Green Hill and all that stuff. But he's like, no, they do their own sprites, and then also like, hey, we're gonna change the gameplay style. There's Froggy! And yeah, it is John St. John, the voice of Duke Nukem, who is Big Cat in this one. And there you go, doing the dance on the water. Good job, Big. We'll be back for the end of the show because, yeah, we get to see the bright colors and have the great music, and not too bad. All right, so good job. And welcome back to the franchise, I guess, as well, as far as it. And yeah, he does still have Froggy missing, but fine, I guess it wouldn't be a case of that. Although, thinking maybe that's the thought. Like, hey, the song of Lazy Summer Days says the case that, hey, you know, it's basically the thought that Froggy's basically saying, Big, do you take me for granted? It's like, I don't know if I'd say that necessarily, but maybe turning that into aspects of the story with something like that. And lastly, we have E102 Gamma.
Preparation complete.
Who is one of the lines of the E10 or the E100 the E100 series of Robotniks. And one character who does not have a vocalized song, but his music, it's worth pointing out. His music is done by Fumi Kumatani, and it is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece of music. This kind of synth with this light piano going on of the It's also one of those things, I think I might have said this when we played it on Dreamcast. I've been saying that a lot too as well for this one game. And that is, if you ever want to get people who maybe don't like video game music or don't know video game music, play this soundtrack for them, or play random pieces of music off of this that sound like, hey, you know, put in a party setting the way I tend to for stuff like this. As far as like, hey, that sounds really cool. It's like the kind of thing you may not think is a video game music track, but it's really good stuff. In fact, many of the Sonic games are always really good at that. I'd say probably the best ones to do that with are probably Sonic Adventure and Sonic Unleashed in particular. Well, these games are the games that keep on giving, or the gifts that keep on giving when it comes to those soundtracks. Especially this music, it's really, really cool. And with E102 Gamma, as was the case we played originally, is third-person shooting. Pretty fun, actually, as far as how that goes. And he has rolling mode as far as the upgrade for the demo here as you go rolling around and doing hovering. And the rules for the action stage. The last one is you got to kill something in the end of the area. And remembering the plot at this point, this is when E102's programming is corrupted specifically by remembering the good things that Amy did for him. So the idea is, Dolphin, as you mentioned, the idea like, hey, Amy's character arc and kind of her kindness that she brings to a robot who kidnaps her. Even the point where she realizes, wait a second, you know, like, she said, he says, give me the bird. She's like, no, I'm not doing that. Tell me why you want him. He says, insufficient data. She's like, wait a second, you don't even know why you want him. And she realizes, wait a second, there's something about him. Like, wait a second, she even steps in the way. Like with Sonic 06, which she does to Silver, say like, Sonic, don't kill him because, hey, he helped me get out. And that is able to kind of change him. So in the case like, hey, you know, he says like, I'm gonna liberate my other E10 units because, hey, there's animals inside of them for the purpose of that. So that's the idea. We have to go do that. And you have time bonus, by the way, because, yeah, you have to run on time that way in order to keep going. We're going to Windy Valley, which has amazing music here again, one last time. But also because, yeah, you get tons and tons of time when you're going after 103. Okay, look at this. Based on that one chain there, I'm getting a time bonus of 40 seconds. Good lord. Yes, you will never in this level, as I'm getting almost a minute of time on the clock, when you're doing Windy Valley, you will never, ever, ever be in any risk of running out of time on this level. And you also hear him say, obtain item, a lot better in this version than on Dreamcast. You have this great... see, it's one of those things that, when it comes to the Windy Valley track, I think I said this again when I played it before. I'll link to that show again, because, yeah, it was great time playing that one. Oh, shit. You're right, that's the beginning guy who comes in direction. As much as I love the Skies Above music, which is a remix of Green Grove Act 1 from Sonic 3D Blast, I think I like this one. Okay, it just doesn't play the invisibility music. I did not know that, but fine, I love this. Especially when you listen to this one more closely, you hear like the bells going on, the ding 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 ding, which sounds really good, but then you hear underneath it there's like a light acoustic, or like electric guitar going on, the ding 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 ding. It's like there's so many great layers to this music. One of these things where I remember I linked to a channel where they did like Sonic music theory. I don't know if they touched the Sonic Adventure franchise, but if they haven't, they should, because it's another one. A lot of good things in the soundtrack. Or this is the soundtrack. But fine, a lot of the Sonic music is, especially this one, is so nice. And also, I think for the first show of the year, also a very fitting one, since, hey, you know, the whole perspective of where the movie go.
The robot you are looking for is up ahead.
Yeah, and Takal is my back as far as saying, hey, you want to kill that robot? No problem, he's over there. Alright, so yeah, he is over there, and you are seeing the wind going on here, which is really great to see. And yeah, again, you mentioned this, the colors that way. Yeah, a little brighter here, although I'll tell you, then on the Dreamcast, but honestly, I think here, it does kind of help it more. So fine, the enhanced colors of this GameCube version, it's select in terms of whether I think that it makes this game look better. Actually, it's worth pointing out, actually, the model of E102 Gamma, he and Big, I don't remember on Big. I'll look again on Big, but I think that, I know E102 Gamma, his model's dragged from the Dreamcast version. They did not enhance it. And maybe they didn't with Big as well, but either way, we're coming here to fight. Remember, the bosses in this are not that hard. You basically just stick around and just let fire. Actually, with the frame rate at 60 FPS, it actually looks a little better seeing you shoot the missile out. As long as you stand still, just hit that B button, you're not losing. You are seeing him kind of go a little more of a case. Oh, our jump through. Shit, okay. He jumped up through the platform and into that. I never saw that even in the Dreamcast game. Fine. I usually don't let him live that long. That's usually the idea. But off he goes. So, alright.
E-103 Delta. Rescue complete.
Okay, so E-103 Delta, he's, yeah, he's been rescued and got the animal out that way. So good job to Gamma. Also, the only character when you do a mission complete like that, he doesn't have an extra line to say anything. Okay, so there you go. That is Sonic Adventure DX as far as its demo. A little bit with every character, but as I said, we'll come back to this at the end for the, you know, the overall stuff, the discussions of the thank you for watching and the schedule and all that. Because honestly, the music is so damn good, I can't resist. And the look's so good, too. Okay. So with that, let's take a look at the last of the games on this disc, and then we are going to be pulling in another case of this. Let me just put into this one, because actually this is a case of a game where we have not looked into it at all on the show. Well, actually, fine, actually the only one we've really looked on the show are Soul Calibur 2 and Sonic Adventure. But this one I know we haven't looked at yet. It's because I don't have it, and because it costs some money. And this is a case where actually this demo was of a game that was not out for about, hold on, I have the date on this one. 4 months. Fine, not as long as Viewtiful Joe, but close to it. This is Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. I don't know, Chad, if you're familiar with this one. This came out on September 23rd, 2003 for Gamecube. It's only on Gamecube, aside from a port it got in PAL regions in 2006, which is the only other release. Sega published this. It was developed by Sonic Team, so yeah, it was a lot of people who worked on Sonic the Hedgehog, and it is an enhanced version of the engine of Sonic Adventure 2. It was produced by Yuji Naka, and the perspective of this was like, what's this all about? Because you're this young boy named Billy Hatcher, and you're dealing with chickens and other creatures that you're hatching out of eggs. It kind of is a little bit of a precursor, or I don't know if it's a precursor or if it, in Japan, or if it was after Katamari Damacy came out, because it has some similarities. But if Katamari Damacy was a platformer, it'd be like this. And your controls are moving around with the big analog stick, camera on the C stick, jumping on A button, calling your animals out as far as on X button, egg echo, we'll see that in a second, dropping and tossing your eggs, and doing long lock-ons and centering the camera on the L button. So let's get ourselves going. Let's get the number on what I'm doing for this one, because this is a bit of a loud one. And another one with a lot of bright, bright colors. Dolly Finn, I don't know if you have experience with this one, but fine. You're going to probably like the color aspect on this. Yeah, posed by Sega again, and on the soft deck and the soft deck, or soft deck and ADX aspects. So here we go. This is the idea of it, and you're hearing this music of the theme song of this, which is "Chant This Charm," which is done by Yukari Fresh, or Yukari Takasaki, who's an electronic musician. Yeah, so this was an original IP of Sega's for GameCube only, as far as the consoles are concerned. And nowadays it's about $150. This is not a cheap one anymore. And the other reason for that is because this was kind of a sales flop for Sega. It only sold 250,000 units, which, given how much they put into this, was not a good case. But definitely is a cult following. It's definitely something good for children as far as kind of the look of itself. And also something that Sega does continue to reference this in a lot of the Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing games. And even the guy who directed this game, whose name will be down below, because I don't have it on my person right now, he said specifically, hey, I'd like to kind of come back to this. And the perspective, like, hey, you know, the kind of childish whimsy, in a good way as far as the childish whimsy, in the sense that, hey, the eggs, like, you always want to know what's going to come out of it, which was kind of the concept of how this game operates. And we're on Pirates Island for Mission 1. We have to find the Patriarch Chicken who's in this egg. By the way, there's going to be tons of pop-up in this game. I don't know or remember how representative it is of the final product. So it is worth pointing out, but if you're like, yeah, why is this everything popping into view really badly in this game? That's why. Okay, so yeah, here is Billy Hatch just walking along and going in here. And we're getting this nice voice talking to us. Yeah, we have the Elder Chicken Uri Uri. He's been turning into golden egg as the cutscene show up by the crows and their strange powers. So fine, I don't know if the Crusader 64 like this, because it's like, hey, I love the crows as far as the witchy energy. We're like, fine, those assholes are taking our elder chicken away. So it's like, fine, this boy in a chicken suit is saying like, hey, you know, I'm gonna come and take care of this. He's one of the elders who makes the sun rise on Pirate Island. Okay, fine. So it's like Mr. Burns on The Simpsons, like, hey, you know, the sun's not gonna come out if we don't do something about it. But instead of shooting him, we're gonna do something else. Yeah, we're never gonna have morning coming to the island, so yeah, we have to make it morning again on Pirate Island. So we have to find the golden egg, save Uri, and bring morning back. Okay. And the way you do that, you walk around and run around and pick up an egg. And you're doing that, you have it on your hands almost like a snowball. Basically pushing it around. And also you go along and kind of like push it the other way, or hit the B button to like, oh, punch it. And knock that shit off. So like, fine, I lost the egg. And it's not coming back, is it? But you know what, I'm gonna start the level again. Fine, let's go. Although, unlike Sonic, here's the thing about this, I don't think they judge you on time. I don't think they do. Alright, fine, let's be a little more careful. Yeah, because when you hit the B button, you toss the egg out, and also when you're standing still, you jump with the egg. And that's the egg echo, you hit the R button to do that. When you roll over the fruit to give the egg nutrients, you use that in order to bust it. And roll down here on a hill. Pick those fruits, and at the end, jump off. So, like, yeah, make sure you don't fall in the water. You're seeing the egg flash, that means that you feasibly are going to be ready to hatch it, or it's going to grow in size. Yeah, kind of the Conor Murray-Demasi aspect again, but other things like, hey, those enemies are getting in my way, hit them with the egg. Or like, hey, you just roll them over, and like, if they flatten, and then fruit comes out. And keep going on, and then I'm gonna do the call out. And boom, there we go. So we have this little penguin guy. And hit the X button, you can stick him on enemies. Except there are no enemies to stick him on here. Or in this case, I can just kind of, just stand by him and hit the Y button. Oh, fine, there you go. Oh yeah, he just turns into like a water balloon. Okay, you know what? Fine, we can do that now. Boom. So there you go. Yeah, throw him into it like a water balloon. So yeah, good job, friend. Oh yeah, fine. The enemies are coming back, although to be fair, there is a reason for that. Because they give you eggs here, and we need you to put one on this in order to get the gold egg. And you said Uri is in this one, so here we go. Well done, Billy. I sealed in it, so we have to hatch the egg. Feed it to reach maximum size, and use egg echo on R again, and we'll bust them. And we can go over there. But before we do, I'm gonna try and go get the fruit before it disappears, or find some of it. And I don't want to bust that thing. I don't think it's an instant mission failure if I bust it, but it's a case we're fine. They're not gonna be happy with that. Also, a lot of flute stuff going on as far as the music in this game, I'm noticing, as far as how the sound is. Although, also, and I like Knights, I think, in some ways, in terms of how kind of the sound of this is. And actually, some of the tracks sound a little like Knights, honestly. Although I don't remember off the top of my head the same composers. Alright, it's getting pretty big. I think we should be pretty close. Okay, there we go. It's big enough. And then the cock crowed. And with that, sun came around. As we're on Pirate Island, which almost looks like a One Piece thing, actually, in a weird way. So in that case, I wonder if Nikki has played this, or what she thinks of this. Alright, so hi, my friend. Thank you for helping me. I'm Uri, one of the 6 elders that makes the sunrise here. Before I was caught unawares. I was caught unawares by the crows. Okay, I don't know if that's a typo, or if because the idea, like, there's kind of a young child perspective. This is, hey, speaking of broken English. Before I knew it, they're attacking me and they turned me into an egg. They have extraordinary powers, so don't let your guard down. And here we go. You're gonna get the Emblem of Courage for saving me. They're given to true heroes by us chickens as a sign of their courage. Okay. Alright. So yeah, we're showing our courage. So I guess then the idea of this was that, I guess the thought of, you know, mentioned with Shenmue last week, which is the idea that, hey, you know, aspects of that story imparting a lesson to young Rio in the case of that game. But I guess for this one, being in a case of saying, hey, you know, like, the idea of, like, doing good deeds and being rewarded for it. Or fine, as Nikki said, going back to her again, the idea of being a good deed doer, like with Pop Pop Goes to the Moon. But hold on, where is Emblem of Courage? I do want to go get it. Also, there's no map, so I'll hit start button to see that. Actually, wait a second. No, I can use this. I was to say, hey, you know, how can I get that? Wait, where'd he go? Is he gone? Okay, I guess he is gone. Crap. All right, fine. So, okay, let me get an egg, and then we're gonna start our rolling again. Okay, actually, I think over there, that actually probably is the indication that... Okay, fine, you know what? I'm gonna run into that anyway, just so we wanted to see, like, hey, you know, there goes the egg. At least this egg does respawn, so in that case, we'll take it over. Yeah, I think that icon down there is how big it needs to get. Fine, we'll see. But fine, this egg is like, yeah, I can go through barriers and things like that, so yeah, it's really strong. So yeah, it won't crack if you're brave on it, so at least it's that. Or it's not like, you know, it's a Fabergé egg or something like that. Because otherwise I'd have to feed my $1 million a day habits. I'd like another Fabergé egg, please. Drew, don't you think you've had enough? I'll tell you what, I've had enough. Alright, so let's keep going. But I do like the aesthetic of this game, for sure, and it is pretty fun, although it's one of those cases when I played this, I didn't have Gamecube at the time, as far as owning the console, but I did play this in store demos. I thought it was pretty fun, and by the way, young boys can't swim. And you do run on lives. It's something I did find it kind of interesting, but it was, I guess it was a weird case as far as when this came out, because a lot of big games were coming around in about 2003. The idea, like, hey, what was the platformer necessarily looking like? Sony kind of had the market sewn up a little bit when it came to the Ratchet & Clank games and Sly Cooper and Jak and Daxter. Although, fine, there was not a new Sly Cooper game yet, because this was the year when Sly Cooper had a year off. Well, fine, they made the first one, and then they made the second the year after this. But there was the new Ratchet & Clank game, Going Commando, which is awesome. And Jak 2, where they kind of went a little darker with it. And Sonic Heroes is not out yet as far as Sega's stuff. It's the case of, like, hey, what was the case of platforming game looking like? And this is like a year after Super Mario Sunshine, which we played last year. I don't know, like, even though people have their qualms on Super Mario Sunshine, depending on who you ask, as we're getting, you know, this Sea Otter, I guess. So what's his power? Oh, fine, let's get our power out. So, yeah. Yeah, I was like, yeah, jump through the grate and let's go kill these guys. So what do we do? Oh, okay, he ices him, quite literally. Awesome. I guess they thought, like, hey, you know, a lot of cases of going in platforming directions maybe didn't pay off at the time. Fine, there's another one. I want to show this game because I love this game. I think it's one of the most underrated platformers of its era. More honestly, I think this one. That's Viewtiful for Xbox. There's also a modern version that's on Xbox One, and fine, it's download only that way. But that was another one where Microsoft clearly wanted to do something with it, have a nice style of itself, but they didn't really, it didn't translate to sales. Like, I think, although I'm not sure if it sold worse than this did. I'll have the actual number on Viewtiful sales. I don't think it sold 250,000. At least it sold that much, and even then, Sega said, yeah, this is not a big seller for us. Compared to, fine, when Sonic Heroes came out, that sold way better. And I guess this era, actually, if you get Sonic Adventure GX, I think Sonic Adventure GX sold better. Oh, wait, there's the curse mouse right here. I do love that pose, like, yeah, he gives a thumbs up, so mission is cleared. Alright, so good job, Billy. Coming this fall. Alright, that's it, actually. And you know what? Let me see one other thing. Okay, that's the video we showed at the beginning, so that's showing the idea of what this game was. I mean, again, going back to what we said on Viewtiful Joe, what I was saying on Viewtiful Joe, it's another one where there's a lot of interesting ideas this has, and it does have a neat style to itself. Although it's one that also was alienating to people, saying, hey, this looks like a baby. And fine, I think that's the idea, but it's also something that maybe it was too much of a case like that, even as far as Gamecube, which fine, as a Nintendo system was seen as something for kids. But something that, yeah, there are some interesting things, which I guess goes to a lot of the Sonic Team stuff, where it's like, hey, you know, it has this look on itself on the surface, but then it has some interesting kind of twists on itself that does make it interesting for an adult to kind of come back to as well. And so like, hey, you want to get your kids into games, it might be a good choice. Although cost reason, as far as it, maybe again, re-release, which would be nice to see as far as that. Yeah, that's the idea of Billy hatching the giant egg. So with that, the last order of business on this disc, actually, yeah, I think we're almost done with this thing. If I'm right, let me just check this, make sure that I'm not missing something. Yeah, I think we've shown everything else. We're gonna have to turn the console off very briefly, but we'll come back to this at the end of the show. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to put in the Game Boy Player disc, and I'm also gonna put on the tag list. Okay, I changed the Billy Hatcher. Fine. OBS is showing I didn't for some reason, but either way. Put the Game Boy Player disc in. And yeah, just to go back to this again, Ultra94T, thank you so much for the donation of this disc and the perspective what this is actually. Wait. Okay, fine. It's upgrading like one behind as far as how OBS's update is from the program itself, updating on the game we've run. Okay, but it is showing what I'm playing next, which is one of my favorites on the Game Boy Advance, and a game I've talked about a lot, and one I talked about Dolly Finn also when we looked at Rocky and Bullwinkle on the Delisted show, and I said, man, it's like a ripoff of this, and I felt kind of deflated. But not with this game, because I love this game, and this is a case where you can get the downloadable demo of it from that preview disc with the GameCube and Game Boy Advance link cable on a Game Boy Advance, but I have the actual game, so I'm going to show that instead. Actually, you know what? Fine. I'm going to do one other thing. I'm going to turn this off briefly. I'm going to show the special, GameCube sound if you hold the Z button whilst you turn the console on. Here it is. Yeah, very playful as far as that. So fitting with what we had on Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. So, okay, here we go. Pull the Game Boy Advance up. Let me get the full screen. We have that. There we go. Okay, so this is WarioWare Incorporated Mega Micro Games. This came out for the Game Boy Advance on May 21st, 2003 from Nintendo and Nintendo R&D 1. This was a bit of a passion project on their part, and it is a massive in-joke on Nintendo and the state of the game industry. Because according to the plot of this game, Pyoro is a new Game Boy Advance game that's going and selling well, and it's really, really cool. That dog guy wants you to buy it. Wario is watching TV, pitching his nose. He's like, hey, you know what? I can make a game. I can be in a case of making tons of money, because remember, with Wario, his case is that he wants to get rich. Greed is good in Wario's case. So in this case, he's like, I'm going to get my motorcycle. I'm going over to the local Circuit City, or whatever was around. I'm going to go back to my pipe house. I'm going to start my own company of WarioWare Incorporated in Diamond City. That's where we're set here. It's like, okay, fine. I got my nice laptop specifically. He's like, but he's too tired to feasibly do this on his own. It's like, yeah, because pressing down on the touchpad is hard work. But he's like, okay, I'll call my friends up. So he's calling up his buddies Jimmy, Mona, Dribble and Spitz, who are cab drivers, Cat Nana, 9 Volts, Krygor, Orbulon, and there's other ones that are going to be in the later games of the series. Yeah, this is our first look at WarioWare. I love this game so much. It's worth pointing out this was on Game Boy Advance, but if you were an ambassador person on 3DS, i.e. someone who bought the 3DS before it reversed itself from the hole it was initially in, you have this game for free if you redeemed it. There's also a Wii Virtual Console you can't get anymore, but if you have the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, you can play this game right now, and you should. And it sold about 1.1 million units, and it's a game that when I saw this in store demos, I looked at this and said, what the hell is this? I heard this game was great. This game was critically acclaimed when it came out. It was a passion project on the part of the people who made this, and I said, one play on this, I said, initially, I said, what am I doing? I said, okay, I wasn't fair, I want to see what this is, so I rented it, and I played it, and I was hooked. This game is utter insanity, and it is absolutely wonderful. Chad, if you have memories of WarioWare, I'd love to hear them. And as I mentioned when we did Rocky and Bullwinkle about a couple months ago in that Delisted showcase, it's little snippets of games you do one task, but WarioWare does it so well, and it's something that, it's insane, but also absolutely hilarious, and something that, even when you fail a game, it's something that it's a lot of fun, and it's not something that you never, it's like, oh, well, that was stupid or whatever. It's something that, hey, you know, we're just gonna go the whole way. Yeah, I misjudged you, so you said, don't get too cocky. I'm gonna show a couple of these stages, because basically the idea is that you have these little mini games that last for like 5 seconds, and each of these characters have created their own games that go in genres. Jimmy has the blue hair, he does stuff with sports, he's a disco dancer. Mona is like a bike riding worker, she goes for like straight range and avant-garde stuff. Dribble and Spitz do stuff with cabbies when they went science fiction. 9Volt, he's a fan of Nintendo games, and you get games that are themed after Nintendo products, including stuff that's insanely obscure. I'm gonna show this one off for sure at some point. And every couple levels you get a mix of everything with new case on one of Jimmy's cousins. Orbulon the alien, where he's like doing IQ tests, give you double the time to do specific things for that. Almost like a precursor to Brain Age or something like that. Dr. Krieger, where there's a lot of photorealistic aspects for his stuff. And then Kat and Anna, who are two wannabe ninjas who are all about their love of nature. And you get a last case where Wario just tosses anything in the pot and see what goes. And as you go along and you get points as far as these things, you unlock each of these individual games to run to get target scores. And also mini games that can go for multiple players, including hurdles, Dong Dong, where basically you're holding one game with advancing L and R to do stuff. The chicken race, which is hilarious, I should show that off. Chiritori, which is like doing vacuuming, paper planes, skateboarding, jump rope, version of the fly swatter game for Mario Paint, and also the other thing I'm going to show, Dr. Wario. So I mentioned the Dr. Mario demo thing that you get on the GameCube preview disc. You can unlock a single-player version of Dr. Mario, the NES version, that has Wario in it. That lets you only listen to chill as far as your music, so if you like Fever, sorry, you're not getting that. And basically go along as far as it. So we're going to show that off as well. So yeah, Dolphin, we showed test with Dr. Mario a few weeks ago. We're showing Dr. Mario again. Swap duds with Dr. Mario, so straight the germs lining up for the same color. And you can do unlocks to get Pyoro, which is basically the game that was sold in the opening cutscene. A cousin of Dr. Mario. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Fine. Wario's case is fine. He was in Dr. Mario 64 for Nintendo 64. I had a good case of that, where he was playable in that. And then he's like, fine, you know what? Screw Mario. I'm just going to get my own case. Fine, you know what? I'm going to show that off. Let's show that off to start. So here it is. So it is the title screen of that, but they just like, fine, let's just put Wario in here. Why not? So yeah, you do have that aspect of it. Unfortunately, this version is one player only. So it is only for playing on your own. But that being said, it is still a lot of fun. This was actually a case where I put tons and tons and tons of time into this. And also, it's worth pointing out, on Game Boy Advance, there's a port of the NES game, specifically, if you do want to actually have that original case itself going, which came out the year after this. But yeah. Let's talk about Dr. Mario, or Dr. Wario. In the same case, you have the virus level going up from 0 to 20, like in the regular game. I'll start at 7, and you go in speed and low, normal, or low, medium, and high. I'll start low. And the same case as before, just getting the pills going. It is a little smoother because of the Game Boy Advance, the way the pills come out. Also, I will do an edit to see if this is the case or not. I don't know if it is. When you do a clearage of viruses like this, and then the blocks are falling down, you press down and drop them down quicker. I don't know if any other versions of Dr. Mario let you do that. And actually, it's worth pointing out, you say cousin of Dr. Mario when it comes to this. There's also Dr. Luigi, which is a downloadable game on the Wii U, which has Luigi getting the action. Unfortunately, that was a digital-only game and has since been delisted, which is a disappointment because, yeah, it's cool. But also, I was a dope. I didn't buy it in time, and that was my fault. But it was pretty cool. They were doing that for the year of Luigi's, as far as how that was in 2013. But it's still the same case, so is this still the same great game you know and love? Although, if you want to do your multiplayer on this, yeah, you probably want to get that Game Boy Advance version. Actually, I'll have an edit on this too. I don't know if the Game Boy Advance version had its multiplayer still instituted in it. It might have. Also, I have this going. Except it doesn't do that because I'm not doing multiplayer. Actually, because that's the idea. Magic is the same as Dr. Mario. Yes, it is. It is just Game Boy Advance infused as far as chill, but no fever, unfortunately. So yeah, if you like Fever, sorry, this game doesn't have it. Fine. I guess the thought is that, fine, the joke of Wario is the case that, fine, this is a money-making scheme as far as the idea of what WarioWare Incorporated is, but hey, it still gets enough of a niche out as far as in-universe and also to gamers like myself, because I love these games so much. It's a case where I guess I feel like, fine, you know what, I didn't have time to put it in. Which, knowing Wario, that probably would be the idea. He probably was like, fine, like, I don't have time to put this in. Like, yeah, fine, somebody else feasibly would do it. Or, fine, 9volt would have done. Oh, no, 9volt does do it because, one of the games 9volt has is a take on this. And I'll show the 9volt level, no question, as far as how it is. As I mentioned the other times we've shown Dr. Mario off, the Nintendo 64 version, and then also Tetris Dr. Mario, the case of that. No Fever? Oh no, yeah, I know. Although to be fair, I'll say this, I didn't actually know at the time it was missing, because I had not played enough of Dr. Mario itself to actually remember that track in it. But they do kind of have a little bit of a remix of how Fever is, or no, Chill is in this. In that the second verse kind of echoes it for this version. But fine, you can still pretend it's here, and actually, I think, I'm trying to remember if there's a version of WarioWare that they have Fever in it. Actually, actually, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll show off the individual game of the Dr. Mario thing for 9volt stuff to show if Fever's even part of that, which I don't remember if it is, because I know that the later WarioWare games, they would specifically be so unbelievably on point when it comes to the Nintendo games they're including in them. It's the kind of thing that, I'll tell this story, Edwick played WarioWare Move It on the Switch before I did, and it was something that he said, like, he knows how I am on the classic Nintendo stuff. He said, oh my god, when Captain D-Trag gets to the 9volt levels in this game, he's gonna freak. He was right, because one of them is Pile Wings from Super Nintendo. I said, oh my god, it's Pile Wings on Super Nintendo! And I was explaining to everybody, like, how good this game is. And they're like, what? I was like, yeah, like, this game is awesome. And even cases where, I think I mentioned this before as well, I'll show that as well when we get to that, which is the case that they're going back to Nintendo's past insanely deeply, even to the point where there's stuff this references that even I didn't know existed. I mean, they feasibly actually go back to, like, the origins of Nintendo back to 1889 when they were doing the cards. Because that was where Nintendo started. They started in 1889, the Hanafuda cards case of that. That was the first case of Nintendo doing anything. These WarioWare games go there and say, yeah, remember this stuff there? And I'm like, no, fine, I remember hearing that, but other stuff, like, there's like these weird toys from the 70s as far as stuff they made, like, wait, what? And then you see it, and like, that's really cool, so it is in this weird way. People's like, it's almost like a history lesson in Nintendo. And the case that 9volt is such a huge fan of Nintendo stuff, that he kind of digs the stuff out, along with his best friend 18volt, who's introduced in WarioWare Twisted, which is the next game in the line of this, as far as chronologically speaking. Though it's the third game that came out in the US, because in the US they released WarioWare Touched for DS before Twisted came out. But Twisted came out first in Japan and is canonically ahead. And I do have Touched downloaded on Wii U, so it will show Touched. And I have Twisted on Game Boy Advance, which I had to put that in this and tilt the GameCube in order to play it, but by God I will do that, because that might be my favorite game in this franchise, and that's saying a lot. And talk about this franchise really kind of twists itself around. We'll get into that as we go along more, because there's a lot of things this thing does to really comment on the state of the industry and the state of Nintendo, really. So you really get the sense that, hey, this is something really knowing about itself, but also insanely funny, too. And has great modes like this, like, fine, you're getting an extra game, basically, for your money in this. The case that, fine, like, it's not 100% what Dr. Mario is on NES or Super Nintendo or Game Boy, exactly. But you have this full case. I put so many hours into this. It's like, yeah, you know what? It's unbelievable to think that. Saying like, hey, no, they sold you this and gave you, like, Dr. Mario fully in this. Mostly. Fine. Aside from the favorite thing. But fine. Nowadays, I'm like, yeah, I wish that was in here too. But, like, fine. That's going to be the session we got. Alright, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get through this. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit the top, and I'm gonna try. Fine, we're so close. I don't want to hit the top. I want to actually get through this. I'll hit the top on the next one, and I'm gonna go to 20, just to 20 again, because we're showing the idea of it. Yeah, as we go, feel free to go into more on Dr. Mario. I know we showed it 2 weeks ago, but fine. We can keep showing this. We're gonna keep showing this damn game because why not? It's great. And there's so many different versions we could show. It's like a Puzzle League, Tetris Attack. Boom, there we go, got it. Okay, so fine, I'm gonna hit the top to show what it looks like. It's basically the same, except that, he looks more, I guess, I don't know, nervous about it, but not like Mario. It's like, oh no, like, whatever. Like, oh shit, they overran. But there they are, they're laughing it up. Okay, so fine. Going to 9, oh, we're going to 20, we're going to high speed, we're going the whole way, let's do it. Let's see how this goes. Okay, and they do change the background for this, and also fine, this is the fast way it goes on NES, Jesus Christ. Fine, we're not getting far on this one. Crap. Fine, I'm already gonna fail this, damn. Fine, I'm not gonna go on high, I'll try, I'll go on low, but it's like, fine, I just wanted to see how bad was that. Actually, not. Fine, you know what? I'm gonna hit the top again. I'm gonna compromise. We're gonna go medium. Oh no! By the way, that's how you quit on the game. You hit the start button, and you can go to exit. Fine. Let's see medium, because fine, I guess on medium. Okay, it changes the background that way. So oh well, actually no, medium's not gonna be much better. Fine, I'm gonna die here. So fine, we're gonna do we'll do low. If nothing else, at least wanted to show the background. So fine, the background changed. So it's blue for low. Pink for medium, and yellow for high. I believe the NES version does that as well, I think. Fine, let's do this again. Let's see how far I get actually on a case where I'm actually, you know, trying hard for this. Oh, dude, oh. Yeah, I was like, yeah, probably shouldn't have put it there. Shit, no. The only problem is that, yeah, I don't have much of red going on here, so I can't really do much with that. Oh, shit. Crap. Yeah, so fine, like, yeah, it maybe is harder in this, although fine, let's try, I want to try one more time to show, like, fine, because it's random how they lay it out, so fine, it might be a luck of that, because all of you mentioned when we did Tetris with Dr. Mario a few weeks ago, you said, like, hey, you know, it seems harder now. I was like, yeah, you're right, because the fact of the way they lay out the virus is totally random. So fine, if you don't get lucky as far as what your virus layout is going to be, you might be in trouble. Although it's not to say, no, you can't get out of it. It's just a case of fine, you're making it way harder to get out of it. I do love this kind of WarioWare-esque remix of the track. It's mostly the same as it is as far as how chill is going, but it kind of has the sound font of it. It's one of those cases where, fine, it's the Game Boy Advance sound font done really well. Sometimes cases like, hey, you know, it doesn't sound that great. Or it sounds weird, but not this one. It's just I love WarioWare so much. Fine, I love this one, and I love all of these games. These games are a laugh riot. And you're gonna see that as we go, because, this is my one opportunity right now to show you the WarioWare games, and we'll come back to these games. I promise we're coming back to these games. We will show every damn one of these I can show. Which is gonna be, well, I should just go with the ones I can't show right away. Actually, the only one I can't show exactly is, WarioWare Snapped, which is on the DS, and it's a DSi game. Or if you have a 3DS, you were able to play it if you download on that in time, which I did. Which uses stuff with camera. I guess I could do like a recording on a cell phone or something maybe, and have it as a YouTube exclusive thing, but I think that's the only one I can't show, because fine, with WarioWare Do It Yourself, which is on DS as well, that lets you create your own micro games. I have a WarioWare Do It Yourself showcase on the Wii, which was it was a companion release. That basically what that does is it lets you take the games you create in the DS game and play them on your TV. So I can actually take the stuff I created, or it will create before we do that, on DS and play them in this. Although that's really the only purpose of it. So it'd be a little limited on how it would show that. As I mentioned, I downloaded Touch from DS before they got rid of it on Wii U's Virtual Console. And every other one's up for grabs. This one, Twisted, touched. Smooth Moves is the Wii game. Game & Wario, which is the Wii U game. The Switch ones, which are Get Together and Move It. Fine, the only other one that also I wouldn't be able to show is WarioWare Gold, which is on 3DS. Because I don't have a way to stream 3DS. I'd love to do that if I could, but that's the idea. Alright, fine. We're gonna give a bit of a preview on WarioWare's case. And we'll definitely show stuff off of 9 Volt. And actually, I'll also show off Fly Swatter from Mario Paint, because you haven't shown that one yet either. Alright, I'm gonna give you a little bit of an introduction, like, what's WarioWare's deal? Because I know people who can't stand this game because of how wacky it is. Nocturne, I'm looking at you. But that being said, anybody with an open mind who's like, yeah, you're like, I'm willing to feasibly embrace the weirdness of this game, you might fall in love with this game like I do. Or maybe it's the case like, maybe you don't like Wario. I know people don't like Wario. He's disgusting or something like that. Fine, he is in his own way. But fine, I don't know. I like the idea like how uncouth he is, and like he's just kind of the idea like he's just kind of just doing all this weird shit. In this case, like fine, I don't know. I still wanted to follow him anyway. Maybe it's that like the idea like kind of the id within us as far as being greedy or kind of being in case or fine, he'll just do all this weird shit for money. Alright, here you go. You get a game. So it gives you one word instruction as far as the dodge. Usually only D-pad and A button. So in that case I'm jumping over the potato. And then it says stop me, press the A button, boom, stop him on that. But it's like you have to just take those quick instructions within 5 seconds. Like, yeah, you gotta do what that is and catch the pole without missing it. Boom. So yeah, remember the Rocky and Bullwinkle game on 360. It's like this kicks the ever-living shit out of the game. This game is so good. And I don't get in that like kind of almost depressed funk I did in that one. In that case, I had to just shoot, and you hear him go, Yahoo! And it's Charles Martinet voicing Wario in this one. In this case, you gotta aim in order to drop down. So there's these little bits of madness. So people said this is an attention deficit disorder simulator, which, fine, I don't know, maybe it is, but it's also the case that it's just this great variety. It's like, fine. So all of a sudden I'm jumping to like this 8-bit version thing. I'm getting my beer, boom, I want a drink. And it goes faster and faster as you go along until feasibly you can't play it anymore unless you're really quick on the ball. And it's like, yeah, give up doing the spotlights. And when you get to a certain point total, you get to a boss stage. It's a little slower, but in that case you have to do stuff specifically. So I'm gonna do sparring. I hit the button in order to punch it, but I also have to punch it when it comes back. If it hits me in the face, I'm gonna lose. Now it comes back in the other hand hitter. There we go. And after you've done it once, you get this little brief period where you hit the A button and you can turn on the TV to watch, you know, like the dog guy. And then it goes up a level and it gets faster and harder. Yeah, so in this case, yeah, the stop me thing, it's a smaller wedge. Okay, I just missed that. I thought I was gonna get hit by that thing. And catch the pole, but the pole is getting tinier. And the other thing is like, yeah, you were waiting for me to lose. It's hilarious when you lose. I can't wait to show losing. I'll feasibly also do like a mixed bag. Like, yeah, do dodging of traffic. You hit the traffic, okay, you crash. And you lose a point, by the way. You have 4 points or 4 lives. So they get rolled over by that. If you beat the boss game, you get an extra life. But I gotta get to the boss game first. But it keeps going faster and faster, so you gotta be quick. Okay, yeah, now I gotta go collect that. So yeah, you sometimes have to be quick on the draw, so like, collect it. What I gotta do? It's like, oh yeah, I gotta hit the button. But sometimes the case it'll throw you a curveball, so you have to be careful on that. Alright, we're back at the boss stage. Actually, the boss stage gets harder because it seemed like it was kind of going slow when Pendulum came down. It goes down faster as far as that for this one. So you have to be basically on point when you do the punch more and more as you go along. And also, your punch doesn't go as far. Oh, I miss like that, you get slammed to the face. Well, okay, if you do fail, do you like TV? Yeah, I do. I like the sexy girl on TV over there as well. So yeah, there's kind of a ribald quality to this game that's also really appealing as well. Okay, dodge. Okay, oh right, I forgot shark jump. Yeah, talk about jumping the shark from Happy Days. This game does that. And by the way, if you lose all your lives, hit stop on the tape player. And you get a point total. But yeah, it's only 20 points. So yeah, we gotta do better than that. I'll do better than that with, and there's a Mona. Fine, we'll go with 9 Volt. He's not voiced in this game by Melissa Hutcherson from The Walking Dead and from Wolf Among Us. She voices him in the later ones that way, but this is the case of 9 Volt. He's a school child whose mother is in the later games. And initially in Game & Wario, the thought is that she's this disapproving mother who hates video games and thinks they're corrupting force. But then you realize, no, she loves video games. Her husband is a local firefighter in town, so she does get great insurance benefits. As far as when we talked about Wario Land when we played that, it actually is a case of that. He knows everything Nintendo, including Virtual Boy and Super Scope. That way, he knows how DJing. He's like, hello, my name is Ninefault. Or Ninefault, awesome. There you go. So there's his perspective. He loves his robot stuff, and he has like the little Game Boy Color games that are going in there. And it's turning into like an RPG, like a Game Boy thing, like the dot matrix of stereo, and you're playing Balloon Fight. So this is also gonna be our first look at a bunch of Nintendo games, and you have a great English translation of "You Failed the Game" or "Jump on That with Mario." I love it. In this case, here's Dr. Mario. So yeah, you hit one of those in order to destroy the virus. So there you go. You're getting a little taste of Dr. Mario there too. Or you're doing the Super Scope 6 case, doing like the shooting of that Super Scope light gun thing. We're playing F-Zero, as we talked about before, saying and type 9 on the family computer Famicom keyboard. It's type 9. The randomness of this game is so great. I'm sorry, I love it to death. Or this, which is an ancient game of Nintendo's, going back to the arcade. It's like, what the hell is this? But like, there you go. Remember Rob the Robot with Stack Up? There you go, you can play Stack Up. Or Enter the Door with Link from Zelda. Or grab with the Ultra Hand. We talked about Ultra Hand before. It's in this game. This is actually where I learned what the Ultra Hand was. Or playing the Fly Swatting game from Mario Paint, which actually does have an individual game. We'll show it later. It's going faster. Like, come on, a game appears. Yeah, killing Mother Brain in Metroid. And yeah, remember Urban Champion even, like, yeah, knock him over into the little thing. Wild Gunman. Gotta use your hands like a baby's toy. And Boss Game. Boss Game is a little different in this one. For this one, you're basically using like I think this is a Nintendo product, which basically you're playing like baseball with like this throwing ball thing. Actually, one of the best ones is in WarioWare Twisted, which what they do is they give you a totally tilt-control take on Super Mario Brothers, and it's amazing. Now in particular, the sound quality on all of the games that are in it, it sounds dead on it, it's amazing. And they also have an amazingly hilarious and mean joke about Kid Icarus, where it says for the description of that game saying like, hey, this is as close as you're ever gonna get to a sequel, and then later they make Kid Icarus Uprising. So like, fine, that ended up being wrong, but it was hilarious. All right, type W, you gotta be quick in order to type W. I don't ever get an idea of like why I love this game so much, but it also ups the ante each time. So like, it is the balloon fight mode as far as balloon fight. Like, yeah, don't hit those spikes. There we go. Bye-bye to the viruses. You keep seeing Dr. Mario. I dodge. Yes, Donkey Kong. There you go. Whoa, gotta shoot the thing with Super Scope. And it has like the sensor for the Super Scope from Super Nintendo that's up on TV there. Oh, right, right, Hogan's Alley. Yeah, shoot the bad guy. And also, that's like a toy Nintendo's. It's almost like a, I don't know, it's like a puppet thing. You shoot it specifically with a light. Get the red ball and don't miss it. Boom, got it. Robot Block. Okay, I just got Robot Block on the bottom. Actually, there's the alternate name for Stack Up. Oh yeah, Sheriff, which is actually one of the earliest arcade games of Nintendo's. Actually, there's a version of that in here as well. Okay, I find more on Mother Brain. And mainly for these, it helps, like, hey, if you know the game, you're like, Jesus Christ, I got that dead on. Oh, right, Mario Clash on Virtual Boy. We get to show Virtual Boy on the show somehow. That's how we show Virtual Boy. The game based on Mario Clash, which is a remake, by the way, of Mario Brothers, which is a 1993 arcade game. Yeah, see, that's the thing. This game is utter madness, but I absolutely love it. Also, fine, they up the ante because, like, fine, the ball disappears in the darkness and also goes wrong. It's also like Duck Hunt in the sense that, hey, you know, if you miss too many of the balls doing the swing, you lose. Oh shit. I missed one more, I'm fucked, so I gotta be careful. Whoa. Oh no! Alright, so fine, you lose. So taking damage and fell. Yeah, sorry, 9-Volt. He also likes cats too. Yeah, he is a cat person. Alright, better get up, 9-Volt. We got yeah. Oh, okay, just lost in time, or just at the end, damn. Alright, fine. I do love this. I think you're getting the perspective, like, why this game means so much. Yeah, for Duck Hunt, oh my god, it's so good. Fine, I guess it's just like a rapid-fire case. You're like, hey, would that rapid-fire thing be something that you could enjoy for hours and hours on end? But the answer is yes, it is. But it's also a case where, oh right, Helmet from Game & Watch. It's a Game & Watch game. Yeah, so they do some deep cuts in this game, and I love that. So they have the big stuff you might know and love, but also stuff like, yeah, remember this? I'm going like, holy shit, I do remember that. That's amazing. Fine, this is a game that just, there's so much euphoria out of this game, I think, that it gives me. Just the Nintendo stuff. That is a big case for this, but also just because of just kind of the rapid case. You never know necessarily what you're going to get next, and it is just absolutely fascinating to have that go. And it has this pace to itself that it doesn't have that stop, as I mentioned, with, what is it? With, Rocky and Bullwinkle. It kind of made that not go that well. Even though I was like, hey, I should feasibly love that game as much as I love this one. And I love that Enterprise, but like, fine, it feels like, I don't know, there's something about it that isn't as satisfying. Or, fine, Ice Climber. Yeah. Oh, it just got him in time, alright. Put a cartridge in. Oh, since I missed. Yeah, fine, fine. It takes someone who grew up on the Game Gear side of the tracks to make that mistake. That was me, of course. So fine, fair enough. And now, alright, we're gonna hit 8 balls. Or try to, anyway. Ow. But one of these things, I'll say this, maybe it's me, but even when I lose in this game, I'm not mad. I really am not. It's something that I feel so much joy, because it's so funny even when you lose. I'm gonna show some of that losing. Whoa, shit. I'll show it now. Yeah, so, ooh, and I'm dead. So I've been down. Alright, not bad. Alright, 44 points. Fine, I've done 76. Clearly, I love this game. Okay, so fine, let me just do a... Actually, fine, you know, we talk our aspect of nature and animals. You know, let's take a look at... As you know, fine, the other thing we can do is we can also do, the mix modes where they give you a toss out of everything in the game. Or all bosses, or just go hard because it goes super fast. In fact, you know what? Let's do this so then we can kind of just see it going crazy. We're going to the pig tower in order to go super, super fast and the building thrills. It tosses anything that's in this game. Alright, catch the rat underneath the thing for that. Yeah, so get ready for insanity on this game. Like, what the hell am I looking at? But goddamn, I love this game so much. And yeah, steering the paper airplane. Yeah, get the toast. Oh shit, I missed the toast. Oh yeah, put my eye drops in, but fine. Okay, my eyes are not gonna be going well now. Or just ski jump. Alright, so there you go. Okay, I gotta eat the fruit, right. Swing, okay, I can do that baseball game. Oh shit, I forgot, I broke my hand doing the chop. Eat more, there you go. Alright, I forgot you have to sniff the snot back in your nose. Oh my god, I love it. Oops. God, I love this so much. But fine, alright, there goes the cave set. Fine, we're doing this again. Now I'll pick another one to show, and I'll show some others. Alright, bounce the ball up to that guy, but fine, he's falling mad. Alright, catch the ball. Yeah, if you miss that, it cracks the screen, which I love. Shit, I keep making that mistake. It's like, what? I gotta get in the red zone. Oh, yeah, the jump throw. Oh, no. Okay, fine, I'm gonna show it one more time. This is also a one more game. Fine, I guess I'm gonna Duck Hunt, so that's that idea. We can show that off eventually, because I have that Wii U ported as it. Or that Wii U port of it, I should say. And other Zapper games. There we go. Okay, I'm good at catching my alcohol, that's for sure. And catching Paul just in time. Also, we didn't see the hot dog, because it can be a hot dog that goes, alright, keep eating. Oh, go. Okay, got it just in time. Steer the airplane. Oh, right, I forgot that the airplane crashes. Oh, shit, no! Get it in time. Oh, I forgot, you gotta spray the flour. All right, the airbag. Oh my god, I love the airbag. If you miss... All right, if you don't assemble that right. Fry the egg. Got it. I just got it in time. Okay, there we go. Got that one right this time. Okay, playing some tennis. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Fitting for Wario. Okay, so yeah, that's thrilling. Oh my god. Yeah, some of those games are hilarious. I'll say that right now. And actually, fine. I will test what I mentioned, which is you go on the grid, you can play any of the individual games on their own, you can go for a target score. In fact, let's do the one for Dr. Mario. Where is it? Yeah, because I mentioned what they all are. There's Stack Up, Metroid, Wild Gunman, Laser Blazer. That's the game that's in Super Scope 6 that's like that. And the Ultra Machine. That's what the baseball thing is. Urban Champion Helmet, Mario Clash, Racing 112, or Racing 112, Racing 112, I guess that's what it's called. Say 112. I was like, fine. That's the game as far as that. Ice Climber, Legend of Zelda, Sheriff, Dr. Mario. Oh, I got the Dr. Mario one. We'll do it again. Fly Swat for Mario Paint, Hogan's Alley, Laser Outlaw. That's the name of the marionette thing as far as the 2D quick draw. Shiratori, that's the vacuum thing where we're cleaning up stuff. Yeah, I think I ran into all of those things. F-Zero, the Family Basic Computer, Super Mario Brothers, the Ultra Hand, Donkey Kong, the Game Boy Cart Insert, Duck Hunt, and Balloon Fight. Let's do the thing for Dr. Mario. Finish it up like, hey, that was the whole point of this one. So it also shows how it goes as far as levels. Unfortunately, the modern WarioWare games don't have this anymore in the sense that, hey, you can keep going for a high score. They don't let you go through when they increase in level. So at this point, fine. You said, hey, sliding pieces in as far as getting the virus away. The extra levels ask you to do that for this. In the new WarioWare games, just to go on that, they only let you play up to 3 times. That counts as a clearage. This one lets you play up as much as you want. And they give you a target score for all of them. And if you get a target score on everything, you get an extra bonus, which actually I have not unlocked. I did for Twisted, but for this one I haven't, and I should just sit down and do it. Well, I will do that before we get to this game for the show. Although, for the purpose of showing it off for the show, I think I will use the Switch Online port because it'll be a fresh file for going through the story. But I will show off everything as far as this game. No question when we get to this. Okay, so it's just chill as far as the music, but it's getting faster as far as with the music, going dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. I'm just gonna go as far as how this is, so fine, like, hey, we're gonna do 20, level 20 as far as this on high. Maybe we can do the minigame that's based on this at a high speed. I mean, you feasibly also can go to 999, and the reason I know that, by the way, is because there's a game in WarioWare Twisted where you can't move the Game Boy Advance at all, otherwise an egg breaks. The easy way to beat that one is boot it up, have the Game Boy Advance on a table, and then don't touch it, and it'll go to 999. And it's amazing to see that. It's so fast now, I was like, hey, you know, because I didn't miss. Oh, shit. Crap. Totally fine, I ran out of time. Fine, I missed too many times. It takes your high score, and it does give you a target score, which is 25, which I did get 25 that way. And I don't know what's going on for other things. Actually, I do want to show off... Oh, right, the picking in the nose. I forgot to show that. Fine, I'll show this. You can't talk about WarioWare without having nose picking. You press the A button in order to pick your nose. But the extra levels get a little harder because at that point you have a bigger thumb. Oh, fine, you have a your index finger. You use your pinky and then your index finger, and then you have to use 2 fingers. And you do that. Well, you hit it wrong, and you're like, yeah, you missed your nose, you idiot. It's like, yeah, you gotta. Fine, you say you're not supposed to pick your nose, but yeah, if you're gonna do it right. You have to aim it right, my friend. Except you don't have it like moving left and right normally. But like, oh, there you go. Keep making that mistake as far as it. But fine, I guess since you're using your middle finger, you feasibly. I'm gonna assume probably somebody could Photoshop this. So like, fine, you're flipping them off as far as it goes. Like, fine, that was not the intention. Like, fine. I suck at picking my nose. I guess that's the thought of what's going on here. Also, I do want to show off. Oh right, the crash test dummy one. I mentioned this before being so hilarious. The idea to deploy the airbag when it crashes, which is nice. What happens when you miss? It does that. The first time I saw that, I was howling out loud so much on that. It's amazing seeing that. Because I didn't expect it. I mean, it's the case we're fine. Unless you're playing in the mode like this, where you're actually playing the specific game, you don't know the game's coming. So basically put it in a mix as far as either the level you select. Oh, also, by the way, you can't deploy the airbag too early, otherwise it'll deflate. Because in that case, I was too late as far as it hitting it, so he just does that. It's like, fine. Oh, but if you do get it in time before he hits his head on the steering wheel, you're gonna be fine. Oh, crap, that was just be too late. Yeah, fine, I'll hit stop in his life, sorry. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing about this game. There's something so primal and so hilariously appealing about this game. Actually, wait. Okay, no, this is the one that's sheriff in it. Okay, fine. I'm gonna show off the fly swatter, and I will show off. I want to show off chicken race, but I also want to show off the fly swatter. So you ever played Mario Paint? It's that, except it's controlled by your hands. Like, doo-doo. You move the D-pad around and hit the A button to swat. You also have fast movement, which is on the B button. Hold the B button, move the D-pad, or in this case, analog stick around. You hit everything. We gotta show Mario Paint as well. That's another thing, but I'll figure that at some point. Because it does have this in that, and you do need the mouse to play it. Chat, I don't know if you ever played Mario Paint, but my god, it's a blast. Especially this for this game. But also, when you get to 80 or 80 flies left, these come out. They can shoot out bugs and things. Also, a life will come out from the hand. Swat that in order to get a life. They shoot bugs out, and if they hit you, you're gonna be hurt. So yeah, you can die in this game specifically. We'll show that off later, especially when it comes to bosses. Come on. Because you have the bombs coming up. Boom! Boom! Yeah, some of the sound effects are different, so you're like me and you're purist in the Super Nintendo game, like, yeah, that doesn't sound exactly right, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, the bombs, they will get close to you, and then they will go off easily. Oh, these things, because they can explode into 4 fireballs, so you gotta be careful of them. But he says, kill them when you can. Yeah, you didn't think you'd see fly swatting here. This is the other benefit, as I mentioned, of me being able to show off the full WarioWare. Where you just get to count down the other way. It's fine, like, this is the reason to show off WarioWare, and to get to show off Dr. Mario again as well, on top of that. So here's the boss here, like, keep hitting him, and after a while, he'll throw out, like, attacks. I think. Unless he doesn't do it. I mean, he does do it. Oh, here we go. He'll shoot those out. If you get hit by that, you get yourself hurt. I'll go as far as I can until I get myself killed. I got it. You get the great applause. Except instead of Mario running across, you have Wario running across. Yeah, because in Mario Paint, yeah, that's the thing about Mario Paint. It's fine. Question of, is Mario Paint a game? I say it is. It's like an art creativity studio, but the idea is you can get the coffee break and you play this in it. But also the way that Mario Paint runs itself, it's so appealing, we should show it, you know? it might be the best software of its kind in the sense that, hey, you know, it's a creativity thing. It has so much charm to itself, and it's so much fun to play. And it's a game that went unplayed in my collection for years because I found a used copy for $7 at Blockbuster store near me. I didn't realize you needed that mouse, and then I found years later that Nintendo used to sell it from their store as a to get one of these things, and I played it like, fine, this is what I was missing all this time, and it's awesome. Yeah, so far doing really well, not dying somehow. And this is me using the D-pad for this, because actually the mouse control on the Super Nintendo game is so great. Although this is actually a pretty good approximation as well. Yeah, it's usually in the next level if I'm going to be missing it all in this. Also pointing out, in this level of the boss here has a new move where I think he will use... Yeah, okay, yeah, he'll send out those flies. Those flies touch you, they'll hurt you, they'll fly away eventually. Also, I think he will use that cloud of gas to... Oh, there you go. Get the... Actually, that's what it does in the Super Nintendo game. So that's the other thing. Well, yeah, you see the hand screaming in pain when you lose a life, which is amazing. It's hilarious and sadistic, but it's also hilarious. Yeah, give a race round of applause, and there is Jimmy as well. Yeah, this is usually where I'm going to start losing, is the case. Actually, you know what, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to show off Sheriff yet. I'll show it off when we come back to this game for full. I think it's worth showing this, though. I'll show off Chicken Race, and then we'll go back to Emerald Coast with Big the Cat, and we'll end the show, because I think we're almost done. I've been having a great time doing this as far as the Nintendo Gamecube preview disc, and then kind of stretching it out for the purpose of saying, like, hey, WarioWare, but fine, it does count, and fine, that's the attack they do. And because they're putting bombs out there, that's what makes it harder. And actually, the thing with the bombs, as long as you, since they seek onto your swatter when you get close to them, they're actually not as hard to take out as anything else. Actually, they're the easiest to take out, but in this case, because they're mixing with other types, it makes it harder to make sure you get them before they blow up. Ow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose here. Yeah, in that case, yeah, level 3 is the rocket, and you can get hurt by that fire like that. And yeah, 0 counts as a life. Oh, I'm dead. All right, there you go. So yes, there he's laughing it up and lose. But we got pretty far, and I believe it does reset itself after a while. But there you go. Okay, so I want to show the chicken race. This is actually 2 players, but you can play this solo. I'll show you how. All right, so we have 9 volt, and we also have okay, I don't want to edit this in as far as what the name of the yellow thing is. I think it's Frank. Yeah, Frank. That's the name of the yellow guy. He's a friend of 9 volts, and 9 volts here as well. So yeah, you have this foot. And yeah, this is an interesting case as far as multiplayer, where you don't need another Game Boy Advance to play any of these. You basically use the L and R button, so you basically have one person on one side holding the L button, and the other on the R button. You press in the foot enough so you think like, hey, you know, you can get yourself kicked enough so you get closest to the end of the perspective and, you know, get closest to the edge without falling off. And you get that yell. I love that yell so much. It's hilarious. But Frank won. I love the peaceful perspective as far as that. There's also point out that little rock at the end that does kind of stop you, but fine. You also probably want to see this, which is what happens if you just press the button but not nothing. That happens. Or what happens if you go the other way, which is saying like, fine, I'm gonna crank that foot the whole way. And I don't think there's any of the courses they give you where there's a reason to crank it the whole way, but fine. I'm going to show that happening. I'm also going to show, yeah, there you go. So off he goes. So bye-bye, Frank. I think, Kronk, I'm thinking of the Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, the broader weirdness of WarioWare, that I think is the reason I love it so much. Also, yeah, the skateboard does stop on a hill, it does not roll back down. Also, I'll show you what happens if both players lose. It's a draw. Okay, so I'm closing my eyes now. You can't see that out there in chat land, but I'm basically just gonna press the buttons down. I'm gonna feasibly also switch the controller over on the other side so I can try and see like who wins based on what I'm gonna do. Alright, so 9Volt's the winner. Alright, so good job 9Volt. So 9Volt, awesome! It is. Or indeed he is. Also, one thing I'm going to show actually before I go, I want to show like the music when you start a minigame that's not that one, which is the... There you go. Yeah, you do skateboarding as well. There's other ones that I mentioned. I'll show those off when we come back to this game another time, and I'll have the other thing unlocked here. I think it's Poyoro 2 is what you're going to unlock here, I believe. Or something, as far as in this empty space. And you do that, I believe, for getting the flowers and the target scores on every single one of the individual games. And you do have to find the games when you play through this, so it does give you reason after you beat them for the story to come back and play them. Because, like, hey, there might be one spot that you didn't see as far as a game. So in that case, there's that. We also have other stuff, as I mentioned, like Jump Rope Forever, Paper Airplanes, the vacuum thing, the chicken race you showed, Dong Dong, which basically you use like an arrow to knock a block onto people's heads, or doing riddles. Actually, some of these multiplayer games are actually really great. In this one, and also some of the other ones. There's actually this one in Smooth Moves, the Wii game, where you have one person only on the Wiimote and nunchuck. You use one of those, and one person holds the Wiimote, the other one holds the nunchuck. And you have to do like jumping of hurdles as you run along, like a space run. And to pick up fruit or food to kind of get yourself going farther. And you have to kind of cooperate in order to get as far as you can before you run out of time. And it's actually a lot of fun. And these games are great. I love WarioWare. As a franchise, it's for its unbridled insanity and creativity. And also for that pace. It has such a great snappy pace to itself that makes it perfect for short bursts, but also for something you play for hours on end. And tons of unlockables give you a reason to keep coming back to it and finding everything out about it. And if you're playing this with other people, it's gonna be a great time every time. And I cannot wait till the next time we come back to WarioWare for sure. We will probably start with this one. Like, Mamma mia. Yeah, so even if you don't like Wario or like, what is this thing? Give WarioWare Mega Microgames a shot. It is also on the Gamecube, as we're pointing out, as well, in its own version, which is WarioWare Incorporated Mega Party Games, which is a port of this, but it has unique multiplayer modes, including like ones where you have one player playing like the normal WarioWare game, and then during those games, you have the players walking around to try and block their view. It's actually pretty fun. Like, hey, you know, if you have a Gamecube, it might be worth tracking that one down. But you haven't played it, if you Switch Online expansion pack case, it is on Switch to play, and I can't recommend them highly enough. That one in particular, but this is where it started, and it is good stuff. Yeah, I guess I misjudged you. Like, yeah, that's the thing, I guess, about Wario, but I'll say this. I do miss the Wario Land games, as far as those platforming games, and there's some great ones we still have to show that we have not shown. But WarioWare is a case where, fine, it's Nintendo in some ways having fun with themselves in a way you would not expect them to, but also a case where they kind of are able to kind of keep this nice pace going about himself, and also kind of give a perspective, like the lineage of Nintendo in a way that's unique, even against other games of Nintendo's that do this, like Smash Brothers. And I can't get enough of these games. And yeah, WarioWare, I salute you, for sure. But we got one more thing we're gonna do. That's the end of our perspective. Pulling that disc out. And now we're coming back to the end of the coming out to the end of the show. I'm going to be putting in the preview disc once more. We'll have that going on as one last idea. And just because we're going back into this again, I will put on this. Okay, so let's boot up Sonic Adventure DX once more. Let me get the audio set for this baby. I think that's gonna do it for our first show of 2025, and with new tech. I don't know, did I emphasize the new tech we got enough? We got a soundboard now, and we got better audio equipment, I specifically think, and hopefully we didn't have cases where the audio hissed with this new tech. I hope the hell not. If it did, I'm gonna be really pissed. I'll have to say, like, fine, I'll need a new PC or something. But either way, I had a great time doing the show tonight for sure. We're gonna pull out Big the Cat. We're going to Emerald Coast. We are going to be... Yeah, we're going here. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Dolphin. Appreciate that for sure. Okay, so let's go out. Let's kill the coconuts that's in the front of this, and then we're gonna have our aspect. It's very clear and consistent. Oh, thank you, because I didn't have as much time to get some of the stuff prepped for the show this week, as far as, you know, getting the audio stuff. I said last week we're gonna show the new tech off. We'll run it with the new tech. I'm doing it. I have to get that set for some of the stuff we got coming up in the schedule. I have that set, but fine, let's do that. Fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna hang around with Froggy. So fine, Froggy's in the water. So fine, Froggy have a swim. There's Big the Cat. Actually, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think his model is okay. Just to go back to this specifically. Very clear and consistent. Or very beautiful to see. Feel free to indicate that dog. Okay, because I'm trying to answer my question from earlier, which is that, Big's model. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the same as the Dreamcast game. It looks maybe a little more rounded, but maybe that has to do with how the aspects of the graphics are. But with E1 and 2 Gamma, he looks basically the same. So fine. So fine. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get Big over here. We're gonna get him set, and we'll see Froggy. There we go. Froggy's game is swim. We got our music there. Great music as far as Emerald Coast. And honestly, because we only had 2 parts of Sonic Adventure when we played it, I didn't really have much of a good case like, hey, where do we pick as far as music to stop on? But yeah, this is a great one to stop on for our look at the Nintendo GameCube preview disc. Mostly, actually, I'll also say this for the Rogue Squadron 3 video. I also have on the link list the actual video that's not muted. As I said, for the purpose of copyright reasons, I had it muted, but I'll put that in the link list for the purpose of that. We showed everything off. As I said, the only thing were the downloadable games to the Game Boy Advance, but as I said, I found a different way around it. So you got a perspective of that, and more, and a little bit of preview of WarioWare, which I'm very happy to be able to show. And again, I gotta thank, well, I gotta take a drink of water first before I do that. Yeah, I gotta thank Ultra 94T. Thank you so much for providing the Nintendo GameCube preview disc. This was, yeah, when he gave this to me, it was not something that was cheap. It was about $150. I went on eBay, I saw copies of this for like $30 now, but it's also something, I did still see copies of this that were actually really expensive. So, I don't know, I guess it varies around where you look as far as what it is, but either way, I really appreciate this donation to kind of go into this, and I said, fine, for that, like, I want to show this for the show, and have a little bit of a variety case, but also, I said we want to demo this tonight. This is a good way of doing it. As far as other cases for demo discs we do, I got stuff for the PS2 we could show. I got tons of stuff for Dreamcast, as we showed last week, sort of kind of with Shenmue, and then also with the original Xbox. So definitely do stuff for that to show off some of these things as far as the future, and I do like doing these shows. A little bit of a case of tasting some stuff we've seen before, stuff we've maybe need to come back to, and stuff we will come back to for sure as far as stuff like that. Do a little bit of a picture of gaming in the early days of the GameCube, or fine, middle days of the GameCube, about 2 years after the console came out, more or less. But yeah, it's a neat disc as far as this is neat stuff on this. Some good stuff to discover, a good variety of games in here, and I would say for the primary 5 games of demos on this, they're worth looking at in their ways. I don't know if I necessarily say every one of them. I'd say go for GameCube if you have the choice, but if you only have GameCube, they're definitely worth taking a look at. In Splinter's case, I'd say probably Xbox is the way to go. OG Xbox, and it runs on every single one. And if you have Series X, that's the way to go nowadays as far as modern. Viewtiful Joe, I'd probably say the PS2 version for the extra stuff and the better button layout. They still had a fun time with it on Gamecube. Sonic Adventure DX. Still the Dreamcast, but there's extra stuff and some fixes that this has, even though it has problems with frame rate and things like that with this. For certain things, but it is smoother in some ways, like here, which is nice as far as that. The Hatcher is interesting as far as how to definitely take a look at that at some point. And Soul Calibur 2 we'll do a show for it. I love that game. But even the stuff we got videos of, some interesting stuff going on. We'll definitely show off the stuff later, like with F-Zero GX and Zelda Wind Waker. I'll figure what we can do with Star Wars stuff, and even the EA stuff. I mean, it might be worth taking a look at. And WarioWare, and more on Dr. Mario. So there you go. That is your whole perspective of it. I had such a great time doing this show. Thank you so much to Ultra94T again for the donation. Thank you so much to Gemini96, to Tony Schmurda and Dolly Finn for joining us for our first show of 2025. Yeah, it feels like I haven't been on in a while, even though, we were on last week. Just fine. I had a nice, relaxing week last week, just not editing. But fine. That was not the case with not relaxing. I love doing the edits for the show. Love bringing the edits to you all, as far as the YouTube site. I love bringing this one to you. And Shenmue's first part for next week, because I got to get ready before next week. Because, let's talk schedule then. Because next week's show is going to be on Friday. It's going to be the next part of Shenmue for Dreamcast. So last time, we were looking for sailors. I basically was in a case saying, like, hey, we have to go to MGQ, Jazz Bar, and Heartbeats Bar to find where they are. We're going over there. So another Dreamcast game. So I'm ending on a Dreamcast game tonight, and we're going to go into another one as far as what the idea of this is. We're going to continue our adventures with Rio. We're going to see what's going on. We're going to run into other people, including a guy named Charlie, and we might, in fact, we will reach the end of Disc 1 next time. And as far as the thing with the Zombie fight, just to give a bit of an update on that, I think I will have that as an edit in for the finale, because I realized at the end of last show, it cut you off from feeding the kitty if you triggered the search for the sailors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the HD version. I'm going to start a new file. I'm going to basically dilly-dally just to get the cat's affection up as high as I can get it, and then record footage of myself doing the fight in Soccer Gauka Park with no zombie. We'll see the fight without her, or without her participating in the fight next time. But I will have that specifically because I do want to show that. When I figured out I could show that, I wanted to make sure I could get that going. But that's how we'll handle that. And next week's Friday, so it's going to be a Friday show that's going to be on January 10th, because I have stuff going on Saturday. So January 10th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to be doing Shenmue for Part 2. Week after that, we're back on Friday. That's going to be for Tamba, for Part 1. I know I've been, we took a month off on Tamba last month. We're coming back. I've been doing practice on my holiday as far as in between stuff, getting a sense of where we got to go. We're going to get a lot of the pig bags, I realized, for next part. I got 3 so far on my test. And seeing a bunch of other stuff. We'll continue with everything we got on all of the events and see more what's going on. We're going to get an answer, Dolly Finn. You said, hey, last time, when are we going to start swimming? Next time, we're going to start swimming. That'll be Saturday night as far as that on January 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Continuing that viewer request from 1 True L. So I want to get this game set. And I said last month, I wasn't going to be ready to do it for another part. I said, I'm not going to force this one. I want to make sure that I'm going to get the game for all of you as you want it. You make a great commitment to come to the show and join us. I said, fine, I owe you the game played fully. It's I'm going to take it seriously. I'm not going to, just laze off. I'm going to absolutely go the whole way and go the whole way. I want to show you that respect because you definitely show it for me and I appreciate it. And end of the month, we're going to have another Friday show that's going to be on January 24th. That's going to be for Halo Combat Evolved. We're playing the Halo Master Chief Collection port, which is on the Xbox One, that we're going to run through the Xbox Series X. It is actually a port of a port, technically, because it is a port of Halo Anniversary Edition from Xbox 360, but it looks a little better. And both those versions have subtitles in the dialogue. For the purpose of the story-based game, I think we need to show it that way. The original Xbox does not have it that way, so I'm going to show it that way. We're going to go through the story mode for this. We can do that in one night. I said years ago, never again as far as a long show for that, because it took me almost 6 hours to do it. Fine, I've done it long. It's 6 hours since. So we can do it. And I'll be running that game through normal as far as how it is, so at least I can get that going. Although I'll have editing material showing aspects of the first cutscene on easy, heroic, and legendary, because it just changed. As far as the ending on legendary, I don't know if I can make a promise on that one, but I'll indicate what the difference is, because there's a difference when you're doing a legendary. And I have done a legendary, though that was years ago, and I don't think I'll be ready to do it. That's gonna be our Super Bowl game Saturday, second chance, although I guess technically this is also sort of our second chance of Sonic Adventure GX tonight. And Sword on Soul Calibur 2, even though we haven't gotten into it for a show. But having said that, that's going to be a case where this year, to celebrate 5 years of the program, I'm coming back every month to a game we've either played before and we need to redo again, either because of audio problems or because maybe people said, I want to be there for it. Or in the case of Halo, I did it years ago and I don't have a recording of it anymore. That was in the days before I realized my tech was taking video recordings of my old tech. And then when I found out they were, I said, okay, saving these, we can keep these going, which is why I don't have anything from before October of 2020, even though there were shows I did before that. Although we only have a couple games left that I've already done shows for beforehand. And Halo Combat Evolved was one of them. We did use the Master Chief Collection run through Xbox One at that point, but at this point we're going to run through Series X. And we're running, although I will be running that with the original Xbox graphics. So we'll have our 2001 perspective going on that way. Then we get to February. In February, we got a big show on February 1st. That's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because the Crochet Nerd 64 and Chasm22 are going to be joining us for the start of the next RPG we're doing, and it's been a bit of time coming. We have not had a consistent stuff going on with the RPGs. But we're going to start the biggest game we've got this year and the longest game we've ever played for the show. There's going to be Shadow Hearts Covenant for the PlayStation 2. Part 1 is going to be on February 1st at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're starting early because we're going to do 8-hour parts on this one. We're figuring out how that's going to go. The Crochet Nerd 64 is going to be running it. Chasm22 is going to try to be on every part, so he says, but it's also going to be a case of like, hey, how is his schedule going to work? And also, he may be doing Suikoden for us this year. We'll figure that because we do have the Suikoden 1 and 2 releases coming out on March 6th. He said he's going to play through that first. We're going to sense like, hey, you know, he's going to be ready to do that. But I said, hey, it's up to him as far as when he wants to do that. We'll figure that out. We're going to have Shadow Hearts coming and going on every month this year. I will promise that because it's 80 hours, at least. So, and we're going the whole way. And I can't thank him enough, or both of them enough, for the purpose of that one. And we'll have that going on. And then week after that, I have to get the sense as far as I'm going to do Friday and Saturdays on all this stuff, but I think on February 8th, I will be doing the finale of Tomba. I don't think Tomba's going to take more than 3 parts. If it does, I'm going to have to figure what I'm going to do about that. But I think I can do Tomba. The point where I might go longer on part 2 in 2 weeks, just to ensure that we can get that done. Not because I'm rushing it, but because I want to make sure that we can get it covered and also go the whole way. Like I say, if I just want to have a longer part for it, I think we can do that, and I can do it. And I'll get that set specifically. And always the case, like, hey, that's why I take the recordings as well. Like, hey, you know, if like, hey, I go away and like, hey, I can't say the whole show, no problem. We got it on the YouTube site for you, so like, hey, you missed part of it or anything, we got it. You're not gonna miss it. We'll go the whole way and cover it as is the case. And then the week after that, we'll do Shenmue for part 3. And then on February 22nd, Nocturne's coming back for Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Brothers 3. That's going to be our Super Bowl Game Saturday second chance for February. The viewer request is Shadow Hearts Covenant, because Crochet Nerd 64 has been both a viewer and also a guest on the program, so that fits that way. But for Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Brothers 3, we played Super Mario Brothers 3 only 2 months ago. It feels like it's been way longer than that, but Nocturne said she wants to look at that Game Boy Advance version's e-reader levels, which the Switch Online port has every single one of. She's going to look at them blind, and we're going to have that as a show. For February 22nd, that's going to be the next time she's going to be on the show. Also to figure out, hey, what are we doing with Croc, which, as I said, I might have to figure into that when it comes to, you know, the extra level unlocks. She hasn't been able to do them all. But it's also one of those things I might feasibly put, we are putting Croc on the shelf for a little bit of time. I might feasibly put that on the shelf until the HD version comes out and say, like, hey, you know, since they're improving the controls, it might make it easier to do the unlocks of the remaining combos she can't get. switch the ones out of the mini games. At that point, I also could feasibly, I think at that point, justify a Super Bowl game Saturday second chance and second look at Crocs. We played most of it on the Saturn, and then say, hey, you know what? We can have that as the finale and show off the HD version and go into some of the aspects of that. And I think Doc will probably want to be down with that. I'll float that with her when we see it on the 22nd. Because I think that might be a good way to kind of cap it off. Because we said, hey, you know, when we started that game, right on Saturn, she's running blind. It was like, hey, you know, they said they're going to do an HD version. And now we have it coming very soon. Only in about, I think it's this month or next month. The physical versions, they are coming in the second quarter. So that'll probably be around, I don't know, spring or either spring or maybe early summer. We'll figure that as far as how we're going to do that and how we'll handle it. We'll figure that as we go. And then in March, for the next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant, dates on some of this stuff is going to be a little up in the air because I know I'm going to have to do feasibly Friday shows for some of that stuff. We're also going to have a Friday show, I know, for Smart Ball for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be a case of, I'm talking with Edwack and Nikki. I talked to them today, actually, as it was. And I said, okay, what's weekend for opening for that? Because I know Edwack said that he wants to do March for Smart Ball. They said any week for the 29th, which is perfect because I have a show for the 29th anyway. So we'll figure what that's going to be. So it'll either be on March 7th, 14th, or 21st. Don't know which one yet. We'll figure it eventually at that point. And also, we will have, as I mentioned, the next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant. We will have the Super Bowl game Saturday Second Chance, which is going to be for Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis. We're going to use the Switch to play it, playing the Nintendo Switch Online plus Expansion Pack port, which is straight up the Genesis game. And I'm going to show off Sonic Origins Plus, just some of the extras that go with that. I was feasibly going to show off the Sega Ages Sonic the Hedgehog 2 release. Actually, I was doing some practice with that, going through the game with Knuckles. It actually locked up on me at the final boss. It's like, uh-oh, I didn't actually realize that was the case. I was thinking like maybe I'll show that one for the purpose of Knuckles. I might briefly show that anyway, but I don't think I'll use that for the purpose to play the game. Like, I was actually fighting Silver Sonic as far as final boss, so it's kind of final boss. But I was like, oh shit. I was kind of concerned, and it didn't even do the Switch has to shut down the software. It just locked up. Like, what? No, that was not the case. But that's how we'll do that game, because I know that a lot of stuff we've got to go into on Sonic the Hedgehog 2 because of all the lore that goes on that, all of the information about the many different versions of that game during development. It might be the one game in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise where the stories about what it could have been that are different than what we got it as are really well known and actually available, including betas, which we won't show in that show. We will show them eventually, though, because I think it's going to be worth doing that. Or I'm going to tell every story I can on that one, because there's a lot to go in and show the game itself. We have not done it for a show. We don't have record of a show anymore. I'm going to go the full way, because I think it definitely deserves it. And last weekend of the month, it's going to be on March 29th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be our April Fool's Day game. It's going to be Plumbers That Wear Ties Definitive Edition for the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, if you've never seen Plumbers That Wear Ties from 3DO, you're not going to want to miss this one, or maybe you will want to miss that one. Actually, I said to Edwack and Nikki, said, like, we have something going on that weekend. We can't do it for that one for the purpose of Smart Ball. I said, perfect. I said, I'm doing Plumbers That Wear Ties this week. And they've seen it specifically. It's like, you've gotten the experience. Like, fine. We can ignore the show now because we already got a personal screening of like, what the hell this game is. And their jaws were on the fucking floor. But they're still on speaking terms with me, so I consider that a good thing. But like, I think they're like, well, what is this thing? Well, you're going to get an answer, and we're also getting a lot of documentary footage. Like, how did this very weird game, if you want to put it as game, come to be? We're going to tell the stories, other famous people in terms of gaming that tell the stories, including people from Digital Foundry, James Rolfe, the angry video game nerd, and many others. And we'll show this game. It definitely is going to be for adults only, it's worth pointing out. There's also nudity in this game, which is not visible, so we can show this game, just to let you know. I said specifically it might be the worst game we ever show on this show, but as I mentioned, we showed off NBA Unrivaled, and I scarred Dolly Finn for that, as it was for that. And honestly, the more I'm thinking about it, I was like, you know what? I kind of have more of an appreciation for Plumbers That Wear Ties for its sheer insanity and its sheer... I mean, they just wanted to make a game. Like, it's so avant-garde, insane, and bizarre, and tasteless that it's kind of more interesting than even something like NBA Unrivaled, where it's like, fine, they put some money into this, and feels like, yeah, this is totally a disaster. But we'll have that going as far as that. And then in April, we'll have Shadow Hearts Covenant continuing. Fine, every month we're going to have Shadow Hearts Covenant continuing. That's really the idea. But we also have, on the request of Suika Theme Rondage, I got this in the mail yesterday, so I do have it specifically right here in my hands. I am opening the box and closing the box now. Bakugan, Defenders of the Core. We are going to be starting the game. I have it on the Xbox 360. We're going to start in this game, published by Activision and developed by Now Productions, the people who made Splatterhouse 2 and Splatterhouse 3, and other stuff that I had no idea they were involved in. Kind of a bit of a beat 'em up of sorts with the Bakugan franchise. With everybody I've talked to, I said, does anybody know this franchise in my personal circle? Nobody knows. But maybe Nocturne does. I'll ask her in a couple of weeks. But that being said, we're going to have this perspective of these monster creatures. So it's kind of fine. It's kind of, in terms of milieu of itself, kind of Yu-Gi-Oh, kind of Pokemon, kind of Digimon, kind of Beyblade, but I don't think I'm doing it justice as far as what it is. And that's Suika Theme Rondage's jurisdiction. I think you're familiar with this game as far as how it is. The play of the game, based on what I've scoped of it so far, which really isn't much, but of what I've seen so far, it's looking like it's going to be 4 parts for the purposes of the play of the single player. There is also 2-player multiplayer mode to this, with all the Bakugan you can unlock, which is 45 of them. So I'm going to see how we do that, and then feasibly come back to it for multiplayer for a purpose, and pull somebody into that. I think there's somebody who wants to do that. Or be involved to that, I should say. Yeah, we're going to start that perspective. This could be the April viewer request. We'll still have Shenmue going. I think either we'll be done with Shenmue in April, or be very close to being done. So Shadow Hearts Covenant. And then for the Super Bowl game Saturday, Second Chance, I think I said this last week, I'll reiterate it again. I believe we'll do Res Infinite. That's one where I had audio problems when we did it, and it really broke my heart when I heard that they happened. That was a little like first request. I said, I know he doesn't think this, but I still felt bad saying, wait, I brought the game he wanted to see, and then audio problems on it. Like, hey, he knows I didn't do that on purpose. I didn't know what was going on. In fact, I think it was the first show I ever noticed that we ever had a case like that. But I said, fine, you know what? I want to come back to it. And we talked about Res Infinite. It's a modern update, specifically enough. And there's extra stuff in that game. I think it's worth showing that. That is how we'll show Res again. I feasibly won't go as deep into Res itself, although I will do all 5 areas. And then I'll show off the extra stuff that it has. I think that's how I'll do it. That is, unless I might need an extra part for something. But depending on what things go like, that's going to be a little up in the air. I don't know exactly how it's going to go. But I will have a better answer for that in the next couple of months, I think. It's closer to that. And then in May, we will have more of Shadow Hearts Covenant. And if we don't finish Shenmue in April, we'll finish it in May. I'll promise that. And then we'll also have the annual Memorial Day or Cinco de Mayo. I haven't decided which one I'm going to do it for, which weekend. That'll be either May 3rd or May 31st? No, 24th for Memorial Day. That'll be for Title Legends 2 for the PlayStation 2. That was a request from Electverse. That also covers a game I know we wanted to see in merely a different form that I'm going to show it to the start. That being Camel Tree, which has a Super Nintendo version called On the Ball. We'll do that eventually, but I do have the arcade edition to show as it, along with the collection itself. And then, yeah, we'll figure as far as other stuff going on, and of course our big Halloween block we have, which is everything set already for that one. The Scooby-Doo Nightmare on Fridays for PlayStation 2, Medieval for PlayStation. I guess Shadow Hearts Covenant's still going on, so it's going to be that. I think Mega Man 7 for the Super Nintendo. And Halloween night, we will have Castlevania Bloodlines going through with Harold Heart's story. And I do think I want to make one apology now. I think that is feasibly the only case of Castlevania I'll have for this year, because I do want to do Castlevania Chronicles still, and I first want to see it, but I need to practice that one. I know I'm not going to be ready for that, and if I have to push it off to get a sense of getting the game to be right, I'm going to make that decision. And so I just want to be open that way. But after we do, fine, assuming I can't figure it out sometime this year before then, after we do Bloodlines, as far as coming back to that, I promise that the next Castlevania game we do is going to be Chronicles for PlayStation. But that's kind of what we're looking at for now, and other stuff that we'll get into over the next couple of months. And also, Super Game Saturday Second Chance that I asked Edwin and Nikki if they were feasible joining me for. They agreed, and we'll figure a schedule that I'll mention what that's going to be when we smart ball in 2 months. Okay. With that, that is going to be the end of Super Game Saturday for our first show for 2025. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for supporting us going into 5 years. I'm looking forward to another strong year of the show. And of course, all of you adding to it so much. I cannot thank you enough for it. Thank you again for a great 2024 last year and a great start to 2025 with our Nintendo GameCube preview show. And you can also thank Ultra 94T. Without him, we would not have this show tonight. It was a wonderful show. And can't thank him and all of you enough for it. Okay, so with that, I want to wish you a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you on Friday, January 10th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for part 2 of Shenmue for the Dreamcast. Till then, keeping awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you again for everything. Take care, everybody.